Good morning. See if anybody comes in here as it's pretty early. I need to send myself something. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. Hold on. See if my airdrop works. What's going on? Okay. Oh, it actually worked for once. Out tie. Okay. All right. Ovi, stop biting your nails. Good morning. Good morning. Tallulah, how are you? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's so bright and early. Excuse me. Excuse me. How is everybody? I am tired but awake. Hey, Burn Hot Dog. You've been up. Well, Purple Rain. I didn't sleep so good last night because my husband was like coughing and keeping me up all night. I'm like, go take medicine. Like, he was like, I'm like, turn on your side. Like, because he was coughing. And then I was like, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. He like refuses to take medicine sometimes when I'm like, I don't know, like I hate coughing, dude. I hate coughing. Like I just hate the way it feels. I don't know. And whenever I get a cough, like I'll do whatever it takes to like not cough. If I have to like take medicine like to suppress my cough, like I don't know. He was like just laying there and like every time I would close my eyes, he'd cough and I'd be like, wait. And I was like, oh my God. And he has like allergies. It's from allergies. And I'm like, oh my God, just take one of my allergy pills so it like helps you. So you could sleep too. Like he's got to sleep too. He's got to get up earlier than I do, you know? Oh my God. So I was up. I was up. So yeah. Um, oh my God, he was driving me nuts. I'm like, why like don't you just go take medicine? I take allergy medicine every night because I got bad allergies, but he does too. And I know it's allergies because his get bad the same time of year mine do. Like he gets them in the spring and then this time of year is when he gets it bad, like really bad. So, and he doesn't understand. Men just don't listen. He doesn't understand. I'm like, you have to, he takes Sudafed, but I'm like, that's only taking care of half the problem. That's only going to be, helping you with the congestion. I'm like, you need to take something to stop the allergy, like the histamine response. So you need Claritin or Zyrtec or something that'll stop the response from happening in the first place. But like he just doesn't want to listen to me. He doesn't want to listen. So it's because I fell asleep after the baby left, woke up at 8:30 and kept falling back to sleep. Oh, all right. Well, at least you got sleep though. Good morning. Good morning. Heliana, nighttime here. Good to see you. Oh, good to see you too. It's nighttime. It's so funny. I think it's so cool that everybody's watching me from all different parts of the world. So yeah, I was up, but I thought I had fallen asleep on the couch like earlier. So I went up to bed. I woke up and then this happens to me all the time. Like I was so tired last night because like I still feel like I haven't caught up on my sleep from my trip. So because like yesterday, we had a run to practice and then it was like, we got home. I helped Jesse with his homework last night and then it was just like go to sleep and here I am. But I passed out. I was like watching something. I passed out and then I got up and I was up for like another like 2 hours and then I went back to sleep. So I don't feel like I, didn't get any sleep. But Jesse's homework was a 9/11 thing last night. And I was reading it, with him. And we talked a lot about, 9/11 yesterday. Like when we were on the way home, he was asking a lot of questions. And I feel like he's a little older now, so he could kind of understand things more. Even though he doesn't get it still. Like he's just like, why would people do that to us? Like he just doesn't understand. Like, and I guess I don't understand it either. But it was. I'm glad they're talking about it in the school. Like I'm glad they're starting to talk more about it. I guess when they're younger, they're not going to be like yeah, 3,000 people died, but now they're starting to like teach what actually happened that day to the kids. And to be honest, the thing I was reading last night, I was kind of like, oh, this is a little intense for like his age. But we told him what happened, and he was asking a lot of questions yesterday. He's like asking um how the guys got on the planes and all those types of questions. So just crazy. It's just crazy. Um, but it was interesting. I'm standing in front of the wall with all the names. Well, we were telling him he doesn't remember, but when he was like he had to be like almost 2, I think. We went down to the World Trade Center site. He don't remember. Um, and we went to the pools, the reflection pools. I actually just watched a video that's pretty interesting on the pools, that there's a guy that goes in there every night and cleans them. I didn't know that. So like a guy literally gets in the pools. When you look in those pools, it almost looks like it's bottomless because it's like it's it's hard to explain. There's like, I don't know, maybe like a 10-foot drop, and then there's water that goes around, and it looks like there's like a hole in the middle, and like that hole looks like it just goes to like nowhere. I guess so. The part where the water is, right, where the pool part is, it's actually not that deep, even though it looks deep. It's so weird. So there's a guy that goes in there every night with like this really wide broom looking thing, and he cleans the walls off, like the bottom, the floor. I guess so it doesn't like get like algae or something. And then every night, I didn't know that. I'm like, that's pretty interesting. He wears like big wading boots and he goes around the whole thing. And then there's a guy that follows him with like a vacuumy type thing, and they clean it every night. And then there's a little door in there, which now next time I go there, I'm gonna be looking for this door. Because like when you look in it, it's kind of hard to see like in the whole thing, but um there's actually like a little door above the water that the guy could go in. So yeah, my son was asking questions about that because he's like, is that the like whole building? And I'm like, dude, that pool is the size of like our whole property. Like it's huge, you know? And he was just asking about the people, and then he was like, who's the first person that jumped? And I'm like, well, we don't know. There's no way to know that, you know. But I'm glad he's like interested in asking questions about it. Baby's always on the floor, didn't get done. Oh my god. Your neighbors must have loved you, Purple Rain, vacuuming at 4 a.m. They must have been like just happy about that. Um, but yeah, so my kids will never know life. You know what? One of the discussions that we were having though yesterday, which like we were like, wow, dude, I don't remember. We were talking about the airport, right? Because just one of the questions that he was asking was like, how did they get on the planes and then take over the planes? Like, and we were like, they brought box cutters on. And then me and my husband are like talking. I'm like, you couldn't bring like weapons on a plane back then, but like, yes, airport security obviously dramatically changed after 9/11. But my husband was trying to say like you could just walk into the airport, like and I'm like, no, there was still a screening process of sorts. Like you had to go through, I thought metal detectors, and he's saying there was none. And I'm like, there had to be something. You couldn't just walk into the airport, like you had to go through something, but it wasn't like, today where we have to stop, we take our shoes off. But I do, now that I think about it, I do remember them having the x-ray thing kind of like when I was a kid, but not everybody had to go through it, I feel like. And I'm like, and then so I looked it up, and they said that, back then there was no like TSA. People just they hired these private companies to do, security at airports. And there was metal detectors. So you would walk through the metal detectors. So if you think about it, it's like kind of crazy that they got through the metal detectors because they had box cutters, I think it was. And I told them, I'm like, you could bring a lot more stuff than you can now on the plane. Like you could bring you could probably bring like a little utility knife, back then, like a small, like a Swiss Army knife or something. You can't bring like like a big knife, but you could bring something on the plane, you know? And I mean, you can't even have like nail clippers anymore. Shit. So, but here was the other thing they were saying that I didn't even realize changed, but it's true. When you went on the plane back then, like your friends and family could come to the gate with you, like now you can't do that. You could come into the, front part of the airport, but that's it. Once you can't go past TSA. So that's interesting. Um, but yeah, I was like that, so that's one of the things that changed. But then we were talking and I'm like, well, think about how much other things have changed. Cause like Chris says no, but I remember because I went to a lot of concerts and stuff back in the day in baseball games. When you used to go to like a Yankees game, let's just say, or a concert somewhere, you just walked in, gave them your ticket, and went to your seat. Like you didn't have to go through metal detectors to go to like a baseball game or a concert. They weren't scanning you with metal detectors and looking in your bags and shit. Am I wrong here? Because like I don't remember that. I remember that being something that was put in place after 9/11. Totally after 9/11. I was taking a flight to Georgia the day the liquid bomb thing happened in England. Yeah. Remember they were sending anthrax to like people after 9/11 too? The anthrax scare. I mean, it was just crazy. Like nothing had really happened. There was no attack on American soil. I know there was like the bombing at, in 93 at the World Trade Center, but like there was no large scale attack like that. Like we didn't even think it was possible at that point in time. Like the last real big attack on American soil was Pearl Harbor, And it was like, oh yeah, nothing's gonna happen to us. Like we had this false sense of security before that, and like people don't even know what that feels. Not people, we do, but younger people that weren't born at that time or that were really young at that time, they don't even know what that felt like. You know, it was after 9/11. Okay. Yeah, like you just went in there, you gave them their ticket, and you went to your seat. You didn't like have to go through like a security check to go to a concert or like a big venue like that. So I'm like, it really changed so much in our world that, like before then, things were just so much easier. Like we just took it for granted. We just we just walked into places. And then, the paranoia I remember after 9/11 of like just everywhere you were going, there was this paranoia that kind of followed you everywhere. Like you don't know what's going to happen. So I want to bring my son back there though. Oklahoma, the first World Trade Center bombing were by Americans. It's really crazy. I was watching this thing last night because all this like 9/11 stuff showed up in my feed on here, and I was watching this thing, and they were talking about the security guard who worked in the World Trade Center, and he was helping a lot of people, and he ended up dying in there. For one of the companies, I don't remember which company it was, but anyway, they were saying that after the 93 bombing, he was trying to take security measures, and he had actually said to one of the people that the next time they get us, it's going to be by air, and there's going to be nothing we could do about it, you know? And he ended up being right. They were talking about that. And oh my God, hey, Life Rewinder, one of the saddest things that I saw last night in this thing that I was watching was this I guess he was a doctor, and he was talking about, or he was some type of medical personnel, and he was talking about, after the plane hit and there was um bodies all over, the ground outside of the buildings, and he was going around and he had these cards and he was putting tags on people um with varying degrees, I guess, of like, their medical needs. And on the tags there was, you know, a black tag that said deceased. This way, when the firemen or rescue people got there, they knew not to, that no medical intervention was needed for those people. So he's walking around and he said there's just bodies everywhere. So he's just putting the black labels on them. And then all of a sudden he gets up to this one and he goes to put a black label on it. And the lady turns her head and she's like, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. And he looked at her and like he's like, oh, that was a mistake, but he said like her hair, her makeup, everything was fine, but the whole entire bottom half of her body was just like completely crushed, like destroyed, and there was no way she would live. So he lied to her and he said, don't worry, somebody's gonna come for you. And oh, it was a mistake. I put that label on you, and don't worry, somebody's gonna come for you. But he's like, as a doctor, or whatever he was, he knew that there was no chance of her surviving much longer within in the situation that she was in, given the fact that her body was just completely destroyed, and he's saying how it took him like years to, try to get that out, her face and everything out of his mind. And it like followed him everywhere he went. And, the guilt of like lying to her because you're not supposed to do that. And oh my gosh, just like I can't even imagine, you know, I just can't even imagine. So sad. So sad. So paranoia because the world is getting crazier and crazier. Yeah, right? The paranoia hasn't really gone away. I mean, you really think about it, for those of us who were alive during that time, like there's still crazy shit that happens in places, shootings and all sorts of things. So it's like still there. That paranoia is still there. Yeah, Purple Rain. I'm sure I mean, Life Rewinded. There was a lot of people that you knew. I remember that. It's like, oh my God. It's just so sad. So sad. But now my son's like yesterday, he's like, I'm never going on a plane again. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I said, it's that'll never happen again. I mean, I can never say never, but I'm trying to comfort my son, it's like that should never happen again, because of the security measures that we've put in play. As long as people don't get lax on them, you know, that'll never happen, because we were trying to explain to him because he was like, well, why didn't people just, beat up the guys? And we're like, well, in one case they did, right, on Flight 93, but we're like, they had weapons, like they had knives, so it's like, who knows what else they said. They could have had a bomb or something, or told people that they had one, so like it's like that's why they were able to take over the planes. They had an upper hand, they had an advantage over people. But if you can't bring that on the plane, then you don't have the advantage. I mean, I'm sure you could try to overtake a plane, but if you don't have a weapon on you, it's going to be very hard. So we were trying to explain that to him because that's the truth. Oh, I still hate flying. I still hate it. It's terrible. So he was asking me, because I was at his homework last night, and he was asking me like where I was on that day. And I was telling him that whole story, where I was in school and then I left and, whatever. And just how scary it felt that day, because like, okay, one plane hits the World Trade Center. It's like, you thinking to yourself, well, maybe it was an accident, maybe a plane lost control. I mean, it's very rare that a plane like that, big, loses control. Just given all the security measures they take on the runway, all the checks that they do, but it's possible. Look at the Miracle on the Hudson. They hit the bird, so something could have happened potentially, but it's very odd, especially those of us who fly out of Kennedy and LaGuardia. It's like, or, any of the local airports here. It's like planes don't really go over the city like that, like that doesn't happen. So it's like, why was a plane even over there? But okay, you start thinking to yourself like, okay, what could have happened? But then, I think it wasn't until like there was a second plane and a third plane that you started really realizing like something's going on. Like this is being done on purpose now, so like I was trying to explain to them the confusion of the day of like at first not knowing, like what was going on, and then sitting there and thinking to yourself, okay, something's up here, like this is not normal. And then who's doing this? That's I remember feeling that day, like, okay, if it's being done on purpose, who's doing it? Who were the people responsible? So scary, man. So get this. He tells me that while his teacher's talking about it yesterday, and you guys know how much I love 9/11 conspiracists, right? While the teacher's talking yesterday, he goes around the classroom and he asks all the kids, what's their feelings about 9/11. And there's this one kid that's been, he's been in Jesse's class quite a few times. He's a little out there, Um, he's a nice kid though. I mean, I never like talked to him, but Jesse says he's a nice kid, so I'm gonna take his word for it. But he says yesterday that he thinks that it never happened, right? And I'm like, oh my God, like, so I'm trying to explain to Jesse, and I said, I don't know if this is what the kid meant, but I said that there's people out there in this world that actually believe that the 9/11 attacks never happened, actually. So, I was like, there's people out there that think it was all fake, and this and that. And then there's other conspiracies, where people think our government was involved and, because people heard explosions, but they're not realizing that the explosions that they could have heard were other things in the building, like transformers or who knows what kind of things were stored in the building, kind of like gases or, things to maintain the building were in there. I mean, explosions could have been anything. So I'm like, yeah, there's people out there that actually believe. So I'm trying to explain to Jesse, I'm like, people that aren't from New York, they don't understand that. Like, I told them, I'm like, think of when we travel, all these times we've traveled through, out of the state, right? We always have to pass what? The city, So think of how many bridges we go over, right? All the bridges, and how many times or highways, and how many times you could see the city. You could see that. I mean, I don't think people understand this. Like, when you're in Jersey, when you're in Queens, when you're in Brooklyn, when you're on the bridges, you can see the city from so many places on Long Island and then out of Long Island, So it's like I remember I used to go with my dad in Queens. We used to go, he had a route out there and we delivered stuff to supermarkets. And certain blocks you drive down, you could have a perfect view of the World Trade Center, you know? Um, so, and the city, I mean, it's like you could see it from Queens, from Brooklyn, and like deep in Queens, deep in Brooklyn. Like, I don't think people understand just how big it is and like how good you could see it from how many places. Like, so you could see it from so many different places. It's like, so you're going to tell me that all these people from all these places were seeing things? Like, it just doesn't, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Gas lines, refrigerant, people don't think about those things. They're like, oh, there was explosions, it must be bombs, No. So like, for people to think like, oh yeah, it was faked. I mean, I've seen crazy shit. Like, people thought the planes were CGI. And I'm like, dude, like, do you understand how many people, like, witnessed it that day? Witnessed the buildings on fire, witnessed the plane crashing, at least the second one, especially because at that point, everybody's eyes in New York were trained on those buildings. And those buildings, especially, you could see from like so many places. I don't think people realize how big they were. That, even the new World Trade Center building, you can see it from so many places. I mean, if you're on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, you can see it. It's like the Bell Parkway, you can see it. It's it's like you can see the city from a lot of places on Long Island. So it's like, yeah, dude. Well, not, in Queens and Brooklyn, you could see it from a lot of places and from very far away. Like, that's like when we were kids and we were driving to my grandparents' house, we took the Bell Parkway there, and my grandparents were right in the beginning of Brooklyn. So it was like you cross over Queens border and then Brooklyn, and then maybe they're a couple of miles in, off the Bell Parkway. And that's how I knew I was getting close to my grandparents' house, because I could see the World Trade Center, so it's like, I don't think people realize that. Like, you could see those buildings from so many places in the city that it's there, people witnessed. There's millions upon millions of witnesses. And then not even that, everybody knows somebody that was either in those buildings or that was a fireman or policeman that worked in those buildings. So everybody on Long Island knows somebody that worked in those buildings or that, went there afterwards or something. there's some connection. Shit, the person that watches my dog was a huge, part of the rescue effort. So it's like we all know somebody. Everybody does. So my son, like, he's like looking at me like, why would people think that that didn't happen? Like, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if the kid was, trying to say that like he didn't know, he didn't believe it happened because it was like so crazy, or, and he heard it as a obviously kid, and it's hard to imagine when you weren't there. I don't know if that's what he meant, but my son was making it seem like he was saying that like he really still thinks it didn't happen, you know? And I was like, oh, all right. Like, like he didn't like I've shown Jesse the videos of the planes hitting the buildings and stuff. It's like, I don't know, maybe that kid, maybe his parents never showed him, so he doesn't know. I don't know. But I just thought it was like funny that my son picked up on that yesterday. I had to shut it off when a camera panned in a couple who jumped. Oh yeah. Yeah, dude. The jumpers were it was hard. Watch a documentary about the aftermath and health issues the first responders have had. So sad. Yeah, dude, it's bad. I mean, on TV all the time, you see commercials for not still to this day, 22 years later, you still see commercials about 9/11 workers' compensation, lawsuits because of health, problems and stuff. I mean, we still see it all the time. Because I mean, whatever they were breathing in down there, all the dust and everything. I mean, the first responders, like, oh, it's bad. The guys that cleaned up. And then that was another question Jesse was asking. He's like, how'd they clean that up? How long did it take? And, I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, that didn't, you think about it, they got that cleaned up pretty quick. I mean, right? September 11th it happened. I know it was a while that they had to wait because there were still fires burning for like weeks in certain areas, right? But like they had I remember I went by, I think it was November. I went there, and I was telling him this, like, it was just so sad. We went down to the site, and I've been to the city a million times, and we've been down by the World Trade Center because right across from the World Trade Center, there was a Century 21, and Century 21 is like a department store. It's like a fusion between a Marshalls and a Macy's, or like a Bloomingdale's or some shit. And it's, oh my God, it was the best place to shop. It was so good, this place. And the one down by the World Trade Center, that one was huge. It was enormous, and so, we would go there just to shop there. So we went down there, and, and that area before 9/11 was crazy. I mean, you that's the area in the city where you get run over because everybody's in a hustle and bustle. There's a bunch of it was so weird. It's like you go in the city and like everybody's normal. You go by Times Square, and then all of a sudden you go down by Wall Street, and it's just all people in business suits. With walking with little briefcases, and they're walking so fast. And it's so funny because you always see the women, and they're always carrying their shoes with them, but they have sneakers on with like these nice business skirts and shit, and and they will knock you right down. They will plow right through you. They're all in a rush, and then all of a sudden go in there after 9/11, and just the emptiness of the streets was so eerie. I've never been in the city like that. I've never seen the city so like just quiet, and it was like, oh, it's just such an eerie feeling. So we went down to the World Trade Center, and the fences were still up around the site. They had put like these construction fences, and just every square inch of those fences was covered with pictures and flowers and teddy bears and just all sorts of things. Like people would put framed pictures up there, and I mean just the amount of pictures and posters, have you seen this person? Have you seen that person? Oh my God. Oh my God, it was so sad. And it was like a month, it's like a few months later by the time I go there. And it was just so sad, knowing that by that time, none of those people were found. Um, but anyway, I remember there was like a little area where the fence was open, a gate was open, and we walked on to the site, and it looked so weird. It was like there was like a bobcat, like what do they call those things? I don't know, like the construction vehicles. I can't think of the name right now. And like a mirror that was like like the security mirrors they have, so you can like, they're round, like that was just cracked, and like it looked like everything in that area was just frozen in time. It was still had that coating of dust on it, you know, and there was an ambulance, like it was so eerie. We just looked around real quick and we got out of there because we didn't want to get in trouble. But most of the site was cleaned up by that point in time, November. So when you think about it, they got it cleaned up pretty quick, you know, pretty quick, considering how much shit was there, how much rubble and um I mean that pile was huge, dude. Huge. So mm, hold on. Let me scroll up here. I'll never forget seeing people dump. Yeah, that's horrible. I went when the fences are put up. I only gone back once since then to the site. I've been back there several times. I've seen the pools, and then I went. I still haven't gone to the museum, so I want to do that. But I went up to the top of the New World Trade Center, which was scary. It was, dude. It was like I don't know. That building's still empty. Nobody wants to go in that building. There's stuff there, but it's mainly empty. It's kind of a waste of a building, But yeah, I went up there. I was like, I'm gonna go up there. I want to see it. Let me tell you, you're not gonna get a more spectacular view of the city and like surrounding area, but it is scary just thinking. I'm on the same I'm in the same area where so many people lost their lives in a building like this. Like, what if that happened again? You know? Scary. Building 7 was also impacted. Oh, yeah, there was tons of other buildings impacted, which are still rebuilding to this day. Some of those buildings still haven't even been finished yet down there. So, yeah, it's definitely interesting. But I definitely want to see the museum one day, you know. My son wants to go too, so it's a spirit graveyard. I don't know if they should have rebuilt. I feel like at the time we like that was the feeling, was like, no, we're gonna rebuild and we're gonna come back bigger and better. I feel like that was like that was the spirit at the time for us, like we're not gonna let people take us down. We're gonna come back and we're gonna build better, But I'm glad they, didn't rebuild in the same spot and there's a place for people to go downtown. Yeah, 9/11 definitely gave us a little PTSD. I mean, that was like we watched that live on TV. Like, Mercedes girls. Anybody else having YouTube glitches? Yeah, I am. I'm having my thing glitches out all the time. It's annoying. Mine, I've noticed, like if I'm watching like a rewatching an old live and then I go into a new live, let's just say, right? And the fact that my phone, like let's just say I was watching it on like 1.5 speed and my phone still thinks this is at least what I think is going on. I think that there's some type of glitch where like then when you go in another video, another live, and it's not, it's live, so it's not sped up. You can't speed it up. It starts blanking out because for some reason YouTube is still thinking that it has to play it faster, even though you can't because it's live. And so like I'll have to close the whole live out, go back to my history and reopen the live. If I open it from like the person's page again, it'll just do the same thing. It'll keep like glitching, like where I could hear like every other word that they're saying. But then if I go off my history, it's fine. It's like the weirdest thing. But yeah, that's like one of the glitches I've been having, is like something with sound. And then I was having chat a while back, and it only seemed to happen when there was like a lot of people in a chat, like more than like, 100. My chat was like bugging out, you know? So, like if I was like in Queen Bee's chat and she had like, like 900 people in there, it was, my chat wasn't like running. So it's been very glitchy lately. So, bottom part of my chat just disappears and comes back when my laptop and it started again last night. Yeah, mine was having the same problem. I mean, the best thing to do is if you're ever experiencing any of those, types of problems, you just close the video out, or maybe even just close YouTube out, and then, come back and just grab the video from your history, and restart it again. And that should fix most issues. Your boss wouldn't let you guys watch the 9/11 stuff? That's so crazy. I was home, so I watched it. I remember I stopped at my ex-boyfriend's house at the time, and he was like the first person I knew that had a flat screen TV. I was like, and like on his TV, it was like, whoa, because like I don't even think I had a flat screen TV at that time. We still had the square ones, and we were just like I was just crying. I was just like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, oh my god. Oh, I know, that is so messed up, Bobra. Kids, just families. Oh my god, it's so sad. Anyway, so last night, while I got up, I fell asleep and then I got up, and I was up for like an hour or so. I was in Discord and I was reading some of the conversations that were going on in there, and they were talking about this whole thing with Randy and Sin and everything. And I'm like, not Randy, well, yeah, Randy, Wendy, and Sin. So I go back and I watch Randy's live last night, and I'm like, what? Dude, like, I cannot fucking wrap my head around this. So I don't know if you guys heard this, okay? I don't know Sin all that well. You guys know who Sin is, right? CYN, she puts her name. And I don't, look, I don't know her all that well. I know that she's like from the OG drama community. It's like what I know, and she's very good friends with Randy. She's very protective of Randy and those people. But I don't know her like all that well. Like, she's come in here a few times. We've talked to each other. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know her that well. So anyway, I have seen her be, she can be a little abrasive sometimes, but in comments and stuff, but we all could be, right? So so they show this screenshot on the live, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? This kind of just blew my mind. I'm like, wow, man. Like, it just really goes to show that, like, you just don't ever really know people, I guess, on here, because like I'm gonna show you guys because I took a screenshot of it, because I'm trying to understand what exactly happened. So apparently a while back there was like these troll accounts, I guess, that were going into this is how I understand it, okay? And maybe you guys in the chat that know the full story could help me kind of like fill this in. So, there was these troll accounts that were going into their chats and being really nasty, saying really nasty things about Sin, and then about Randy and their friendship and stuff like that. Like, this is how I was understanding from what they were saying last night. And so there was this other person named Thank You Next, who, if you hear people saying ton, TUN, or you see that name, that's who they're talking about. Okay. And like, apparently, I guess there at some point in time, there was a fallout between all of them and Thank You Next. And so they were blaming Thank You Next for all these troll accounts, that were coming in talking about, Randy and Sin and whatever. Okay. So, as we all know, Wendy's been, looking. I know it wasn't you, Sarah. as we know, Wendy's been tracking all these troll accounts and everything, right? So like, this is where it got me fucked up, okay? Because I was like, wow, dude, this is really fucking weird. No, Remy, she hasn't, because they still believe that Sarah is some of those accounts, which I don't. But I watched part of Wendy's live the other day. I mean, I couldn't watch the whole thing because we were in the car. We were driving up to Rochester, which was like a fucking longest drive of my life. Holy shit. Well, no, not the longest, but maybe the third longest drive of my life. It just felt like forever. But it was a beautiful ride. If you ever like driving across, New York State, it really is such a beautiful ride. Like, I don't even know where there could be a more, beautiful scenery, especially if you go in like the fall, because that's the best time of year to do it. I was like, damn, I wish we were doing this ride like in like a month, because the leaves would start turning over. Now it would be like spectacular, the view, but we did it a little too early, I guess, but whatever. So I I was trying to listen to it, but it's like I'm in the car, my husband and my son, they're talking, we're all talking and shit. So I wasn't really able to listen to it, you know. So I did watch like maybe like a little less than the first half of it. I was able to watch. My son was sleeping, you know, and everything for a little bit. It was quiet. So I watched a little bit and excuse me. I'm just saying, like, whatever was shown by that point in time, I didn't see any solid proof that any of those accounts were Sarah. So, still, so I didn't finish watching it, but I've heard other people, I've seen other people in comments that, they've said that nothing was shown that proves it. So, but anyway, all right. So, besides that, so I guess there was a point in time. Yeah, Sammy, it is beautiful. Why is this asshole in here? Could somebody Corey, go away, dude? You fucking weirdo. Anyway, so they were in here. You don't have to block her, just hopefully she'll go away on her own. But we know that's not gonna happen. Anyway, so I'm watching this and I'm like, I guess there was all these troll accounts, and I believe him. So I'm like, the whole time I'm like listening to them last night, I'm trying to like I'm like, what the fuck are these troll account things? I never heard of a lot of them. So this one was named K Later. And this is the one that I guess Wendy V picked up on it, that the troll account was logged in right when they took the screenshot. So I'm reading it and just listen to what this says. It says, "You probably don't know me. I'm a sub and was a member of the Winner Circle for a while, but I'm a member with a lot of different creators. I always listen. I only comment on my main account from time to time. I made this one so I don't get blocked, but I was just at Lucy's." I don't know who that is. "I was just at Lucy's listening to her videos, and I see your supposed friend Sin's comment." Now this is Sin talking right here. This is fucking weird, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but it is. Supposed friend Sin's comment, and I'm shocked at what she said, and don't think she should be pulled back. I'm sorry, don't you think she should be pulled back a little? I've sat back. I think it should say sat back. I've sat back and watched her go hard at people over you, Randy, and Nada, and then it just cuts off. But I'm like, dude, that's fucking weird, bro. Like, if this is her, okay, that's fucking weird. And again, I don't know Sin all that well, so like, I don't know it that good. But I'm like, this is fucking weird, bro. Like, this is weird. Like, I'm like, why would you do this? Like, I'm trying to like understand, because again, I don't know the whole story all that well. So I'm like, but why the fuck would you do this? Like, why would you troll your friends about yourself? Like, I just don't get that. But the part that really fucked my head up last night was that Wendy was saying that apparently at some point in time, they confronted her. Hold on, before I go there, let me just explain the rest of this to you guys. They confronted her about this the other day, okay? Because I guess Wendy V picked up on it and said that, well, one of them has to be the troll account, because as you can see down here, right, the troll account is logged in. So like they could add a comment. So, so they all started confronting each other like, well, where'd you get the picture from? And then that's how they figured out that it came from Sin, And then once they confronted her, I don't know, I guess she didn't she answered it, but her answer was that if I did that, I don't remember. And I'm like, how is that possible? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I guess it could be possible if you were like shit-faced or something. I don't know. But, I'm like, that's kind of an admission of guilt. Like, when people do that, like they want to kind of separate themselves from it. And I guess, I don't know. So, but they know that it came from her. So then I guess she kind of disappeared and she won't return calls or messages or anything like that. I guess she's embarrassed, which she should be, because this wasn't the only comment. I mean, there was worse comments, I guess, and there was more comments. And then there was, this is the part that I couldn't wrap my head around. So Wendy was saying that like they had spent hours on the phone one night, trying to figure this all out, and like reverse image searching, I guess, like the profile pictures on these accounts, and like tracking these accounts and talking about it with her on the phone. So like, and the whole time she's on the phone with them, she knows that it's her, you know? And I'm like, I have to say, I've seen a lot of fucking strange behavior on this platform. Okay. I've seen a lot of weird shit on this platform, but this has got to go down in history as the fucking weirdest shit I've ever seen. Like the most bizarre, just head scratchingly bizarre things that I've ever seen. Cause I'm like, dude, that is fucking weird. Like, I'm pretty sure from what they were saying last night, her and Randy had met up in like real life and shit. So, and I remember seeing a picture of them on Randy's community post, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what in the actual fuck? And it's got to have Randy kind of questioning like her senses of like being able to read people, you know, in a sense, because it's like first Diane, now this, you know, but it's the internet, dude. And it's really hard to read people when you're not actually, well, she met Sin in person, but I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're not in person with them all the time, you know, like when they're not in your everyday life, it's hard. It is. People could put on a really good show over the internet, you know? So, but it's just, I'm just like, wow, dude, this is so weird. And the way that they were kind of explaining it, they were like, you know, does she feel that like almost like she was doing this out of like an insecurity kind of thing? And maybe that's the case. I don't know. Cause I don't, like I said, I don't really know her all that well. But I'm like, this is more to me, you know, as an outsider who isn't emotionally connected to this situation, because I don't know her that good. Like, there's something more going on here, you know. Insecurity is probably a little bit of a part of it, but like, I don't know, it goes a lot deeper in my head that like something is seriously wrong here, dude. Like, this is very weird, you know. um and again, I don't know the ins and out of their friendship or anything like that, so like i can't I just can't wrap my head around this. I just can't. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre. Yeah, good point, Sarah. She's insecure, but I'm evil and a fucking bitch. Like, look, Sarah, you know, and this should be a great example of why we shouldn't put targets on people's backs like that without 100% proof. I mean, look, if you want to speculate and be like, hey, I think the troll might be this person or that person, like, fine. You know, I don't know what these trolls were saying, you know, in her chat. Like, and I don't know all the trolls that were the thank you next trolls, you know, supposedly, allegedly. I don't know, you know, so I feel like I didn't like miss this whole thing. I don't even know when this happened. But you know, we shouldn't be categorically being like, yes, this is the person, you know, like that's it, this is him. And like, you know, unless you have 100% proof, like I obviously am being trolled. I have my guesses of who it is. But I've discussed it with people, right? I've kind of discussed it with you guys. I haven't said a name, but I've maybe given you guys some ideas of who I think it is, because again, I'm not going to just blatantly say somebody's name and then have people attacking that person when I don't even know if it's that person for 100%. You know, it's just some of the things they say, some of the issues that they have. You can only really guess, you know, where they're coming from, you know, just based on what they say to you, and where they're trolling and who they're trolling. So it's like, you know, and that's what I was trying to explain to them the other day. I'm like, you know, if you think that Sarah's a troll, right, there has to be a motivation there for somebody to do it. Like, do people just randomly troll on the internet? Absolutely, they do, you know. But like, to me, Sarah's somebody, number one, who's never really been afraid to speak her mind or act a certain way on her own account. You know, like it's not like she needs to hide, because she's pretty vocal on her own account, you know. But I'm like, where's the motivation in that? And Wendy couldn't answer my question. She's like, well, don't ask me to make sense of it. I'm like, well, you kind of have to make sense of it, Wendy, because like you need to think to yourself, like, why would Sarah do this to me? You know, like, what did I do to Sarah? And I know I didn't do anything to Sarah. You know, Sarah and I are cool with each other. We talk to each other. Sarah's in my chat. Sarah's a member on my channel. It's like, why would she do that to me? You know, does this Sin thing prove that I guess people that like you control you, but like not that viciously? You know, I don't think Sin was threatening to call authorities or, children, anything about children. She kept this trolling focused mainly on her and Randy's friendship, which is weird, but you know, I just don't think Sarah has the motivation to do that to me. Just don't. I just don't, and I'm like, well, you kind of have to make sense. There's other people here where that I know they feel, because they've expressed that they feel that I have wronged them in some way. And so those people, okay, I would understand if they were trolling me because they have a motive, and even if the motive is crazy in their heads, it makes sense to that. Okay, well, Mika Mobster threatened me or some shit, so I'm gonna troll the shit out of her. Like, that makes sense, so with Sarah it doesn't make sense because I've never done anything to Sarah. So like, and especially the fact that she's sitting in my chats all the time here. But I agree, Huck. I think she's wrong on Sarah 100%. I've done a little more research this weekend, which I'm not going to get into too deep here. But yeah, I don't. It's not Sarah. It's not Sarah. No, Sarah doesn't have a motive or the time. I don't think so either. I just don't. And it's like, I'm glad though that there's people that are just having their opinions about this, and you know what I'm saying? Like, not because I feel like a lot of times back in the day, people would be like, well, they said she's the troll, so let's get our pitchforks and chase her out of the community. And it's like, I think there's some people that believe it, and then there's a lot more people that are like, yeah, that's not proof enough for me. Like, sorry, I'm not ready to chase Sarah out of the community with a pitchfork. And like, I'm just not, because I just haven't seen the proof. Like, what I saw the other day was, she was playing clips from Jenny Jen Jen's. And here's the thing too. I've spoken to Jenny Jen Jen about this, and she doesn't even think that Sarah's the accounts, right? So like, so using her stream as proof that it's Sarah, when Jenny herself doesn't even think that these accounts are Sarah, says a lot to me, But like Flava, I don't trust that woman as far as I could throw her. I mean, I've never had issues with Flava. The only issue I could, which wasn't even really an issue, was that, Flava used to come in my chats in the very, beginning when she first started coming here. And when she made a phone call to MGL's son's school, I was like, yo, dude, that's not cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as much as I can't stand MGL, leave her fucking son alone. Why are you bothering her son and calling the fucking school? Like, that's so stupid. Like, like, I'm not cool with that. Okay. So, I mean, and ever since then, she just never came back in my chat, So when I voiced my opinion about that, she never came back in my chat after that. So that's about, my interactions with her. That was like the end of my interactions with her. So, but I've heard things about her from other people. And again, I don't, know for myself, but like, I've heard other things, and, she has some problematic behavior from what I can understand, or just, I don't even want to say problematic, maybe just more so like, untrustworthy, So I don't know, her saying things on a panel doesn't really prove anything to me. I don't know if she's that reliable of a source is basically what I'm saying, So yeah, playing clips of me having an emotional breakdown and panic attack is not proof of anything, but I needed help and I got help. Exactly. Everybody has had their meltdowns on here. And that's what I'm saying. Again, Sarah's not afraid to go on a panel and fucking duke it out with somebody, and like, those clips don't prove anything to me at all, so I don't know. Over 3 years of deception, your own BFF harassing you and themselves under a troll account, and these are not teenagers. Yeah, and that's what's so like, I don't know the extent of all the things that these trolls that Sin was using was saying, and I'm trying to think to myself last night, there was maybe a couple of things going on here, maybe she was trying to like frame other people, like, this is a real fucking thing. I mean, I had a friend like this when I was younger who used to get very jealous when I would get closer with other friends, You know, I had a friend, like, and I'm not saying this is the case, but it could be, right? I had a good friend when I was younger that, like, if I started getting closer with another friend and she wasn't like my top priority all the time, she would do things. And as we got older, it got worse. Like when we were kids, she would do like stupid little things. But when we started getting into like puberty and teenage years, she would like literally lie to people and be like, oh, Leanna said this about you, to try to almost like start little shit, fires, dumpster fires, fights between me and those people. And then like the friend would come up to me, well, did you say this? And I'd be like, no, like I don't even know where the fuck that came from. Like she would plant little seeds around all the time. And it was like, because I think she just wanted, she felt insecure. And I think we've all felt that at times in our lives, right? We're like, oh, a friend's getting closer. When you're young, like you feel like, oh, you just like, you care about your friend. You don't want to lose your friend, but it's, some people have like more of an issue with that than others, where they don't understand that like you could be friends with this person or that person and still be friends with me, and we could still have a solid friendship. So I don't know if something like that's maybe going on, where she feels threatened by people, and you know what I'm saying? Maybe certain people, maybe Thank You Next, maybe whoever. And so she's trying to troll because, I mean, I guess that goes along with what they were saying last night about the insecurity things, right? But I don't think it's an insecurity about herself necessarily. I think maybe it was some type of insecurity about her friendship with Randy. Um, I don't know if it's that, or, I mean, I think that there is something a little more going on, because you got to think of the time that you would put into doing something like that. That not only that, but also the effort and like the deception that's involved in that, because like she was sending them screenshots. Like it's it's bizarre, dude. Why would you go to that length of like doing something like that? Like, what are you gonna get out of that in the end? Oh. Right, she trolled herself. So, Pugs, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was like an attention thing. Like maybe she just wanted attention from people. But like this is a platform, where there's a lot of people who do come on here because they're seeking attention, you know, unfortunately. I mean, just people on the internet in general, right? Are seeking attention, but you just like there's some more than others, right? That like they don't know how to like just get like attention in a normal healthy way, so they try to find other ways to try to get attention, you know and I don't know what it does for them really, but you know it's just very bizarre, dude. It's very bizarre. Some people have borderline personality disorder and can't handle when others have friends other than them, but I don't know sin like that. Ms. Leah, that right. That's a great point. People with borderline personality disorder have like abandonment issues, right? And that's like one of the signs, I guess, that of the disorder is like they're very scared of people abandoning them, and like not just like physically abandoning them and just like, oh, okay, leaving them, picking up and like moving out of state or something. Abandonment could be like in a moment, right? Where like you're not paying attention to somebody, and like, or you're reading a book, right? While you're there with the person, and the person feels like you care about the book more than them, you know? Like they have those types of issues where they feel like, every time you're not paying attention to them, it's like an abandonment, you know? Or if you're talking to somebody else, you're abandoning them. Like if they call you and you're like, I got to call you back, you're abandoning them, So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people. I had a friend like that on here. I had a friend like that. Um, that would do things like that. I don't know if she had a disorder, but her behavior was very in line with that disorder. She would like, she didn't really do it so much with me though, I've noticed, but there was other people that like she would just shut them out as soon as they did something that she didn't like, or like said something that she didn't like. And sometimes those things were very benign, like they weren't like horrible things. They were just maybe like, oh, well, I like that person that, you don't like. I mean, she's never done anything to me. And then she would be like, fuck that, I'm blocking this person. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Like there's, I have friends here that like people that I don't really care for that, it's not that I dislike the people. It's just people that I wouldn't watch myself. I mean, there's a spider on my couch. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on a second. You know? So like, yes, borderlines can be very irrational. Very true. Like, again, I don't know if she has that. I've never known to tell her to troll. I've known her to tell off people. She doesn't. It all started with Life Rewind lie. I don't want to get involved in their issue with that. It has nothing to do with me. But I like Life Rewinded and I like Sarah. So I don't want to get involved in that. But but anyway. Anyway. What the hell was I saying? I totally just lost my train of thought there. I don't know if Sin has that. I don't know if that's what she's suffering from. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know her that much. All I do know is there was one time and like, I kind of like I was a little shocked. She went at figure skating coach pretty damn hard for no reason. And was that in my chat? I don't even remember where that was. I know I was like there when it happened. I just don't remember exactly where it was. And I was just like, dude, like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I mean, it was like excessively hard the way she was going at her. And, from what I remember, like, figure skating coach didn't really do anything, like, it was just kind of weird. And I was like, okay, so yeah. Amber Heard's a borderline. Yeah, she is. And there's varying degrees of like borderline personality disorder. I mean, some people are worse than others. I know that there's somebody that comes into my comments a lot who's talked like in great detail about their experience because they have it, and what they've done to help themselves and stuff. And so there's not, I don't know what's going on with her, but that is a good point that, there are people that have that and that, they have issues with like abandonment, they got insecurity issues with friendships. It's like the whole basis around the disease is really just having trouble maintaining relationships with people, like an instability in relationships in their lives with everybody, parents, teachers, friends, coworkers, everybody. So Sarah, I even knew that AWP was helping find someone you knew. It's just ridiculous saying you were related. Yeah. I don't want to start that whole thing up again, honestly, but I have BPD, couldn't read there. I have DBT therapy and medication. Right. There's no like cure for it, right? From what I understand, there's no like actual cure for it, but there's things you could do certainly to help yourself, like dialectal isn't that what it is? Dialectal. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Behavioral therapy is one of them, right? And that helps with several things, but that's like one of the, from what I've, read, like that's one of the best types of therapy if you do have borderline personality disorder. I can't talk today. Holy shit. And then, there's medications you could take for like anxiety or, depression that you might be feeling and stuff like that to help with those symptoms. But again, like, I don't know if that's what she has, so I don't want to diagnose things because I don't know her like that. But like, there's something else clearly going on with her that she would make her do that because I don't know, dude. That's just fucking weird to me. It's bizarre. I was like, when I heard that last night, I was just like, wow. I'm like, this has to be one of the weirdest things I've seen done on here. Like, because like, I know that they've been good friends for years, and like to do this. And then like, I don't know if it's to see Randy's reaction so that Randy, fights for her honor or something like, and maybe it does help again with her insecurity about their friendship for Randy to stick up for her, like maybe that's what it is. She wants to like, maybe she needs constant reassurance about how much Randy cares about her. You know what I'm saying? So creating these situations, and it's weird, don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to make sense of this in my brain. maybe Randy's, her seeing Randy stick up for her reassures her that Randy cares about her. And again, it's fucking weird, but maybe that's what the motive is, because like I just can't make sense. I'm like, why would you want to drive your friends crazy, doing this? Like, don't get me wrong, dude. There's times where I've been on here in my mind, and in my mind, I've thought to myself, like, shit, this person that's trolling me clearly either watches me very closely or we've had personal conversations on the phone, and I'm like, I have thought to myself, like, imagine it was one of my friends, but then that thought goes away really quick, but I'm like, imagine it was, like, I don't know. I never really truly know, not necessarily somebody I'm really close with, but like somebody that I was friendlier with at one point in time, because I'm like, this is fucking weird, dude. Like the things that this person's saying, so I mean, of course, the thought crosses your mind because, like, you never really do 100% know somebody on here. I mean, just in life in general. I mean, look at the Long Island serial killer. The wife had no idea she's living with a serial killer. So it's like you don't know anybody. Did Shanann Watts know that Chris Watts was gonna take her life and the life of her children? Like, no, you don't know. So I mean, it's always a possibility, but I don't think that, I think that would take a lot. That, that's the rational thought process is like, dude, that would take a lot. Whoever this is, they're fucking angry. They're extremely angry. Shit, the lighter just broke, with me. And I don't think a friend would be this angry with me or be able to pull this off talking to me, and then being like that angry at the same time. Or even like I'm talking a friend that like comes in chat, like, are they going to be able to pull off, like Sarah, for instance? There you go. Sarah coming into chat and being nice to me all the time and then going behind the scenes and threatening me like that. I'm like, that takes like a special type of fucking crazy person, to do that. I feel the same, Purple Rain, I feel like that about my husband, and I'm sure every woman does, for the most part. I don't know. It's just, whatever is going on with Sin. And again, I don't know all the details about it, but I just think it's weird. And I think it's something, I think it's something rare. Like, I don't think that this is like a thing that multiple people are thinking of doing on this platform. I think that this is like a weird thing, but it does open up your brain to like, holy shit, I thought I've seen it all on here, but apparently I haven't. Like I thought I saw all the crazy shit I could see on YouTube that people do on here with trolling and shit, but this is like a whole new fucking thing that I haven't seen before. That is crazy. And I'm like, wow. And of course, Randy, when he found, they sounded really upset about it last night. And I would be too if I was them, because I'd be like, dude, like, you played me, I do feel like, though, that she owes them like some type of explanation to why she would do that. And even, and guess what? If you're friends, then your friends should understand it, I mean, don't just go run and hide after that. I understand she's embarrassed and everything, but it's like, dude, you kind of owe your friends. Well, it's the same thing Diane did, right? Essentially, Diane just disappeared and never really gave, an explanation. Hold on, let me scroll up here. Not being funny, I never in a million years thought my ex would try to kill me. There was no violence during the relationship. It happened when I wouldn't take him back. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes people get crazy after, you know what I'm saying? Like out of desperation, basically. Does it shock me though? People are nuts. And like you said, it's the internet. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, shit. According to some people, I'm every account on my pages. Somebody actually fucking said that I am all the accounts that I guess stand up for me in my comment section. They're all my accounts. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm probably all you guys too, you know, everybody's in my chat. Yeah, I'm slowly losing all hope for humanity. But you got to also think to yourself, like, I feel like the things that people do on here, like those kind of things, are things that, like, first of all, you don't even have an opportunity to do in real life. I mean, I guess you could kind of, but like, people do them because of the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, where else in life would you have an opportunity to test people like that? You know, like, and I think that's what it is. It's a test of Randy's loyalty to her in a sense, you know? And it's like, but where else in life would you have a place to do something like that? I mean, I guess there's other ways you could go about that, but like, I don't know, you know, like the internet presents you like a different opportunity than you would have in real life. I guess it just shows how depraved people could get too, which is kind of scary. You know? Yeah, Purple Rain, you're the only real account that talks to me. I don't know how they figured that one out, you know, but yeah, I'm real busy. According to this person, I have like, I don't know, uh, I forgot, 20 troll accounts, 30 channels, uh, you know, and like I don't do anything else in my life except for YouTube. Just YouTube. Just YouTube, guys. I don't have anything else going on in my entire life. So I never crossed my mind to do that to the friendships that I have here. Well, like, yeah, you have to think like, it's a little weird. When one was going live about Sarah, about the Sarah troll, Sin said she was sick and stayed away. I think she was scared because some of those trolls are her too, but I can't help but feel bad for her. You might be right there because I mean I wasn't in her chat, so like I don't know, but 'cause she was live while I was driving up to Rochester, so it was like kind of hard for me to pay attention. Plus I gotta brace myself because my husband's driving, and I'm like, oh, dude, I don't know about you guys, but like we were driving through the mountains at that point, and my internet service was also cutting out. But we were driving through the mountains, and like the roads are windy, and then you're like next to these trucks. Like I wish there was like everywhere you went, there was a road that you could take that there was no tractor trailers allowed on because the tractor trailers give me the biggest anxiety when we're driving. I'm like, oh my God, especially on windy roads. Like there was at one point we were driving and this tractor trailer lost, he had like two, shit, my son knew the word. I don't know the word. He had two trailers, I guess, behind him. And one of them, because it was pouring rain at one point in time, it was like torrential downpours while we were driving up. And one of them like slipped out from behind him as he was going around the bend and it like almost hit us. Oh my God. I just can't. Which is like when we're on roads like that, that's when I start like, I'm like, I'm gonna watch something on my phone so I don't have to look up at the road, you know, because like I'm gonna have a heart attack. Like, I do not like being next to Sevi, whatever the fuck you call them. Tractor trailers. That's what I call them. Oh, God. I have a heart attack. Especially like when I don't know where I am. Like, it's so different if I'm driving on the Long Island Expressway, you know, because I'm like familiar with the area. But when we're driving through like places like we've never been before and you just don't know what's going to happen, like, oh my God, so scary. Anyway, so, I don't even know why I told that whole story, but we, we couldn't, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, you know, all that well. But I didn't even know Sin wasn't in the chat, you know. She's probably devastated right now because regardless of her trolling, she adores Randy. All she knows stick up for her everywhere. It's very weird. Very weird. She does stick up for Randy. Like, you know, there's no denying that, you know. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know the whole thank you next situation. Mm. The majority of that chat were ready to forgive and accept back already. They aren't victims. And then the next time she does this, you know who she is and what she's capable of. I mean, who even knows if she'll want to come back here? You know, her and Randy are going to have to discuss that behind the scenes and, you know, work that out on their own. Because I really just don't know how you kind of come back from that because it's not the whole thing that she did, it's the deception. You know, it's like, how did somebody deceive me to that point? Like, I don't know if anybody's ever been deceived by somebody, but it's like a really like hard thing to reconcile in your brain when somebody like deceives you, you know? Like it's hard. It's hard to come back from that kind of thing. Imagine bringing someone into your real life, hanging out with them around your family, and then finding out they trolled you for 3 years and broke up your other friendships with lies. See, like, all right, Donna, see, like, I didn't know all that kind of stuff was going on. So, like, is it possible that that's what was going on? That, like, I said that earlier. I don't know if you were in here, but I was saying that, when I was younger, I had a friend who would kind of like, anytime I would get closer with other people, she would kind of get like, I guess, jealous, that I was giving my attention to like another friend. And maybe there was an insecurity there. So she would like just flat out fucking lie to people and tell them that I talked, said something about them when I didn't, So, and it was always when like that person and I hung out, something, all of a sudden something would happen. And she would be like, I'd be like, she'd always be like kind of starting to shit around with me and other people that I was friends with. Like it was like she wanted me to be her only friend, So I mean, is that, do you think that that's like what was going on there? Maybe. Yeah, no one could get to Maui to search for others than officials. Exactly. Where are they going to fly into? That's not happening. So stupid. Can we drop that, please? Thanks. Not you, Sarah. I saw the comment, but I purposely ignored it. I have no idea what's going on as usual. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. You too, Alexandra. Being befriended is a bad feeling, thinking you're friends, but you're not. Wait, what do you mean? Going back to the beginning to listen and I'll catch up. All right, we'll see you. We'll see you when you catch up, CK. Wow, it sounds like what could be going on with Sin too. She wanted Randy's Randy's number one friend. Well, yeah, like that's what I'm wondering, if that's what like the motive was behind that. Was like, number one, a test of loyalty, and number two, maybe trying to create situations between her and other people so that she, could be the one and only friend that Randy had, and so Randy can focus her attention only on her. Like that kind of shit happens. And again, like in real life, like I said, you would probably just, call the new friend and be like, oh, well, Randy's talking shit about you or something, to try to kind of separate them. But the internet presents us with like this different, I mean, it's kind of a fucking evil genius, I guess, to do something like that. But the internet presents us with like different circumstances, like where you could do something like that, troll people, or I don't know, like I would never do something like, but I mean, that is fucking weird. I would never do something like that just because it's fucking weird, but also I would be like scared that they'd figure it out and then I'd look like a fucking asshole, So fuck that shit. No thanks. Like, no thanks. Anyway, really thought that person was my friend. They talked with me all through my cancer and such multiple years. Who's that? Blank slate. I think I missed part of the other part. Someone on here tried to start shit between a creator and myself. I shut all my behind the scenes talking, which sucks. I mean, look, I was definitely friends with somebody on here like that who, like, shit, I don't know if she could have trolled me and done the same kind of thing, but she had that same thing where it was like she wanted me to be her one and only friend, and then she would start shit with pretty much everybody I was friends with on here, and then it was weird because she knew there was certain people that I was like super tight with that she couldn't really do that with, but there was like other people where I think she felt like she could get away with it, like Remy being one of them, being one of the first. Ems, who else? Trying to think. B Fergs. Who else? Yeah, well, I think Purple Rain, I had talked to her behind the scenes, and we had talks about like friendships on here and shit, and I had made it very clear to her that that's the one friend that if anybody fucks with, it's not gonna be good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was you, NYC, B-Fergs. Like, I was honestly shocked when she started with B-Fergs because I was like, dude, that's kind of messed up. But I think there was a time, and she had witnessed this, so I think she saw a weakness, right? There was a time where me and B-Fergs, I forgot what happened, but we like didn't talk for a little bit. And I think that, she saw that weakness in our friendship, that, well, what she thought was a weakness, I'm saying. Um, Honestly, like, those types of things just made our friendship stronger. But like with you, I told people, like, I think she understood how protective I was over you. And so she knew not to even fucking go there. Like, that wasn't even going to be a possibility for her. But then I do remember, and I told her at NYC too, NYC Urbanista, like, that's my girl. Like, that's my ride or die girl. And you're not gonna fuck with her. And she didn't say anything about her. And it wasn't until like way, way, way later on, until our friendship almost, ended, like right before then, where she was trying to get me paranoid about her. She would say things like, "Oh, do you think that NYC would do that?" Like, it was around the time when MGL was trying to spread the rumor that my husband was cheating on me, right? And and she was like, she was saying things, and MGL used to do this all the time. It's just one of her stupid tactics that she has, where she would like try to get you paranoid about the friends and stuff like that. Like in other words, like, she talked to your friends, like, so it verifies the information. It makes it more believable because she heard it from one of your friends, but it's a lie. And so Tiffany was actually falling for it. And she's like, do you think that NYC Bernice is talking to her? And I'm like, no, no, definitely not. Like, there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that she's having a conversation with her. So, not a snowball's chance in hell. Yeah, and Purple Rain, somebody else does that. It's kind of funny. I was just thinking about that. Oh, Jinx. Jinx. So like, um, I mean, so, there were certain people, they were like, Ems, I don't know, she was very threatened by Ems. And I just didn't understand it at the time. I was like, I remember like that whole thing. I was like trying to think in my head, like, what are you getting so upset about? She's like, I just don't trust her. Like, she's shady. You shouldn't trust her. Like, she was getting in my head a little bit, about that, like trying to convince me that she wasn't trustworthy. And I'm thinking in my head, and that's such a weird thing, dude, when somebody does that to you, because I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, well, Ems has never given me a reason to not trust her before. But then I'm like thinking back on things, and I'm like, well, maybe, why was she doing this? Because like Tiffany is pointing these things out to me, and I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe, why would she do that? It's like, normal me wouldn't have probably been mad about those things, like, and I wasn't, but I feel like she kind of like convinced me in a sense, to like be angry about things that I normally wouldn't be that angry about. I don't know. I can't even explain it, and then like she started the fight, essentially between us. And it was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I think she just felt threatened by her at the end of the day, And I don't even get it, because it's like, dude, like, why can't I be friends with everybody? Why do I have to only be friends with you? But some people are like that. They just want you to be their one and only friend, and that's how it is. And I think she was like that with other people too, because like even with Kim, right? When Kim went up on that panel, she felt so threatened that Kim was going to become friends with people on the panel, like just by being nice to them. Like, I don't think she understands the difference between just showing kindness to people and then, being friends with them, or being cordial with somebody and then being friends with them. I don't think she sees the difference. Very weird. Didn't she call Ems and record it? Yeah, she did. She did. Without telling me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so she told me afterwards, and then she turned that into something that it wasn't. She tried to like turn it into something that it wasn't. And like, stupid me, honestly, at that point, I should have been like, yo, what the fuck, dude? Like, what are you doing recording people? You know what I'm saying? why would you do such a thing to somebody? God, that is one person, I probably said it a million times, that is one person on here that I truly wish I never fucking met or talked to. Like, because she caused so many fucking problems for me on here that didn't need to happen. Oh my God, I just wish I never fucking spoke with her. I just do. I just do. I mean, really, she caused so many fucking problems for me. I don't have real friends. I wish I did, but I get hurt, so I just stay alone. That's sad. Well, you got us. You got everybody in this chat. I don't play eeny, meeny, miny, mo friendship shit. I will bounce if it's expected of me. Yeah. So juvenile to be threatened because someone is friends or friendly with somebody. It really is. It's like, it's so stupid when you really sit back and think about it. Because, like, what's the worst that could happen? I don't know. Like, I've always been like the type of person, like, the more the merrier. You have everybody could be friends. But I don't know. She only liked other friends when they were her friends. Like, you know what I'm saying? That she could kind of control the relationships. If it was a friend that I already had that I was close with, it seems like, looking back, then, like, she didn't like that friend. Like, I connected people on here that weren't really that close before, like, oh, here, you guys should talk to each other too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she wouldn't, well, she kind of did that too, I guess, because she connected me with Kim. But, like, I don't know. But she could control the friendship. You know what I'm saying? All the conversations that I had with her, most of them were in group chats. She would set up like these group chats all the time so that, you know what I'm saying? She could kind of control the conversations between everybody and see what everybody was saying to each other. Like with Ems and stuff, she couldn't really do that because it was like my friend first. You know what I'm saying? I was close with Ems first. I was close with Purple Rain. I was close with this person or that person. So, like she couldn't set up the group chats where she could monitor everything that's being said. But when it was her friends and she wanted to introduce them into the situation, she would set up these group chats between everybody so that she can monitor all the communication between everybody. It's kind of fucking weird because, like, I don't really do the group chat thing, like, on text. Like, I'm not into it. And the only time I ever really did do it was with her. I mean, yeah, we talk on Discord and like a group, but like, I like to talk to people, one-on-one, like, and develop friendships with people that way, where, and then, yeah, of course we could talk in a group too, but I'm just saying, like, I don't feel like you could get close with people in a group as you can when you speak to them one-on-one, like, you can't get to know them as good because you got multiple people talking. So she would always like put these like groups together where everybody was talking to each other in group chats, which I typically don't do. So with all my years as a therapist, one thing that I have learned are people are so many factors that drive people's behaviors. So you never know a person truly. It's very true. Yeah, me, you, VFX are all friends, but we all talk separately. Exactly. As I was saying, like, I don't know, she would get, I guess, just jealous. So I don't know if that's what's going on with it. I'm not, trying to say that is. I'm just saying, like, maybe that's part of it where, she just felt threatened by certain people or just threatened in general, insecure about the friendship. And that's why she was doing this. I mean, I don't want to give her an excuse either because in reality, I don't know the lady all that well. And I don't know what her motives were. But I do feel bad that happened because it's kind of fucking weird. I mean, I have to say it's a fucking one of the weirdest things I've ever seen on here. Sorry I wasn't here for all that. Well, you don't have to be sorry. It is what it is. Yeah, exactly, Bober. This is why pets are the best. They can't fuck with you, right? They're always loyal to you, and no bullshit. You don't have to deal with any bullshit. This is why, like, the other, this past weekend, not a lot of the moms came on the trip, so it was like me, mostly dad. There was another mom there, but and we hung out. But like, I said to my husband, I'm like, I hope I'm not like ruining the guy's time here because like I'm here, And he's like, no. He's like, everybody said you're fine, and I'm like, this. I said, well, that was kind of like my whole childhood. Like I had girlfriends and stuff, but I mostly had guy friends, like because I just felt like there was just no drama with the guys. Like the guys would fight with each other and it would be like a 2 second thing and then they'd be over it. Girls, like most of the girls I hung out with in my life, um, like I had cool girlfriends and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, you would just run into like the one or two girls, where there would like everything was drama all the time, or there was just always a fucking problem, of some sort. And you're like, dude, like, what the fuck, like, just chill. Especially when I was younger, I had no fucking tolerance for that shit. Zero. I was like, I would always think to myself, like, dude, like, we have like one chance to like be in school, be kids, enjoy our lives, hang out with each other. Let's just have fun. That was my thought, like without all the other bullshit, fighting and all this other shit. So it was like me and my best friend, who was a girl, and then everybody else was pretty much guys that we hung out with, for the most part. Like that was like my solid core group, with me and guy friends. In fact, one of my last guy friends that I was shocked. I thought he was going to be a bachelor forever. He just got married. I was like, holy shit, he's married. Oh my God. But I was happy to see. But I was like, he's never got married because like he's the last of my guy friends to get married. I mean, one of my guy friends like got married, had a kid, and is already divorced, and he still hasn't got married yet. And he's not. I always used to wonder myself, like, why is he not like married? Because like he's a nice guy. He's got everything in the world to offer a girl. He's good looking, like, he's a decent looking guy. What's going on there? I think he was just always picky. He was always a very picky with girls that he liked. And then he finally got, I seen he had a, girlfriend for quite a long time. They've been together and they finally got married, engaged and married. Like, oh, it's nice to see that. So he's like the last of my guy friends now that are, that were still single. I'm like, he's gonna have to get married at some point because like the whole group is married, I'm like, he's gonna have to get married because they still all hang out with each other. A lot of them, like they go out, they go on trips together. Like, I don't do that because I'm not gonna be invited on their trips. That would be weird. They're going out on a guy trip and it's like, hey, Leanna, come with us. Like that would never happen. We don't hang out anymore, but it's like, when we were growing up, we were tight, we were very close. And I'm like, dude, like at some point he's gonna have to get married. So it was nice to see that he had his wedding. I've always been more inclined to have guy friends throughout life. Yeah. But I told him I just like, I'm so used to being around guys like that because at work, almost every job I had, I was always the only girl in the department, So like I've heard all the guy conversations you could possibly hear, because I never was like the type of girl that was like, oh my God, why are you saying that in front of me? Like I've heard it all, dude. I've heard it all. Gross, guy conversations. I've heard it all. So like it doesn't faze me anymore. I'm just used to it, I guess. Because I've fucking heard some crazy shit from guys. But the girls were always like, I had like this one girlfriend, she was really fun to hang out with. And she wasn't like a bad person or anything like that. But she was like, she would just come up with these like crazy plans sometimes. And I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why does everything have to be a crazy plan? Like she was, she would have a boyfriend and she had this dad that was really, really overbearing, like protective of her and strict. And he was like a born again Christian and he was very, very strict. Like she used to come to my house and like she'd come to my house in like the summer, right? Dressed in like pants and like a baggy sweatshirt. The minute her dad would drop her off at my house, she would like strip all her clothes off. And then, there's the belly shirt, shirt and the booty shorts on, like two extreme people, personalities. And like one of the last things I was just like, oh my God, bro, I can't deal with this. Like, what are you fucking doing? She wanted to come sleep over my house one day. And then from my house, she was going to leave my house and go sleep over her boyfriend's house. Right. And then come back to my house in the morning so that she could get picked up by her dad. And I was like, yeah, no. I'm like, how did you even hatch that crazy plan in your head, dude? That ain't happening. Because I'm thinking in my head, like her dad was so crazy that I feel like he would have like drove by the house or called the house, And I'm like, I'm not covering for you, dude. Like I'm not putting myself in a position like that, because then you know what's gonna happen? If you get caught, your parents are gonna hate me, like, and then you're not gonna be allowed to hang out with me anymore. Like she used to just like hatch these crazy plans. Yeah, and I felt like she was using me because I'm like, you know, so you're gonna tell your parents that you're sleeping at my house and then you're gonna go sleep somewhere else? Like, no, you know? And I was just like, oh my God, like I just don't need this. I still talk to the girl. She's a nice girl, but it's just like she was crazy. She used to come up with all these crazy plans. But I look back now and I'm like, I understand because it was because of her dad was too overbearing with her, too much. And then which caused her to act out a lot more, because if her dad was a little bit more lenient with her, I don't think she would have, been that crazy and rebellious. She was probably, out of all my friends, when we were younger, she was the most rebellious. And it was because her dad was the most strict on her. Like she went out and got really rebellious. And then after that, after her and I kind of like, we didn't like have a fight or anything. I think we just kind of split ways. Like she found other people. She got into like raving, and then she really got hardcore into drugs, like the drug scene. And I didn't, so like, I mean, like we experimented and partied and shit, but like she got into like hardcore shit, like drugs, like, like well, I should say hardcore for the time, because I feel like back when I was in high school, everybody was doing like K and ecstasy and maybe some coke, like, like that was like the hardcore shit back then. Nowadays I would consider hardcore like, different shit, but back then that's what was hardcore, or at least considered hardcore. But like, we just kind of went like, she rebelled to a totally different level than the rest of my friends did. Mm. Because her parents were so strict, they were, not her mom, it was her dad. He was so strict that it just made her rebel so much. But I was like, oh my God, like, just there was always crazy shit going on, all these crazy plans and stuff. It wasn't like that with the guys. It was like the guys were like, hey, you want to go drink some 40s? Let's go. Bam. Plan done. I'm down. Let's do it. Go hang out in a fucking parking lot somewhere and drink some 40s. Like, that's all I care about. She able to keep it concealed? I don't know, Bobera, because after a while, her and I just kind of like, we just kind of parted ways. It was funny because like towards the end of our friendship, she met this other girl. And I think that the other girl was more willing to go along with her crazy plans sometimes. Cause like, I felt like I would be like the rational friend to be like, yo, dude, that's not going to work. Like, you can't do that. And this girl was more willing to go along with her crazy shit. And that's the girl that got her into like all the raves and, hanging out with all these guys from like other towns and shit. Like they would go do, because like I just wasn't into that at that time, because I had parents that, my mom was like kind of strict, but like not like that. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't like overbearing. Like I had freedom, but not like, an extreme amount. This girl had very little freedom. And I think that was the problem, so she just rebelled and made her own freedom. But yeah, she went like full out, so she kind of started hanging out more with this other girl. And the other girl was always like dating guys that were like way older than like, we should have been dating at the time. Cause I mean, we were like 15, 16 at the time. And this girl had a boyfriend that was like 24, 25 at the time. And so she started hanging out more with that girl. And like, so now you're hanging out with these 20 something year olds. You're like almost 10 years younger than them. And they're bringing you into all these places where you're not supposed to be at that age, and I just wasn't into it. So we kind of just split ways like that. It was like she wanted to do things that I just wasn't interested in doing at the time. I mean, I had older friends too at the time, but like, it was just different. I knew them. They were kids that were from my neighborhood that I grew up with, that were older than me, but I knew them my whole life, where, they were going out and meeting guys from like other places, like that. Some of the guys weren't coming from the best neighborhoods. I'll just put it like that. And there was like a town over from us that was like not a good town. There was a lot of gang members there and shit, and I did not want to hang out with people from that town, because I knew it was going to, lead you down a very dark path. You got drug dealers, gang members, like hardcore people from that town, you know? I'm not fucking going down that road. And like that's where she was heading, into that area of life. So I know, Beefrix, isn't it weird when you do that? Ladies, how will you grab a man by his balls? Why? I can't read your name. Is that, hold on, Korean? Is that Korean letters? Which one's the one that has the circles in it? I think it's Korean. I don't know if you guys know that, but there's a way to tell the difference between Asian, characters. So if it has swooshes in it and curves, it's Japanese. If it has circles, I believe it's Korean. And then if it has just all straight lines, it's Chinese. And I think that's Korean. So I'm sorry, I don't read Korean, but I can recognize, I think that that's it. But I, I typically don't go around grabbing men by their balls. I just don't do that. Unless it's my husband. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. But I mean, like, that's a weird question, dude. You all right? How in detail will you squeeze it? What makes people tick, bro? Hold on, I gotta try that one again. All right, hold on. How in detail will you squeeze his nuts? How in detail will you squeeze his nuts, hard pull or ball? Oh my god, bro, that's so weird. That is the weirdest thing I've ever been asked on here. What is going on? Oh my god, that's kind of funny, bro. It's the part that's making me laugh is like how in detail. Like what? How in detail? I don't even know what that means, but that's pretty funny. Oh my god. That is fucking weird, bro. Like that is a very strange question. I could never imagine myself asking such a thing. Oh my god. So there's like the whole conversation of today, right? Is like how crazy people can be on the internet, I guess, right? Isn't that the conversation pretty much every day here? Like the internet's a fucking crazy place. But like it's just fucking weird that a person would come in here and ask that. Oh my god. How in detail? I prefer short hairs. I prefer to get the whole sack, if you will, in my hand and just take one good yank. The whole satchel, if you will. Oh my god, that is so weird, dude. I don't know what to think about that. Is that like what is going on there? It's so weird because like I can't say their name either, so I don't even know how to address them. Oh my god, poor thing. It's a weird thing to be thinking about at 10:13 in the morning. I don't know where you live, but that's kind of weird here. Kind of weird thing. Like what an odd thing to be just wake up one day and you're like, I just want to go online and ask people about grabbing balls. Like it's fucking weird, man. New meaning to check your beans, yeah, right? That is weird, bro. That is weird. Thank you for the laugh though, because we usually don't get funny trolls in here. Like we needed that. We usually get trolls that come in here and they're just fucking so angry and like pissed off at the world. So it's like they're arguing and just like saying stupid shit, like, oh, you're obsessed, or whatever. Same shit every time they come in here. So it's like that was a funny one. Like if you're gonna fucking troll, that's how you do it, dude. You know, fucking make people laugh. Don't do it to be a dick, you know? I like that type of troll too. Cause it's like, here I am just reading my chat and like people are having normal conversations and then I just see that and I'm like, what the fuck? You know, it's like that's a good troll. What if you're like MGL and your man has none, then what? Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question. Good question. I've been up since 3. Oof, early. That's too early. That was weird. You haven't had your coffee yet, right? It's a little too early for bowls right now. Just gotta say, I usually like to deal with bowls later on at night. The bowls, the sack. I enjoy, right? I enjoy. I didn't see the troll comment, but your commentary was hilarious. Wait, you guys couldn't see them? Oh, make sure you're on all, what is it? All comments, I think, in the chat. Ooh, Oreos for breakfast. Oreos for breakfast. Hey man, as long as you're eating something, right? That was really, yo, dude, at the hotel this weekend, speaking of breakfast, I've seen this thing once before, but it's actually really fucking cool. They have a pancake printer, a fucking pancake printer. Like, so like you put the batter, I guess it's pretty cool. It's like, you ever see those Teflon baking sheets? Like it's on like this little conveyor belt that looks like a Teflon baking sheet, right? And it spits the pancake out into onto the conveyor belt, and it's pretty cool. You can watch it, right? And so it spits the batter out onto the conveyor belt, and then it goes through on the conveyor belt. It goes through like, I guess there has to be like a heated plate on the top and on the bottom because it cooks both sides at the same time, right? And then it's so funny, it comes out like a printer, like a piece of paper. It's pretty cool. Like it just spits out at the end 2 pancakes right onto your plate. I was like, it's the only downside to it is that it's slow. But I guess a lot of the hotels, they have like a waffle machine, and oh my god, they make the best waffles. They're so good. You just pour the batter in and then you have to like flip it and it takes like 2 minutes, and your waffle's done. I don't know why I feel more impatient with the pancake thing for some reason. I think because you could actually see it. Like the waffle thing, once you close it, you can't like sit there and watch it cook. You kind of just have to wait and then you come back and it beeps. Like the pancake printer, you're actually watching it and it moves so slow and you're like, come on, like I want my fucking pancakes. And it's like, but it's pretty cool. Like, I have to say, I'm like, who the fuck came up with this? Just like I was thinking this weekend, I'm like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of High Noons. They're like a drink, an adult beverage. Because like probably the only time I do drink is, if we're at the hotel, and we're not going anywhere. So like I was like, yo, whoever invented this drink seriously was a fucking genius. Because like I don't know about you guys. Like I'm not a big drinker. I feel like I used to drink way more in my 20s. Like alcohol just I feel like first of all, there's so many things I don't like about it. Number one, the taste. Like I really don't like liquor. I'm not a big fan of wine. Like I feel like with every alcohol, like there's just so many like things. It's like liquors, I just can't stand the smell of them. And I feel like when you drink them, you get sick, you get a bad hangover, you got a headache, and then, the next day you feel like shit. And like sometimes like I can't even take the smell of a whiskey or like that. I will throw up legit just from smelling. That has happened to me before where I've taken a whiff of like Jack Daniels and I just threw up from the smell because it's like disgusting. I don't know how people drink like whiskeys and bourbons and really any dark liquors like that. Like if I drink a liquor, it has to be like a vodka or a what do you call it? Like a what the fuck is that stuff? Tequila, duh. And it has to be like certain types of tequila too. Like I'm not into like the really like skunky kind of tequilas. I don't know how else to explain them. Like I like a more dry tequila, I guess. And then like wine is the same thing. Wine makes you tired. They don't all taste that great. I don't know how people love wine. Like there's people that like they drink wine every day. I couldn't do that. I would I feel like it just gives you that like heavy, tired feeling where you're like always gives you a hangover, always gives you a headache, pretty much, right? if you drink too much. And I just get tired when I drink wine. It just fucking puts me to sleep, right? And then beer, beer is probably the only thing I have liked, like as far as alcohol. And the thing with beer, and I'm very picky about that too, because I really only like Heineken, or like Amstel or something like that. Because I don't know. I guess that when it comes to alcohol, when I do have it, I like dry alcohol. Like I don't know how to explain it. Um, and like so I like Heineken. That's pretty much the only thing I would drink, and that makes you feel so bloated. Like I feel like Heineken's like I could drink a couple and I don't get shit faced because I don't like feeling like that. I don't like getting totally shit faced, and you could drink a couple and then you could go to bed and wake up and feel okay the next day. Like that's that's probably the biggest part of why I don't drink is because I don't like feeling like shit the next day. You know, it's the worst feeling. I'm like, it's like, all right, I want to have fun one night, but why do I have to pay for it in the morning? Like the whole next day. Like when we were in Tampa, a friend of ours introduced us to these high noon drinks, and they're like, I don't even know how they're almost like a seltzer, a flavored seltzer with a little bit of alcohol, and they're not like overly like you really can't taste the alcohol. And see, like in the past, like remember Zima and all those like kind of malt beverages, like I don't like any of those either because like I don't like anything too sweet with alcohol in it. Like I just don't, it makes me sick. So these are like not like that. It's so weird. And I was thinking, I'm like, wow, whoever invented these is like genius because like everybody likes them. I have yet to meet a person that's like, "Nah, yeah, I don't really like those high noons, like, or like I haven't met a person yet that said that they didn't like these things. You know, Mm. They're just like very light. You could drink a couple of them. You don't get hammered. You know, you get like a nice buzz. They're refreshing, which I've heard people say like, "Oh, this drink is so refreshing," and I'm like, "Really?" Because like I don't find alcohol ever refreshing. I just don't. But like maybe like a daiquiri or something. I don't know. But like I was like, I don't really find that refreshing. Kind of made me feel a little sick. Like I don't know. But these are like perfect. Like they're not too alcoholy tasting, they're not too sweet tasting, they're not too heavy, they don't bloat you. And the best part is like you could have like 4 of them or 5 of them and wake up the next morning and not feel like you drank even, you know? And I was like, these are great. And so, they're expensive though. That's the only problem. You have to buy them from a liquor store. So I'm not talking about like White Claw or any of those types of drinks. I'm talking about High Noons. That's the brand and that's the drink. And I think they have, I want to say they have vodka in them. Yeah, they're like seltzer. Well, the Heinens aren't a malt. That's the difference. So they're seltzer and I think vodka, which is why you have to get them from the liquor store because well, here you do, okay? Because here there's a liquor store where you have to like, so if we want to get like wine or like liquor, any type of liquor, you have to go to a liquor store, right? They'll sell beers and shit at the gas station here and malt beverages. So like they sell White Claws at the gas station here, but you can't get High Noons at the gas station because it has vodka in it. I don't know, it's weird, but and we didn't know that because I never bought them before until recently. So you have to go to the liquor store and buy them. Like, I'm not a big drinker, dude. Like my friends will think I'm weird because they'll be talking about drinks, and I'm like, what is that, dude? Like, cause I never drank it. Because the rare times I do drink, I'm just like, give me Heineken, because that's all I like, really. And then because I just don't like getting shit faced, man. I got a kid. Ever since I had my son, it's just like, who the fuck wants to get up and be hungover and have to deal with your kid the next day? Like, I don't know. I just don't like the feeling of that. So I'm not a drinker. But once in a while when we're out with friends, yeah, of course we'll have a couple of drinks. But like I have a friend who she will kill a bottle of wine, a night. And I'm like, I can't fucking do that, dude. I would not be able to get out of bed the next day if I drink a bottle of wine. Like, especially at this point in my life, you know? So I don't know how people do that. 13 years sober. Good for you. I'm getting Kyle his damn half fetish. Wait, Kyle's here? Fuck out of here. Or wait, who are you talking about? And his damn half fetish with. Oh, wait, the bowl guy's still here? I didn't see him. Sorry. The fuck is he? Oh, here he is. Helen, he's drunk and in a back road in the woods. Just him and you get away with hurting him. How would you trick him to get him by the balls? All right, bro. This is getting a little weird. I agree. Beefergs. I mean, the first two comments were funny, but now it's kind of getting weird, dude. Not gonna lie. Once you start bringing the fucking woods into shit, it's weird. We don't want to be thinking about being in the woods with men, having to run away from them. That's not really the type of thought that women want to have. So yeah, kind of weird, dude. Kind of weird. Yeah. So anyway, that is what that's behind you. They're good. I mean, if you're somebody who could drink socially and you don't you're looking for something that's not too heavy or making you feel like shit, that's the way to go. They're really good. But I was like, this guy's a genius because like everywhere we go, people are drinking these things. Like what, not everywhere, but you know what I'm saying? Like when we were like away on the tournaments, parents are drinking all day, some of them. Dude, some of the parents, like when we go, you'll see parents in the parking lot at 9 o'clock in the morning drinking. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I need to eat breakfast. I need to have like 4 coffees, and then I'll talk to you later on in the day with the alcohol. But there's people that are literally starting to drink at like 9 in the morning, dude. And I'm like, I cannot do that. I don't know how you do that and function, but I've seen it. Like there'll be like a group of dads, and they're all standing outside like the car, and they're all drinking at 9 in the morning. And I'm like, whoa, like, I cannot do that. I was never able to do that. Like, I mean, I remember when I was younger, friends of mine would be like, oh, if you wake up and like, if you're hungover, they'd be like, the best cure for hangover is drinking more. I could never do that. If I was hungover, the thought of even putting more alcohol into my body, I think it would probably make me throw up more. I don't know how people do it. I just never could drink in the morning, dude. The morning time to me is a time for coffee. And like it's funny because like, sometimes when we go away, people be, like see me with the coffee. They're like, you want a beer? I'm like, it's fucking 10 o'clock in the morning, dude. I'm still drinking my coffee. Like, you kidding? Like, no. Talk to me like around like later tonight, like maybe 4 or 5, when we're back at the hotel. I mean, because first of all, I have to drive. One of us has to drive, and I'm not driving with my son in the car. That ain't happening. So like neither one of us will, So if we do drink, it's back at the hotel when we're done for the night. We don't have anywhere to go. But some of these parents, they fucking drinking all fucking day long. Well, a lot of the rinks outside of New York have bars in them. So I guess they want you to. I don't know. Like the rinks here, we don't have bars in our rinks. Some of them don't even have like a snack area, but most of them, there's none here with a bar that I know of, like on Long Island. So when you go out of state, almost like every rink has a bar at it, and a restaurant. So I like morning strawberry itas. I never heard of that. I literally slept with my bottle and drank if I woke up. Oh my God. See, I don't know. I just never got into, all right, dude, enough with the balls, bro. All right. I never got into, that. Like, I can never, I don't know. I'm like one of those people like, if I went out Saturday night, that would probably be it. Like I had friends that would go out Friday night, drink, Saturday night, drink. Like, I don't know. I just like, it was like a once a week thing for me. And that was it when I was younger. Once and like maybe twice, but always the second night, I had to take it easy, man. Take it easy. Take it easy. Well, I need to recover after I drank. Yeah, the bowling alleys here have bars and restaurants, but the hockey ice rinks don't, you know? Like, I remember the first time I saw one, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this rink has a fucking bar in it? Like, what? I was like, that is so weird, but some of them do, yeah. Some of them do. I do like Bloody Marys, but not necessarily in the morning. Yeah, see, like I can't, that in the morning, it ain't happening, dude. I just like people like mimosas, and I'm not like, look, I'm not judging people for doing that. I'm just saying that I can't do it. Like if you like that more power to you. But I just feel like if I started drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'd be sleeping by like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like I don't know. Alcohol makes me tired, so I can't really handle it for too long. Like I'm just like, all right, a couple of drinks. I'm just one of those people, and I've always kind of been like this my whole life, though. I'm just like a couple of drinks, and then I'm good, and then I just want to go to bed. Pedialyte the next day works great after a night out. Oh yeah, because it like rehydrates you. Champagne, yeah, I don't like champagne that much. We always had a designated driver or just have a house party so no one had to drive. Being a medic, I cleaned up drunk driving accidents. Yeah, nobody wants to do that. No. When my fatty liver turned to cirrhosis, now I can't even have a drink even if I wanted to. Oh man, that stinks. That stinks. Who were we just talking about that has that? Somebody I know has that, Ms. Lee. I'll be in and out listening with AirPods. Oh, all right, Purple Rain. Have fun. It does make me drowsy too. Yeah, I just get tired, especially wine. Wine like kills me. Like I'm just like 3 or 4 glasses of wine and I'm like, good night. Like, good night. I'm done for the night. But I just hate that. Like, I do not want to taste what I drink or ate for that matter the next day when I wake up. Like, I don't want to know that I drank or ate it. And like with wine, there like when you wake up in the morning, it feels like it's just sitting in your like body still. Like you could taste it, you could like feel it. Like I hate that feeling. So I'm like it just makes me not want to drink it. Not that I never ever do, but like it's rare that I'll actually be in the mood for it. I want it. Like I used to drink it more when I was younger. My friend used to go get cases of Chianti because I like dry red wines. And like, if I drink wine, like I don't really care for white wine or whatever, blush wines especially. They're too sweet to me, So like that is heavy though. If you're gonna drink like a red wine like that, like you're gonna wake up tasting it the next day. And it's just who wants that? That's gross. I'm a lightweight. I slur after 2 drinks. See, I have a high tolerance. And it's so weird because I don't drink that much. And I would think that like because I don't drink that much, I would have like a low tolerance. But when I do drink, I could put them down, like I can. And I don't know how. I think it's just my DNA because like my, both sides of my family, my grandfathers were alcoholics, my dad was an alcoholic, So maybe like from them being alcoholics, it genetically modified me to be like have a higher tolerance. I don't know. Oh, the dry mouth. Yeah, that's gross. Cocaine and alcohol are great mix. You could drink and mix drinks, but never get nauseous. I used to do that. See, I never did that, so I have no idea what that does. I never did the white stuff. No, thank you. The thought of snorting stuff up my nose used to make me like, I don't know. It just, just like I just used to think. Remember when you're a kid, and I don't know why. I guess it happens to you a lot when you're a kid. You would get water up your nose in the pool and shit. I I like I would just always like that burning sensation that you get. I just like never wanted to feel that. I don't know if that's what it does, but I would imagine it does. Because one time I did on a dare sniff, what was it? Kefir, whatever. The powder, like the crystals that comes off of like weed. My cousin dared me to do it one time and I did. And that shit burned like hell. It didn't do anything to me. And I was like, why did I do that? Why? My mom was from Rhode she'd give a hot toddy, I think of it when I was ill. Yeah, see, like out of the country, like they will give kids alcohol to like make them feel better. We don't do that here. Hot dog never had it with tequila. My eyes are watering just thinking about that. Yeah, right. I have my whole. I have a hole in my nose because oh shit, you were a fucking heavy user then, girl. That's crazy. My mom was from Iowa. I never did it, so I have no idea like how it makes you feel or what it does to you. My eyes are watering. Oh my god. think I would always get a migraine. Yeah, drinking gives me a headache. So I'm not like a big drinker. The last few years when I was able to drink, I was always getting a migraine. Oh, all right, yeah. I don't know. Like I'm just not a big like I have friends that like they're they drink like every weekend, and I'm just like, oh my god. Like I'm like, how do you get anything done in your life? Well, they do obviously because they have beautiful houses and stuff. But I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like me and my husband once we like started dating, like I just didn't drink. Like both of us just didn't. It's like years of like going out to the bars at my friends and shit, my 20s, like and my early 30s. And it was just like, I don't know. I just like, after a while, you're just like, God, I'm over it. If I drink wine, it has to be sweet. Yeah, some people really like the sweet wines. I don't care for them. I don't know. The sweet, I feel like always makes me more sick, and I just can't get it down as good. Like where like drier wines, I feel like you could like just I don't know. I feel like I could drink them easier, but I'm just not a really big wine fan to begin with. How about those lunch break drinkers? Yeah, there's a lot of people that go to lunch at work and they drink. And oh my God, I watched this video the other day. It was kind of sad, to be quite honest with you. This teacher, she was like, I'm not sure what grade teacher she was. It might have said, but I forget. She went to school drunk, dude, on the first day of school. So like they posted the video, and I don't know if you guys watch Bruce Rivers. Bruce Rivers, he's a criminal lawyer. He's gonna stop you from all the self-snitching, whatever it is. So he reviewed the video, and it was kind of sad. I mean, you kind of just had to feel bad for this lady, even though like she fucked up. It's like she went to the school, and I guess like in the morning she was talking to people and seemed fine, and then like later on in the day, they noticed that she was kind of slurring her words and shit. So they had called the cops, and then they called the principal of the school, or like the administrators, I guess, and they brought her in to the conference room, and they confronted her, and they were like, what's going on? And she was like, at first she was like, obviously trying to deny it. I mean, come on, like I mean, she was like, oh, uh I took medication, I drank last night. She was trying to say she drank at like 3 a.m, and she was having trouble sleeping. And then they were giving her a chance to like just leave, and she didn't want to call her husband. They were telling her like, call somebody to pick you up. The cops telling her, call somebody to pick you up. Well, needless to say, let me back that up before you even get there. They're like trying to give her a chance to like, be honest with them. And obviously she doesn't want to lose her job. There's all these things at stake. She fucked up. God only knows what's going on in her personal life. I mean, it's wrong to do, but I guess she had brought wine with her to school. And so at one point in time, they're telling her to, call somebody to get a ride. And they're like, where's your phone? Because she's like saying that she doesn't know the number off, the top of her head. Well, at first she didn't want to call anybody, but they're like, well, we can't let you drive home. So like you can't stay here. So you got to go somewhere. And I don't know why at no point did anybody say like, okay, call an Uber or something, like that was weird. But anyway, so she's like, well, if I call a friend, I need my phone. My phone's in the classroom. So the guy, the administrator is like, well, I'll go get it. Just tell me where it is. And she's like, I don't know where it is. Like she didn't want to tell them. And I think it was because, he had to get her bag. And I guess, I don't know, she didn't know, but they ended up coming in and they found the cup that she had the alcohol in, right? And they don't show this in the body cam footage, which I thought was really weird. But while they're, like while they're sitting there and the cop is talking to her and he's like losing his patience with her, she tries to wipe the cup out. And that's when the cop just loses his shit and he arrests her. And it was like, dude, like, oh my God, like this girl could have went home and just like, I mean, she fucked up big time. She was an older woman. I don't know if I had a guess in her. She said her birthday, but I forgot. I think she was like either in her late 40s, early 50s. And like, she like really was upset. I was like, dude, like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking getting drunk at school? Like, holy shit, what's wrong with you? But again, you don't know what's going on in people's lives, that who knows? She said she was dealing with depression and all this other shit and anxiety and like I don't know. You don't know what's going on in people's lives. But like it was just one of those things where you watch and you're like, I know I'm supposed to be mad at this person because like they're putting kids' lives in danger. I mean, like Bruce Rivers said in the video, the lawyer Bruce Rivers, he's like, the kids' lives really in danger? Probably not, but like you just shouldn't do that, like you shouldn't be drinking at school. You're a teacher, you're a public servant. You shouldn't be drinking at school, period. End of story. But then at the same time, you have to look at the human aspect and be like, who knows what this person's going through in life? Like, who knows if maybe her husband's abusive or, she lost of a family member or, like you don't know. You don't know what's going on in people's lives. And it's like the human side of you is like, she made a mistake and she fucked up and now it's all over the internet, which makes you feel even kind of worse for her because it's like, ugh, like not everybody knows about that mistake. It was just kind of, it was sad. It was just kind of fucked up. And I'm like, what was this woman thinking? Like, honestly, like, why would you even take that risk? Why? So sad. So sad. I partied a lot when I was young, but after my son, I stopped. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really party much before my son was born, like years. It had been years, not like partying, but just, drinking and stuff. Like, I don't know. Me and my husband just never were big drinkers, I guess. I don't know. He had friends, though, that were big drinkers. Like, one of his friends, dude, two of his friends, I mean, they used to get so shit-faced that, like, they couldn't walk. They were, like, stumbling and, like, the girlfriend be calling up, where is he? He passed out in the driveway somewhere. Like, she couldn't find him because he was, like, passed out somewhere. Like, that's a problem, dude, I read in the comments that person had friends that had kids in her class. They knew something was off about her, but the kids thought she was sick. I know, that is so sad. Do you know how old the kids were? Because that was, like, the one thing I don't know if, like, they said. A lot of comments. Yeah, they were kind of supportive of her in a way and felt for her. I felt for her because I'm like, you could tell she was embarrassed and she knew she fucked up and like, something was going on clearly because normal, rational people don't do things like that, and obviously there's something she's trying to escape from, right? Whatever it is, we don't know. And it's really none of our business, but I'm just saying, like, she was obviously really fucked up about something. Back in my day, yes, I'm old. No Uber. Some nights, I don't know how I got home. My truck doesn't get away. Yeah, unfortunately, I think we all. It's crazy. I'm like, there is no fucking excuse at all for drinking and driving anymore. Like, if you're doing that, you're just a piece of shit because honestly, like when I was young, right? The only choice we had was to take a taxi, and the taxis were so fucking expensive, which is like stupid now when you think about it. Cause it's like, okay, you go out to the bar and you could spend up to like $400 just in a night out, back in the day at the bar, getting drinks, buying drinks back for your friends and shit, So it's like, why not spend the extra $80 for an Uber? I mean, for a taxi that it would have cost, But like nowadays, it's hard to get taxis too at some points. Nowadays with Uber and Lyft, like there's just no fucking excuse for drinking and driving. Like I just don't even know why somebody would. Oh, it was third grade. Okay. God, yeah, that's fucked up, dude. There's just no excuse anymore. Because Uber really isn't, I mean, in my opinion, I have only used it a couple of times in my life, but the price is really reasonable for the price of an Uber, and it's like when you take an Uber, you can have like, you pick it by the size and then, it doesn't like charge you per person. So like if you have 3 people with you, it's just like whatever the size of the car is, that's what you're paying for. And probably, I don't know how they price it, but anytime I've taken it, I've been like just shocked at how cheap it is compared to a taxi, compared to back, 20 years ago when I used to like take a taxi. and the taxis were ridiculously expensive. Even in Manhattan, if you take a taxi, right, like it's so fucking expensive, you know? So why most people are on public transit, like the subways and shit, because taxis are ridiculously expensive, you know? So it's like, even if you're only going a couple of blocks away. So yeah. So Uber definitely is cheaper route to go. And there's just no excuse anymore. You know, if you have enough money to go out and spend money on alcohol, then you should put, $30, $40 aside for the ride home. I just lost my best friend of 20 plus years almost 3 weeks ago from her alcoholism. She was only 34. My heart goes out to the teacher who is struggling. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, girl. Jeez. It's bad. It's a bad, alcoholism is to me, like, it's so hard because it's so accessible for people, like, to get alcohol. And so, like, and it's like something that's like constantly in your face. If you want to have a social life, it's like you go to a party and people are drinking, you go to a wedding and people are drinking, you go to, a sporting event and people are drinking. So it's like you can't get away from it. So it's a really, really hard thing. And it's like you go into like any store and there's some form, not any store, but I'm saying like, a grocery store or at least here, right? A grocery store, a gas station, a 7-Eleven, and there's alcohol there. And it's just so easy to buy it. There used to be free rides home from bars here. Yeah, they never did that here. Our bill Saturday night was $500 and saying we took an Uber home. It was $30 to go 4 blocks. Look, to me that's worth it, the $30, because I mean, it's better than getting 5,000, having to pay over $5,000 in court fees, okay, and having to take classes and lose your license. I mean, taking that risk. I knew a lady that when I told you guys I got a DUI 20 something years ago, right? And when I was in the class, I heard so many different stories, right? Well, when I not just the class, the community service that I had to do, right? There was people that were like literally just driving like 2 blocks away from their home and got pulled over. Like, I knew a friend of mine, the dad started up his truck in his driveway, okay, and was fixing the car and drinking a couple of beers, and he went to go take a test ride around the block, just around his block, to make sure that the car was running good, and he got a DUI doing that, just driving around the block. So to me, why take the chance, even if you're, that I have a friend actually at work a couple of years ago when I was working still at one of my jobs. This guy drank, okay, and I don't know if he got in a fight or something with his wife, okay, so he went outside and he slept in his car, but he slept with the keys in the ignition, okay, and in front of the house, in the street, in his car. And I guess somebody must have seen him sleeping in the car and called the cops, or maybe the cops saw him sleeping in the car and they woke him up, and he got a DUI sitting in his car with the car on, with the keys in the ignition, drunk. It's not worth it, dude. Only for a government store that closes early on Sunday doesn't open Sunday and never does special offers. What's that? So, like, to me, it's not worth it, guys. Take the Uber. Take the Uber. Yeah, alcoholism runs on both sides of my family too. Punk rock girl. There's my dad's side is definitely worse. Like my mom's side, she has some of her siblings are drinkers and most of them aren't actually. Mm, which is surprising. Uh I mean, she has like a few siblings that don't drink at all, really, and including my mom. My mom really did not drink at all ever. I rarely ever. My mom told me that when me and my brother were young, there was one time that she went to like a family party and she got like shit faced drunk, and she was throwing up, and she was like, I felt like such a loser that I just never drank again after that. She's like, I felt like such a shit mom that I was that drunk, and I thought to myself, like, holy shit, what if something happened to one of my kids, and I was that drunk and I couldn't take care of them. And she's like, and I just never drank again after that. So, so it was I grew up with one sober parent and one, not that my mom, you know what I'm saying. Like she just didn't drink. She didn't drink. It's not like she ever had a problem drinking. But my dad, he was an alcoholic. Like he drank every day. He had a drink, and there was no time in my life where I ever remember him not drinking, dude. Like he drank every day, So, um, same thing with my grandfather, you know. Like I remember I went to my best friend's house for the first time when I was in 6th grade, and she opened her fridge up, and she's like, "Look," she's like, "My dad had it." Like it was a weird thing because our dad had a beer in the fridge, and she showed us for some reason. And I was like, she's like, and I said to her, I go, what do you mean? Like, it's weird that your dad has a beer in the fridge. Cause she's like, my dad doesn't drink beer, And I was like, what? Like, I thought it was weird because I thought that that's just what dads did because, like, that was my family. Like, my grandfather drank, like, everybody drank. So, like, I thought that that's what every dad did. Like, I thought they came home from work and they cracked the beer open, you know? And, like, when she told me her dad didn't drink and her mom never drank, I was like, what? Like, I was like, that's fucking weird, because I just thought that that's what men did, when I was a kid. Like, I didn't even realize that that wasn't a healthy or normal thing because, I mean, at that age, I didn't know what alcohol did to you, but I just thought that every man drank beer. I just, I knew that I couldn't drink it, but I didn't know what it did to you. So, but like, I didn't know that dads didn't drink beer because it was just such a normal thing in my house. My dad would come right home from work and first thing he would do is grab a beer out of the fridge. That was the first thing he would do. You'd hear the can cracking open, and then like I had to get a beer. He'd be sitting in there watching TV. Could you grab me a beer? Could you grab me a beer? Like every couple of, whatever, half hour or so. Go grab me a beer. Grab me a beer. It's like I totally thought that was just like a normal thing that dads did. Just like, waking up in the morning and drinking coffee. Most people do that. Like my parents woke up every morning and drank coffee. And I thought that, it was something like that when I was a kid. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized that it was like a problem. Cause I didn't realize the effect that it had on my dad's personality, like when I was a kid. Like I didn't know that a lot of the times I guess I didn't even notice the personality change in him because like the only time I saw him when I was young was while I was drinking. Well, I mean, not me drinking, him drinking, like while he was drinking, like because he was at work all day, right? So I didn't see him at work. And then when he came, well, I saw him when I was, young, because I used to go to work with him. But I guess I didn't realize the personality shift until I got older. And then there was times where I saw him during the day and he wasn't drunk. And then he got old, and then after he started drinking, I could notice the shift in his personality, where he would like become more, I don't know. My dad wasn't like the type of drinker where you would get like more social or angry necessarily. He just kind of shut down, like, and like went into his own world. And it was like hard to talk to him then at that point or have a conversation with him. And it just kind of sucked. And then I started realizing that a lot of our lives, right, revolved around my dad's drinking because if we were out somewhere and like they didn't serve alcohol, it was always a rush to get either home so he could drink or get somewhere else that he could drink. Like our lives were affected by it when we were kids because he needed to drink. So like we always had to be somewhere where he could drink. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of things, a lot of day trips got cut short and we didn't do everything that we could have done because my dad had a drink. Like, so you don't realize that until you get older, how much it affects not only the person, but, everybody in the household is affected by it. It is like they say it's a family disease and it really is. Oh, because there's a selfishness that's always there when it comes to the person who's a drinker or addict in general. There's a selfishness. My dad was a terrible alcoholic and I got addicted to drugs. See, my dad came from like an older generation where I guess like drug use wasn't a thing. So he never used any drugs. Because I feel like the drug thing was more like the hippie generation. My dad was like older. My dad was married by the time hippies were a thing. So like I think that his generation, like my grandfather's generation, it was drinking. Like that's all they had really. I'm sure there was drugs, like some type of drugs, but it wasn't like I feel like more people from those generations were alcoholics. Dude, my friend this past weekend from hockey, her grandmother turned 100. Yo, dude, I have never seen a person that age look so fucking good. I was looking at her pictures yesterday and I'm like, holy shit, dude. Because when she told me, like, she told me last year that her grandmother was turning 100 this year, we were talking about grandparents. And I'm like, well, my Nana, I really thought my Nana was going to make it to 100, dude. I really did because she was in such great health, for such a long time. She looked so good. And I think, honestly, I really do think this, and I might be wrong, but I think that if two things didn't happen, my grandmother might have made it to 100 because she made it to 94, which is pretty good. Almost to 95. She was halfway there to 95. She, number one, my mom passing away definitely had to affect her. I saw a big change in her when my mom passed away. And then after my mom passed away, I think it was like almost a year later, she had this really bad accident, and I think that's what really like fucked her up. She was she was my grandmother lived by herself in her 90s, dude, like totally by herself, no nurse, nobody was like really helping her. I mean, of course, some of my aunts and shit would go over there and help her with certain things, like driving, because they took her car away at some point, so she couldn't go food shopping and all that. So somebody had to drive her to go food shopping, but like she did everything in her house herself. She cleaned, she cooked for herself, and she took care of herself. So it was a year after my mom passed away, and she lived in a little apartment complex where there was like about 50, it was for 50 and over, right? But it was a small complex. It was only like I don't know, 5 or 6 buildings, in total. And she loved it there. But anyway, so they were responsible for, doing their own laundry and getting their mail. Like the mail, everything was outside of the apartment. So she didn't have a washer and dryer in the apartment. She didn't have, garbage had to be thrown out. So one day she walked to the dumpster to throw her kitchen garbage pail out, a bag. I mean, so she goes out there and she throws the garbage into the dumpster. And then I don't know what the hell she was thinking. Oh my God. But she looks and all of a sudden she realized that she forgot to tie the bag, like, which it wouldn't have mattered, right? Because you could just leave the bag there. Like, it's garbage. It's all going to get dumped anyway. So she like went to go reach back into the dumpster to grab the bag so that she could bring it back to the apartment and put the twisty thing on it. Like, no, you don't need to do that. And as she was grabbing the bag, she stepped up on, like, there was like a little curb, right, where the dumpster sat, and she slipped back and fell backwards and hit her head. And so I guess one of the neighbors found her, and then she went to the hospital. And I remember going to see her in the hospital, and I was like, dude, she got really fucked up from that. And I didn't think she was even gonna make it when that happened. I mean, because I had gone to the hospital, and like she was in such bad shape at the hospital that it was like scary. But needless to say, she got better. And then after that, she ended up getting diagnosed with Alzheimer's, which I thought was so strange because I don't know. She's like, you make it all the way into your 90s and then you get diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Like, so weird. But anyway, that really affected her, I think, alongside my mom. And I think that even her, her thinking maybe was off because maybe she was suffering from Alzheimer's earlier than that, but we didn't know it yet. Because there was, when I look back, there was like, she was definitely having some like memory issues. Like, we would go over to her house, and my grandmother loved looking at pictures like with us, like every time I would go over her apartment, she would pull out photo albums and we would look at old pictures. And she just loved doing that. So we were like looking through old pictures. She always had photo albums all over the place. And so we're flipping through, and she would point to one of her own kids and be like, who is that? Or like, like my dad, like, like she's known my dad for so many years, and she'd be like, who is that? And then we'd be like, Nana, that's my dad. And she'd be like, oh, all right. So I think she was starting to have trouble with faces and shit, And it was like maybe a slow onset, but then once she hit her head, it just like that was it, you know? And she was definitely having trouble with her hearing because I remember and I was just talking about this with a friend over the weekend that, you know, that's like one of the first signs of Alzheimer's, which I didn't know that was like hearing issues. Um my my nana was definitely having some issues hearing and I used to feel bad for her, but I remember that was when my mom was still around because I remember my mom telling me, she's like, "Oh, Leanna, you have so much more patience with her than I do." You know, because it did. You know, not gonna lie, it got annoying sometimes. But like, I just always looked at it like, well, she's old, mom. She can't hear, you know. But because like you, everything you said to her, she she'd be like, what, you know, everything. You'd have to repeat yourself like multiple times. And she had a hearing aid, you know. And my mom said, she's like, "Oh my God, Leanna, you have like so much more patience." Cause like my mom would lose her patience with her sometimes. And I'm like, well, mom, it's a little different. It's like your mother, but it's my grandmother. It's like, I'm going to be more patient with her, you know? So like, you know, the signs were all there, but I really thought, I do think that if, you know, those two things didn't happen, she had a good chance of making it to 100, you know? But anyway, my friend, you know, she was telling me like last year, her grandmother was like going to make it to 100. And like, we've all seen people that have turned 100 on the news and stuff. And like, you could tell they're 100, like, you know, like they're like in a wheelchair and they're kind of like hunched over a little bit, you know, and their skin looks very old, you know, and you could just tell like this. I was fucking shocked when I seen pictures of this woman where she was standing up straight, great posture for an old person because you know a lot of old people are like that. You just kind of get hunched over after, you know, a certain age. Your body kind of starts to fold in inwards, I guess. And she was like standing up, she's dancing, and I'm like, oh my God, like I just cannot believe how great this woman looked for her age. Like I was shocked. I was picturing even when she told me that this, you know, okay, yeah, she's hitting 100, but she probably is like really, really old looking, you know. But no, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. This woman's a miracle. It's amazing, honestly. Fucking 100. I don't think I want to live that long, but you know, that's pretty cool. That's a big thing, dude. That, you know, somebody turning 100, that's a fucking huge thing. With addictions, I smoke and seek out places where I'll be able to smoke. I don't like to go to shady areas because I would be scared to smoke outside by myself. Oh, girl, I'm the same way with smoking. That's like I need to quit. I'm always like, you know, everything like it does. I guess, you know, same way people are alcoholics and they're kind of selfish, you know, kind of works out. Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you. Been, been recently diagnosed with cancer. This is a small token of my appreciation for getting me through my scan anxiety. Oh my God. And infusions. Oh, the fuck? Hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's like it was a weird. Okay. I see the puppies. So you get my mind off of things even for a minute. Oh my God. Thank you, Victoria. You don't have to do that. Thank you. But I'm sorry to hear that. And I hope you're, what, do you mind sharing what kind of cancer you were diagnosed with? I'm so sorry, girl. Ugh. I feel bad for anybody that has to deal with that. And prayers for you from everybody in here, I'm sure, but especially for me. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And we're praying for you to heal. And I hope you feel okay. Wow. That's hard, girl. Cancer sucks. Oh, it just kills me. It's just, I hate hearing that people have to go through that. It's hard. Hard to hear that. Very hard to hear that. Sending you prayers and healing vibes. And I hope you feel okay. Wow. I appreciate that. I feel like I don't like, look, dude, I'm just sitting here talking. Oh, breast cancer. Okay. I hope you're feeling okay. I just had a friend that had a mastectomy, double mastectomy, you know, and it came as such a shock, you know. She lost her mom when she was young, so she went and got tested for the BRCA gene, and they ended up finding like a very, very small, you know, amount. And so I don't know if they actually found it or they were or she tested like positive for the gene. And so with that said, she just took, you know, made that decision to a preventative decision, but a huge decision. I mean, it's a huge decision to make, you know? And she just went through the surgery and everything, you know, recently. Probably about, I don't know, 4 months ago. She's doing well. So, but not an easy thing for women to have to go through, you know. But I hope you're, you know, I hope you're healing and in that stage where it's just preventative. Scary thing, really scary thing, breast cancer. My best friend's mom had it, you know. I mean, shit, it's the breast cancer rate here on Long Island is so high for some reason, and they can't figure out why. Um, you know, they don't. I mean, people have theories. You know, it's the drinking water, it's the uh, electric lines. I don't know. We don't know what it is. You know, but it's very high here. So I know a lot of people that have, you know, gone through it and had it, and we're just praying for you, girl. We're praying for you, hoping that you get through this. See, that's what I'm saying. You like just never know what people are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Like somebody's sitting here listening right now that's dealing with something so serious right now. Like that's a reality call. You know, it's like a wake-up call. People are dealing with such serious shit, and you don't know what that serious shit is. You know, I don't know what Sin is going through. You know, that we were talking about her earlier. I don't know what she's gone through in her life. You know, I don't know what anybody's gone through in their lives. People don't know what I've gone through in my life. You know, it's like we've all gone through hard things in life, but you just don't know what people are dealing with. But I'm glad I could help you at least have something to listen to while you're there, while you're there. But thank you. I pray you have healing and family friends for comfort. That's a great prayer right there, Bobra. That's one of the most important things just in life in general, right? When you're going through something, is having a support system there. And like when I went through, you know, my mom passing away and then all the stuff afterwards with my family, I had a great support system. And that's what helped me get through, you know, that time in my life, was having people there to talk to and to just to talk to. You guys helped me, you know, like looking back now, it's so crazy. I was thinking of this the other day. Like, even like, right, my mom passed away at the end of 2016, basically almost 2017, right? So, like, I was going through my mom's estate in 2017 and 18 and 19. I don't know if we settled it in 19, but like my grieving didn't really start until 2019, which I was already here on YouTube at that point in time, you know? Like my real grief started to hit in 2019, I feel like. And then, you know, I went through that. And then in 2020, all of a sudden COVID hit, you know? And it's like, I guess I didn't realize until the other day when I was looking back at like how I like COVID was so quick after the grief, you know, like it was not after it because I was still grieving by 2019 and 20, like wasn't that long after that. It's really like I've told you guys in the last couple of years is really like been the years where I've started to like feel better and start feeling like I was like living my life again and stuff. Because it took such a long, you know, time looking back, I guess. Like I didn't realize that. I didn't realize how long it took me to start actually feeling normal somewhat again, you know, and feeling like, okay, I could, you know, live my life and not feel guilty anymore. Cause there's like this, you know, when you lose somebody, especially like a family member, like you just live with this guilt feeling of like, I know that's a huge part of grief, I think, is the guilt of maybe like survivor's guilt, I guess, maybe, where it's like you feel bad living your life, you know, like without that person, and you feel bad being happy for a long time. And, you know, like, yeah, you don't even want to be happy, but I'm feel, you know, even in those moments where you could like forget for a second and be happy, you always, feel guilty about it afterwards. You're like, oh, I probably shouldn't have been happy right there. So it's like, I didn't even realize that, like, that. I think what was making me think of it is like Tiffany and this troll and like some of the things that, like, when I was friends with Tiffany at the time, like I was still pretty badly grieving at that point in time, like I was still just fresh out of that, fresh out of settling my mom's estate and stuff. So like my life back then was totally different than it is here 3 years later, like I told you guys about this. Like I was sleeping a lot, because I wasn't sleeping at night. So I was sleeping during the day, and I think I just got to a point one time where I was like, I woke up. Like I just had to wake up and be like, dude, like, what are you doing, Leanna? Like this is not good. So I was like missing out on a lot of stuff, with my kid, at that time because I was still grieving. Like, and thank God for my husband. I always say that, because he's such a good dad. He really is. He's amazing. But like I was, totally like not in the right place, mentally. And I feel like now it's totally different. Like I really feel like things have changed big time for me. And that's why, like, when I know I have friends who just recently lost their moms and they might be a year into it, and it's like you're gonna get through, it's just gonna take time, and it might take a lot of time, and it might seem like it's never gonna end, but one day you're gonna get over that hill where you're gonna, you know, you're always gonna miss the person, but you're gonna get over that hill, okay? And you're gonna start feeling better, and feeling like, okay, I could live my life, and it's okay if I have a life, and it's okay if I do things that make me happy, um, you know, and it's okay if I'm not sad all the time, it's okay. Like that's the hardest part to get past, is to get past that part of like feeling like you should be sad all the time. That guilt, I guess. That's I like looking back now, I think that's the hardest part, is that guilty feeling of living again. You feel so riddled with guilt for so long that you don't know how to live again. You almost forget. So you got to kind of relearn. It's like Bambi, learning how to walk. You're like, I got to just kind of relearn how to live my life again without this person in it. And then figure out a way to make myself not feel so shitty all the time. So it's a really hard thing to go through, it is. But I kind of feel like I got over the hump, looking back now. And it's kind of funny because there were times back then when I thought I got over the hump, but I really didn't. So like I feel like now I definitely have, because I could feel it. Like I feel different, I just feel different. But the other day, it was funny. I wrote this on Beeford's community post the other day because when we were at the hockey game, one of the boys got hit and he like hurt his ankle and he just dropped down, you know, dropped down to the floor. And this specific kid is so tough. Like he's not the type of kid that there's some kids, if you watch hockey, there's some kids that like, they'll get hit and they'll be out for like, a while on the ice, and like the whole game has to stop. Everybody's like waiting, staring at the kid. The coaches have to run across the ice and do the awkward sneaker across the ice walk to get to the kid, like to make sure they're okay. But like this kid's one of those kids, like when he gets hurt, he gets right up usually. So he like freaking drops to the ground and the coach comes running out, picks him up, and I could tell he wouldn't put weight on his ankle, and he was like trying to, and all of a sudden his dad's this big guy, huge. He's like a fucking linebacker, dude. He's huge. He comes like, I see him come flying down, the bleachers, and he opens the door and he just grabs the kid and picks him up. And I was like, I don't know, something about it triggered me and made me feel like I wanted to cry. Like, I don't know why. I was just like, I don't know if it was like that whole, like, your parents are there for you. Like, I don't think you realize it when you're kids. It's like, dude, when you get hurt, your parents are always there to lift you up when you get hurt as a kid. But when you're an adult, sometimes people aren't there to pick you up, and I certainly know how my parents are there to pick me up, when I'm hurt or when I'm down, so it's like, I don't know, something about seeing the way he like just cared about his kid. So, and just came to rescue him. Like my dad was a big guy too. So it was like when I was a little girl, like I always wanted my dad because I felt like he was like the protector, he was the bigger one. And I always felt safe with him, like I always felt safe when my dad was around. Like, if something ever happened, I knew my dad would take care of it, So like, I don't know, something just triggered me and I felt like I was gonna cry. And I'm like, here I am sitting here watching a hockey game and I feel like I'm gonna cry right now. So I'm like trying to choke back the tears because I feel them coming on. But I don't know, I was touched by the moment, I guess, of the kid, of the dad picking him up and carrying him away and just like being there. And so it's like those little moments like that are always gonna like get you. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Those little moments are always gonna like get you, where you think about things like I had another moment this weekend with my mom where I was thinking about her, so it's like those things are always gonna be there. But there's a whole nother part of it where it's like, it does suck, but you know what? I'm not gonna sit around feeling sorry for myself forever that my mom's not here. Like I have to like, it's not fair, not only to me, but it's not fair to my kid either. Like it's not fair to my husband, it's not fair to my kid, and it's not fair to the people around me. But it takes a really long time to get to that spot where you're like, I gotta just pick up and start living my life because I am taking away from other people's lives by not living my life, by being sad all the time, like that does no good for anybody. And I think my mom wouldn't want me to be like that. That's a big motivator for me, is because like she would be like, "Man, get your shit together," Like I could kind of hear her saying that, like stop, So it's really hard to pick yourself up and move on in life, not move on. Like it sounds so weird because I'm not saying move on. You're never gonna move on from the situation, but move on and just live. Like just try to live as normally as you can. It's hard. It's such a hard thing to do for people, And I think to myself, like, God, shit. What if I didn't have my husband or my son, or like, I don't know how I would be. I'd probably be like worse off. I don't know. They help me want to get out of bed and want to, be there and present with them in the moment. But here I am, 6 years going on, 7 years this year later, and it's crazy because sometimes it still feels like it just happened yesterday, but it's been 7 years. But like I'm like, okay, there's just been such a drastic change. I don't know exactly when it occurred, but I'm like, there's just been such a drastic change. Like, and I don't think people, and even myself, realized that it was carrying into like 2020, 21 even, and maybe the change occurred somewhere around like 22 or 23 this year. Well, no, 20, I don't know, 21, 22, maybe 2020. I don't know. I don't know when the change exactly occurred where it was like I got over the hump a little bit and started to come back out on the other side feeling like a normal person again. I love how you always viewed your mom. I hope my girls see me the same way. You were a good daughter. Thank you. This would have been my daughter's senior year in high school. Oh my God, burnt hot dog. She's so cute. She was so cute. Wow, I didn't realize that. Okay, so she would have been a senior in high school, seeing her friends on Facebook, doing all the senior things. She should be here doing too. It's so bittersweet. I can only imagine how hard that is to watch. That has to be incredibly hard. She's so cute. The picture you showed me, and thank you for sharing that with me. Just what a what a cute little girl. I just can't even imagine that. I think your girls will. I think you'll be okay. I think you'll be all right. My dad picked a song I loved her first. Sort of messed up if you listen to the lyrics. I never heard that. Having my younger son help me to focus on him and less on my grief. When he moved out, I kind of went through delayed grief for both of my boys. Yeah, that's hard, B-Fergs, because you're going through empty nest, right? Which every parent goes through when their kids, take off and leave for college. Like my mom's cousin, experienced that a couple of years ago. She was like struggling because it's like you're so used to caring for people, and then all of a sudden you don't have to care for them anymore. So it's like, that I can't even imagine what you guys go through. Just like that is so fucking hard. Cause yeah, you're like that should be my son. That should be my daughter. They should be doing all these things. And like, that's all you want as a parent, is to be able to watch your kid grow up, and become a good person. And it's, now it's just like, and the only way I can relate with it is like, I, wanted to see my mom. My mom was such a good grandparent, and I'm glad she got to experience those 3 years, but I really didn't get to see her be a grandparent to my son, like I did for 3 years, but like, she doesn't even know Jesse. Like, she didn't even get to know Jesse. That's the part that's the worst for me, is with like, she doesn't know my son and he doesn't know her. We talk about her, but he doesn't really remember her. Right. And then she doesn't get to, like, she never saw him play hockey. It's funny. I was watching how like on Facebook Memories, they bring up the old videos, and I just cried thinking about it. There was a video of Jesse when he was a baby, okay, in diapers. He wasn't even skating yet. And he's playing hockey in my living room, with the little hockey stick. And it's so funny because they're really neat hockey sticks, but he was so tiny at the time that it looked like a real hockey stick next to him, and he's hitting the ball, and you can hear my mom's voice in the background going, "Yay!" And I'm like, oh my God, like, she's cheering when he's a little baby doing that. And I'm like, I can't even imagine if like she was at his game, how loud she'd be cheering right now when he scores. And I'm like, she didn't even get to see that. It sucks. And then people will be like, well, she's there watching. And I'm like, I know, but like, she is, but it's not the same as if she was actually physically there. It's like, it just sucks that she didn't get to see it. I know she was never into sports. My mom hated sports, actually. Like, fuck it. I couldn't get her to come to one cheerleading thing because it was a football game. She hated football. I hate football too, but she hated it. Like, I didn't like it even when I was a cheerleader. I was like, oh, I have to sit through a football game. That sucks. But like, I was like, um, at least, come and watch me cheerlead you don't even have to stay for the game. Just come and watch me cheerlead, and I couldn't even get her to come to that because she was like, oh, I have to work, which I understood. But I know that she would have, like, for Jesse, it would have been different. Parents are always different with the grandparents, with the grandkids for some reason, right? I know for Jesse, she would have like fucking been there. Like, she would have like been the biggest Islanders fan you ever saw in your life. Like, she would have went out because she was starting to like, buy him like Islander stuff and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like, she would have been there, like whatever organization he was playing for, she would have the sweatshirts. She just to support him, she would have been there. And hopefully by this point she would have been retired from her job, for fuck's sakes, because my mom was a workaholic. But like, I probably, I think, would have been able to talk her into retiring at this point and just enjoying her life, hopefully. But yeah, just sucks. Just sucks. Because I'm like, she misses so much, dude. She's missing so much of my kid's life, like that she should be here for. My dad's mom died the year I was born. They kept her alive though, so I felt like I knew her. See, that gives me hope, Emma, because we do talk about my mom all the time in our house. We like do her voice. Like, I'll be like, oh, Carol, my husband calls it Carol, but he'll be like, what would Carol say? Like, we're always talking about her. We always talk about her. Like, even just driving the other day, I was like, oh, my mom would have loved this view going through, upstate New York. So we always like keep her memory alive here. My dad passed when I just turned a year old. The only thing he got to teach him was to raspberry me whenever I walked in the room. Tell your mama, aw. And Bug would go. Pfft. My dad didn't even get to meet my husband, so like, he really missed out on things. Do I think my dad would have came to a hockey game? No, unless they served beer. But I don't think I could have got my dad to an ice rink. Number one, it was cold, and number two, it was hockey. It was a sport. My dad also hated sports, except for the only sport he watched was baseball. So, yeah, my dad like really didn't like, was not into sports at all. So yeah. But my mom, different story. She would have been there. She definitely would have been there. I never had kids, but now my mom calls me mama sometimes. Aw. I wish I could have been up here in like I wish you could have been up here in late September. It's beautiful. That's what I was saying, Ems. I don't know if you were in here earlier, but I was like, damn it, I wish we could have done this drive like just like a little later in the season. Cause last year we drove up to Utica and it was during, that time of year where the trees are turning and it was such a nice ride. It was such a beautiful ride. Although last year I was really holding on for dear life because we rented two Sprinter vans, right? We rented two like those Mercedes Sprinter vans, and we drove up to Utica because we had to drive. Dude, whoever did scheduling last year was an asshole. We had to drive up to Utica, play a game up there, stay in a hotel overnight, and then drive down to Philly the next day. And so like all the parents were complaining, so we ended up renting two Sprinter vans and we split the team up. Half the kids and the parents went in one van, half went in the other van. So I was in the van, one van with my husband and my son, obviously, and the dad that was driving, dude, this guy was like the scariest driver I think I've ever been in the car with. He was doing like 90 something like in this thing. And so like I think I wasn't enjoying the scenery much because I was more like just thinking like praying the whole time like that I was gonna make it there alive and my son and my husband would too. So I was like, I didn't enjoy the scenery as much. Like my husband was definitely like, he wasn't like rushing and weaving in and out of traffic on the way up there. So it was a nice ride. And I was like, I said that to my husband in the car. I was like, I wish it was like October, like early October right now, because the trees would. I know up there it turns a lot quicker because like, especially lately, last couple of years, like our trees haven't started turning until like after Halloween almost. Like when I was a kid, I remember. Do you guys remember these? They started selling and everybody had them. They started selling pumpkin garbage bags. I guess it was like part of like a kind of recycling like thing. Not recycling, you know what I'm saying? Like, but people would take the pumpkin garbage bags and then stuff them, and they would, with leaves that you raked off your lawn, and those would become your your fucking Halloween decorations, right? Everybody had them. I don't know if they did that every year, but I know everywhere. I mean, it was a big thing on Long Island. You got those pumpkin garbage bags. You put your fall leaves in them. Excuse me. Sorry, my nose got like all stuffed up because I was getting myself all teary eyed over here. But yeah, so it was like a pumpkin bag, right? I haven't seen any of those in years, but lately, I only know from my Halloween decorations. It'll be I do my granted I do mine early because I have so many, but like the trees and the green, everything's green when I'm putting my Halloween decorations up nowadays. And then even when I'm cleaning them up, I think the leaves start to like fall off right before I take my Halloween decorations down. Usually by Halloween now, they're still like the trees still have most of their leaves. Where I feel like when I was a kid, it was like the leaves are gone by Halloween. You know? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like the change in the trees and everything just happens a little bit later after Halloween nowadays. Where like when I was a kid, I felt like shit. Everybody had those bags. Like I have pictures. My mom has pictures of us when we were kids on Halloween, and you could see all the colorful leaves around us, with our costumes on and shit. And I feel like it's not like that anymore. Like the seasons are later or something. I don't know. They have them at $1.25 tree. $1.25 tree. I miss my dad a lot, especially on tough days with my mom. See, Mercedes girl, let me like. Do you? Oh, you have siblings though. You have siblings. I. That's one thing I worry about my own son is like, oh my god, if something happens to me and Chris, like he's gonna be by himself. We always had snow. What? You guys had snow already for Halloween? We're gonna be heading back up that way, but in December. And I think by December the leaves are done, right? That's it. There's no more leaves. We might be heading back up, maybe not as far up like to Rochester, but we might be heading other places. I'm not sure in between, which would be really cool. I love that we get to travel so much with my son playing hockey because like, dude, I never been to Rochester before. Not the nicest place. I'm not gonna lie. It's not on my bucket list to ever go back there because it's really not. At least the little area we were staying in was a little shady. But there's just like I'm like, holy shit! Like New York State is so big. I live on such a tiny little part of New York, like a little, like we're like, I always say we're like the little turd coming out of New York's butt, like the whole rest of the state is fucking enormous. It's huge. So it's like we're in such a little tiny thing, but I think that's the furthest, like, how New York is shaped. Hold on a second. We have to look at a map because I don't know how else I'm going to explain this. New York State. Yeah, here's a picture of it. I don't know how else I can explain it. So I guess this is probably the best way for me to explain it is just by showing you guys. I think, oh, get out of here, Ems. I think this is like the furthest north I've been in New York State so far. Because you see like all this up here where it like literally borders. I haven't been anywhere up here. But like this is far, dude, from my house. This is a almost 7-hour drive just to get up to Rochester. I'm all the way in the middle of Long Island here, so we got to go all the way. Well, actually, on the way home, it sent us through Pennsylvania, which was pretty cool. And we went through like the Pocono. I think it kind of went like this. I think we kind of went like this because I know we passed through Scranton and the Poconos, so it kind of sent us this way. On the way there, we literally went straight up and kind of drove. Actually, no, we didn't because we passed through the Finger Lake. So I don't know. It sends us up here and across more. Because I remember, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we didn't go through Pennsylvania. We literally, there's a road that, a highway that kind of hugs the border of PA and New York. And so we went up here. So I've been to Buffalo. I've been to Utica. I've been to Cooperstown, which is somewhere in here. And so Rochester was actually the highest up I've been in New York State so far, now that I'm looking at it. I don't know. Cooperstown is over here somewhere, but I don't think it's as far north. So I think that's the furthest north I've ever been. Actually, in the Northeast, now that I'm looking at it, because, oh no, I've been to New Hampshire, but only down on the border over here. I've only been, so like, prior to my son playing hockey, I had never been to Boston. I had never been to Rhode Island. I had never been to Massachusetts. And I had never been to New Hampshire. So now the only two states up here I haven't been to yet is Vermont and Maine. I mean, and I've been all over Pennsylvania because a lot of our, a lot of hockey was played in Pennsylvania. We've been to Jersey a bunch. And then I've been to all these states when I was a kid. Maryland, I've driven through Delaware. Actually, I went to Ocean City, Maryland. That's an awesome place. Been to, I don't know if I've ever been in West Virginia. I've been to Virginia. I've been to North Carolina. I've never been to South Carolina, Georgia, or any of these states on the East Coast. But I've been to Florida a bunch of times. And I've been all over Florida. Not all over, mostly Orlando, Tampa. And then I want to go down here to like Miami area, Fort Lauderdale, one of them. I'll take any of them. So, but I'm like, dude, there's like a whole country. Like there's a whole fucking country that I haven't been to any of. Like, look how big the damn country is. But I didn't realize how big New York State was, Seriously, like, look how small Jersey is, Man, most of the states in the Northeast are pretty small. I mean, Rhode Island. You know what I just realized? Why is Rhode Island even called an island? It's not an island. Like Long Island is a very obvious island, right? I live on an island. There's water going around the entire body of land. So it's an island. Why the fuck is Rhode Island called an island? It's not an island at all. I don't get it. But like, look how small the states are. Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont. I mean, New York's huge, dude. Fucking huge. Because I was saying to my husband, I'm like, how could it take us 7 hours to get to Rochester? And then like, if I drive down to my friend's house, right, in Maryland, it's like a 6-hour drive. And I'm like, it looks shorter, but I guess that isn't. I don't know. I'm like, I can't believe like you could drive 7 hours in your own state. Pennsylvania is huge too. I mean, I've been to like pretty much Pittsburgh, which is almost Ohio, pretty much. So Pennsylvania is pretty big. But then you look at the rest of the United States and like New York looks pretty small. When you look at Texas and California is fucking enormous. I mean, it takes up the whole shit end of the country. I mean, look at this. It's huge. Nevada's huge. All these states are ginormous, but they're so empty. There's nothing, there. There's no like it's a lot of nothingness there, which is it's so weird because it's like it's so crowded up here in the Northeast and the states are so tiny, but it's like way more crowded in these areas right here. I would say Connecticut, Massachusetts, I don't know about New York State, isn't that, up here closer to the city, it's crowded, but up here, there's nothing, dude. And it's a lot of just farmland and trees and mountains and valleys and shit. Takes me 4 to get to the outskirts of the city. Wait, what? Like Manhattan? It takes you 4 hours? It's just crazy how big this state is. So that's the furthest north I've ever been. I should have drove. We just never end up having time, because we stick together pretty much as a group with everybody. So it's like, unless everybody's doing the same things, then like, it's so hard to like separate, from everybody and be like, yeah, we're going to go do this. So everybody sticks together when we're at these things. So like, I really wanted to go see Lake Ontario. I've never seen it. I saw Lake Erie when we were in Buffalo. We actually played a game when we were down there. It was pretty cool last year. We went to Buffalo and Jesse had a game that was outside right on Lake Erie. It wasn't on, like the game itself wasn't played on Lake Erie. I'm just saying like we were right at a place that was like the rink was outside and like Lake Erie was right there, so that was cool. But I didn't get to see Lake Ontario. I didn't realize how many freaking little lakes there was just in New York State alone, like the Finger Lakes right here, Lake George, just all these like little lakes that are beautiful. While you're driving through, you pass a lot of them and it's so pretty. Like all of a sudden you're just driving and there's like this giant beautiful lake with, birds and shit. It's just really cool. Poughkeepsie. Upstate, there are 5 million billboards for Harry's mobile homes. Yeah, we store a lot of that. I just like, I don't know. When I do leave, I gotta say, like Rochester and even just a lot of the places in the Northeast, like you go up there and like everything's so fucking old looking. Like I noticed that when I went to like Rhode Island and Massachusetts, like all their stores look old. Like things don't look updated. Like they don't look renovated or updated. You go into a lot of these little towns and like some of them are like shut down. You know what I'm saying? Like the stores are old looking. And like that's one thing that I have to say, I think we're a little spoiled with on Long Island. Like people do renovate and like update, I guess, because the money that flows through here, like there's a lot of people with a lot of money on Long Island. So, our stores are renovated, like our McDonald's are always brand new looking, like, like you're not gonna walk into some old ass looking McDonald's here. Like we don't have that, Our McDonald's are constantly getting renovated. Like I would say every, I don't know, 10 years, McDonald's, Burger King, like restaurants, like even like just chain restaurants, like everything's constantly getting updated all the time. So it's like everything looks new because, it's constantly being updated. And it's like, there's historical looking things here, obviously, but I just can't explain it because I'm like, you're driving through like towns and like things just don't look like updated. Like they look old looking. Everything just looks so old and worn out. And I'm like, I was saying to my husband, I'm like, it does make you kind of appreciate like Long Island, even though I fucking hate it sometimes. I'm like, I do kind of appreciate it that like, things, people try to keep things looking new and updated and nice looking, where like a lot of the country doesn't do that. And I'm like, it's nice, you know? Like we take the place that we live for granted because it's so fucking crowded. There's so many goddamn people here, you know. There's no space. We're like in the rat race in New York, and it's like, then you see the rest of the state, and you're like, holy shit, it's old, but it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but I'm like, I kind of appreciate where I live. It makes me kind of come home and just appreciate it. Like I'm like, you know, I do love where I live. I have to say, even though I fucking hate it sometimes, it's a nice place, and I kind of understand why it costs so much money to live here. So it's because we're so close to the city, biggest city in the world. We call it Old Town Charm. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. We don't have that here. There ain't no fucking old towns. There really isn't though, because like even in like the towns where, you know, Main Street type of places, like it's all updated. They redo things. Everything's renovated. It's all these like modern restaurants. Like I don't know. And it does like a lot of places out of state aren't like that. Like you'll walk into that old restaurant, you know. Don't get me wrong, there's still like old places around here, like old pizzerias that look like they haven't been renovated in years, you know, but like any type of chain restaurant or store that comes out here, it's updated constantly, you know. Michael's has been updated. Our Targets, dude, I went into a Target up there and I was like, what the fuck is going on in this Target? It looked like it was like the first Target ever built in America. Like, it was so messy, first of all, which I was shocked at because like our Targets, I mean, do they obviously every store gets a little, you know, messy sometimes, but like I think they do a pretty good job, Target, of keeping their stores neat and orderly. I mean, shit, even our Walmart looks neat, you know? And I'm like, holy shit, like this place is a fucking disaster. I mean, it was a fucking mess, but it was like the lights were all dim and dingy looking. Like, dude, my Target's been updated like 5 times already since I've lived here in the last 10 years. I mean, they're constantly updating my Target, you know? So I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, it was so small too. It was like a really small Target. I don't know if that's what all the Targets look like. I'm just saying, like, you know, I was like, oh wow, like they're constantly renovating our Target up here. Like every Target, not just the one near my house, but every Target, every like couple of like months, they're like, I feel like they're like, I mean, not months, years, they come in and like redo the whole store. Even our Walmart got like a total renovation a couple of years ago. So like it's just strange. And then I was like, holy shit, they still have a JC Penney's in the mall up here. Like I was like, oh my God. Oh, I don't know what the fuck just happened. Sorry. Well, all of a sudden, I don't even know what I pressed, but it like muted my microphone. Anyway, our mall they renovated it like I don't know. I want to say like 10 years ago, and it's like just now kind of starting like the flooring and shit looks a little outdated, but for the most part, it you know not even outdated. It's just starting to get on like that end of like okay, maybe it's time to do another renovation sometime in the near future, you know. But I don't know. I don't think that people are dumping as much money into malls nowadays. So yeah, I didn't know. I muted. I didn't mute. It just muted me. I don't know what the hell I even pressed. There was like a notification or something, and I think for my battery on my laptop, and I like X'd it out, and it muted me for some reason. But anyway, yeah. So, um, you know, I do appreciate where I live, but I also fucking hate it sometimes because it's just like I think just the thing that I hate about it is so fucking crowded here. And it's like if you want to go anywhere else in the world, it just takes so long. You know, it's like I just want to drive out of here. Actually, it wasn't bad though when we were leaving the other day. We left at a good time. We left at like, I think we left on Thursday around like noon, like 12. Yeah, it was 12 because my husband was like, I'm gonna be home at 12 and we're gonna write in the car, and I was like, oh my god. He like once he gets like you know um a time in his head, it's like if we don't leave at that time. So I like woke up that morning, I wasn't even packed yet. But if you travel as much as I do, then you know how to pack very quickly, so I did my laundry, just basically folded it up and threw it in my suitcase. And then I keep bags packed that I never unpack with like, really, when I travel, all I have to do is pack my makeup and, like obviously like things that I have to use in my hair dryer. Um, and that's it really. My makeup and my hair dryer, and then like maybe like moisturizer. Everything else is in bags already. That's packed already to ready to go because we travel so much, that I just keep it in the bags. I have like all separate shit for travel. I need to get a separate blow dryer for traveling. So this way I did actually, I bought one of those what do you call it? Portable, like, the ones that's like a blow dryer and a brush in one. But I like it, but the thing I don't like about it is that I need you can't direct your hair with it. So like it's good for drying the hair and shaping the bottom of it, I guess, but it's not good for really shaping the top of it, if that makes sense, like at the root. Like if I have a calic and I have to blow my calic out and I can't do it with that thing, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess I kind of could. I don't know. I got to figure it out. But and the other thing I don't like about it is that your hair has to be like 80% wet, like dry to use it, which normally I don't blow dry my hair until it's, almost dry, basically. But I don't like that because I don't like, um, sometimes I can't. Sometimes I have to blow dry my hair when it's a little more wet. So, so I think I just want to get like a small travel blow dryer that's good. I'm looking into getting, actually, hold on a second. I don't have money for it right now, so we're kind of broke, but I'm looking into getting one of those, like, I don't know. I don't want the Dyson. Everybody wants the Dyson blow dryer. I want one of those like nano dryers because then at least I can bring it when we travel. I think it's called Nano 3 blow dryer. Fuck, I can't remember the name. Babyliss makes is it Baby Bliss or Babyliss? I always forget. Shit. Is it? All right. Well, this isn't the one I want, but it's kind of like the one I want. Yo, this thing's sick. Hold on. I'll show you guys. 111 people in here. Make a wish. Anonymous, I've been acting like it's full. Make it. Ooh, caramel apples are good. That is good shit. Babyless. Babyless. So this one is this I think this is it. The nano titanium. See, it doesn't look good. You'd have to see it. I mean, it doesn't look small. You'd have to see it next to a like smaller blow dryer, a regular size blow dryer. This thing's small, dude. It's really small and it's powerful as fuck. It's so weird, but this isn't. I can't remember. Oh, I know the name of the other one that I want. Hold on. I think it's T3. Hold on. T3. But it's expensive as fuck, dude. T3 blow dryer. Oh, is this? It kind of looks like this, but I don't know. I don't remember the brand name. I have a picture of it somewhere. They sell it at Ulta. I know that. Maybe it kind of looks like this. This one's way more expensive. Holy shit. So it what the hell is that white box? Hold on a second. Oh, that's so weird because that's not on my screen. It kind of looks like this, but it's small. And I learned about it at the hair salon. Somebody had it and I'm like, oh my God, that's the coolest little blow dryer. It's so tiny and cute. And they're like, yeah, turn it on. They're like, go turn it on. So I go turn it on. And I'm like, holy shit, this thing's powerful for the size that it is. And I'm like, this thing's great for, people that travel. So I want to get one like that. It's not this one. I can't remember the fucking name. I thought it was, oh wait, hold on. Maybe this is it, and it just doesn't look as small. Yeah, because this is about the price, but it looks more like this one. Hold on. I'm trying to They might have. I know they have it at Ulta. So wherever brand it is, it's sold at Ulta. I know that. I feel like it was this brand. This might. I don't know, dude. The thing was cool. It had like a fucking digital temperature thing on the back, so like you could see what temperature you're at. It, I don't know if it was this brand. I gotta look. Yeah, I know that seems ridiculous for a blow dryer, but I look at it like this. Okay, first of all, I don't know, the freaking Dyson one is way more money. I also was looking into the Shark version of the Dyson because I'm a big Shark supporter here, guys. I like the Shark. The Shark vacuum blows the Dyson away, in my opinion. I've had both, and I like the Shark better. Just my opinion. But anyway, excuse me. I fucking hated my Dyson. That thing was a hunk of shit. So hold on. Where's my coffee? I lost it. I look at it like this. I really don't use my blow dryer gets used every single day, for styling. So for me, it's a good investment. I use it multiple times a day actually. Because like if I come home and then I have to go back out, I'll like re-blow my hair out again before I leave the house. Not my whole entire head, but at least my bangs and shit, you know? Like I'll fix my bangs again just to like freshen my hair up. So my blow dryer is probably, I mean, it's like my most used thing, and I want it to last, and I also want it to be small and compact so I could travel with it. And so like this is just perfect for me. And I asked my hair girl, does it really make that much of a difference? Well, some of them do because they dry your hair a lot quicker. I don't know if this is the blow dryer. I gotta look at the Ulta and look at their blow dryers. Maybe that's what I should do. I know the Babyliss was one of the ones that I was looking at, but I mean, I think this is, in my personal opinion, yeah, this is a little ridiculous for a blow dryer price wise. I mean, my blow dryer, I thought my blow dryer that I have now was expensive. It's a Babyliss, and it was fucking like, I don't know, around like almost $100, And I'm like, that's expensive for a blow dryer when you could go to like Walmart and get like a Revlon one or a Conair one for like half the price. But I don't know. I just like the size of this. They have actually cheaper versions of this if you go on, even at Marshalls, or if you go on Amazon and you look up like a blow dryer like this, they'll kind of give you, I'm sorry, I don't know which one you guys are looking at. Oh, sorry, let me go back to this. Hold on. Like if you look up a blow dryer, let's just say this brand, I don't know, I never heard of this brand, but I'm just saying, if you look up a brand name and then you look it up on Amazon, they'll give you like ones that are cheaper that kind of look the same. So, and I may end up buying one like that. I don't necessarily need a freaking name brand $200, blow dryer, but I just want to see what else is available, I like the design of it. And as more people start to copy the designs of these, I feel like the price is going to come down, which is why I'm kind of waiting, because these are kind of like new, these types of blow dryers. Hold on, let me go back to Ulta. But anyway, so yeah, when you're traveling as much as I do, like you just got to start learning how to pack smart. So like everything I have in my bags, and so I don't have to like repack and unpack things. It's such a pain in the ass, So like, I have separate stuff. I have separate shampoo, and all my stuff like I need to shower is already packed. I have hand soap that I bring with me. I have dishwashing detergent that I bring with me. Like everything's already packed in a separate bag, and that bag just stays packed all the time, so I don't have to travel, keep emptying things. And then of course there's other things that I don't have two of, so I have to pack them. But my blow dryer is it's ready to go, dude. It's like burning my hair. It's so hot. And like my girl told me that's when it's about ready to go. I mean, look at this. The Dyson's $400. I'm sorry. That's just absurd. Like, is it that good for a blow dryer? I don't know. I just don't know. And I don't have money for that. nor would I want to spend that much on a blow dryer. Just feel like, come on, dude. At the end of the day, all it's doing is blowing hot air. Like, oh, this is. I think this is the one. Lang. Is this the one with the temperature thing? Lange. I don't know how the fuck you say this because I'm not fancy. Lange. Lange. I don't know how you say it. I wish they showed you that end. This one might be it. It might be it. Dude, the buttons are so cool. I think, yeah, this is it. This is it. This is the one. This is the one I want. I know it's pricey and I probably will never get it. See, it has the temperature control on the back and a digital thing. And then, look at the reviews. It got really good reviews. And it's so small, this thing. And dude, it's so quiet for a blow dryer. I mean, like the fan, that was the one thing I didn't like about the BB-less one was that it had this and that's what people complain about the Shark one too. It has this like high pitched whistle noise when you're blow drying the hair. And this one, dude, like it's so quiet. It's not loud at all. I know the bird, sorry. I'm outside smoking a cigarette, so. I just like, for me, I feel like I'm not a bougie bitch by any stretch of the imagination. But when it comes to like, I spend a lot of money to get my hair done. Okay. I want to have a good blow dryer that is durable. I could travel with it, and that it's going to last me a really long time. And I like the size of this and I use my blow dryer more than anything. So, I mean, for me, it's a lot of money, but to be honest though, there's a lot more. Like this is something I would be like, oh, my birthday is coming. Could you buy me this? Because I certainly don't have the money to buy it. But I think there's something I want even more than this. So that'll have to go on the back burner. The thing I really want, you guys are gonna be like, Leanna, you're so fucking weird. But this is more important, to be quite honest with you. There's new Uggs that came out. Hold on a second. And I have a picture of them in my phone because I keep forgetting the name of them. And that's really what I need for the winter. Because, the fucking 4 pairs of Uggs that I have now, they aren't enough. Let me see if I can find a picture. You guys will probably, I don't know if all you guys will like them. But those of you guys that live in Florida probably be like, yeah, nice Uggs. Cool Uggs. Cool story, bro. Because, you guys don't need them, but we do. Here they are. Oh, I love them. All right, hold on. I'll look them up. I need these. I just fucking need them. Ugh, I love them. These right here. I am not the biggest fan of the regular Uggs, like the way they look. So it's like I need the comfort of an Ugg and the warmth of an Ugg, but I hate when it looks like an Ugg. And the only other pair I have that don't look like Uggs are the duck boot kind of ones, and those look like rain boots. So I love these. They're more sporty looking. I've never seen them before, so I'm assuming they're new. Like they just came out this year. So I kind of need them in both colors, but I think I'm going to go with the black to be safe. I like them better in the tan, though. I kind of like the tan color better, right? Like, they just look cuter. I'm not crazy about the laces. Like, I think they're kind of weird, but you could always change the laces if you want. But I do I don't know, maybe I'll just get the tan color and deal with it. I like them in the tan better for some reason. But I was like, yes, I need these because I spend like my whole winter freezing my ball sack off in ice rinks. And like, I need a new pair of Uggs this year. So I need them. So this is like definitely what I must have showed my husband like probably 50 times already because I'm like, Christmas is coming. Like, this is what I want. I do also want one of those heated, every hockey parent has it. It's like a heated jacket. I actually bought my husband one last year for Christmas. it's a heated jacket. So like you charge it up. Oh, it's like a heated blanket. So it comes with a little battery pack and you charge it. And I never wore his, so I have no idea, but he said it was great, last year. He was like, that thing was perfect. But I might be stealing his this year, so because mm, he got a bunch of new jackets the other day. This guy was like giving them away on Facebook Marketplace, and they were for my son's team, right? The guy was like a coach for the team, and he was giving them away. So one of our friends reached out to us, and he's like, "Yo, dude," he's like, "check this out," And I'm like, I said to him, I'm like, "Dude, that is way too good to be true. That this guy's giving away all these like expensive jackets, like just giving them away." So we were leaving that was like 2 weeks ago, and we were leaving for Massachusetts. My husband's like, "Dude, I'm like a half hour away trying to get packed," and he's like, "Could you go pick these up?" And I had to drive like a half hour out of the way to go get them, but it was well worth it because they were like Bauer jackets, which are hockey, like that's the brand that like makes all the hockey equipment. And like those are expensive, man. They're expensive jackets. And we got them all for free. Yeah, like the guy gave us like 10 jackets for free. So, mm. And they all have the team logo on them. So you can't go wrong. They're all like oh shit. They have the team logo embroidered on them. So it was a major score for us because like now we don't have to buy gear. Because the team gear is so goddamn expensive. It's like first of all, Bauer in and of itself or CCM, those are like pretty much the two main hockey brands that make like hockey stuff. They're so expensive on their own. But then once you go and you start embroidering teams on them and numbers on them, it's just like, oh my God, the price is so high. So to get 4 or 5, I think it was like 4 or 5 jackets for free. I mean, that was like a major score. So yeah, I texted Beefers too on the way there. I was like, if I die, I'm like, if I die, you know why. Oh, all right, nonsense. Stop bragging. All right, all right, all right. You should have sent your winter stuff down here. No, I'm just gonna. You'll be in your nice little pool while I'll be freezing my ball sack off. But that's nice though. I can't imagine getting. I don't think I would ever get rid of my winter stuff though. Like I think I would always keep it because like, what if you travel somewhere cold and you need it? Or at least keep some of it. I still think I wouldn't get rid of my Uggs just because they're so goddamn comfortable. And even like at night in warm places, it can get cool. And I think, to have like, a pair of like Ugg slippers or something. I don't know. I just love that furry feeling inside because I don't wear socks with mine ever. So there's something about putting my foot into that fuzzy damn thing. And when they first came out, the Uggs, I was like, oh, hell no. I am not fucking wearing those. Because at that time, I like pretty much only wore heels. And I was like, no, that's a no for me, dog. I will never wear those. And then I got my first pair, which actually weren't even Uggs. They were Bear Paw. That was like my first pair. And I have to say, the Bear Paw are comparable to the Uggs. Like, there's not much of a difference quality wise or, the only difference that I've personally noticed is that the Bear Paws are definitely heavier. Like the Uggs are way, way more lightweight. Like the quality of the suede for Uggs is a lot like softer. I feel like, but it depends on what pair you get. And I feel like the Bear Paw, their quality of their suede is a little bit more stiff. Like the Uggs are softer, but then when I got my first pair of like actual real Uggs, I was like, oh my God, dude, now I understand why everybody wears these. And now I can't. But I still have actually a pair of bear paws that I wear around my house that I think I actually like better than my Uggs. I don't know. The Uggs, I think because they're a little bit more rigid, I don't wear the high ones anymore. So I have like a couple of pairs of the high ones that I don't really wear that much. I wear the short ones nowadays. So the one thing I will not fucking do is ever wear Uggs with like wide leg pants. Like that is a fucking no for me, dog. No. I just love the Uggs. I love them. I used to have these pillow slippers. Dude, I'll tell you right now, I bought the most comfortable pair of slippers ever from Target and they're furry and I wear them everywhere. I don't even give a shit that they're slippers. I wear them out. I don't care. I like if I go to 7-Eleven, I wear them. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if they look like slippers. They're comfortable. They're sold in the, hold on, let me see what the brand name is. It's a Target. Oh, it's called Stars Above. And I've seen them there recently, but they're like a little different than the ones I have. But I have lived in these slippers. My husband's looking at me the other day. He's like, you kind of need a new pair. I was like, nope. I was like, well, I might need a pair. You're right. I might need a backup pair just in case anything happens to these. But I was like, these are like nice and worn in right now and like conform to my feet. And like I like them because normal slippers, like the bottoms are like cheesy. These are like real like shoe bottoms, but they're slippers. So, but like seriously, when I'm out and I have any other shoe on or sandal, I'm like, oh, I'll just be sitting there thinking to myself, I can't wait to get home and put my fuzzy slippers on. Like I really do. I'll be sitting there like, oh my God, I just want to put my fuzzy slippers on. I don't know what it is. I just like fuzzy shoes, I guess, because I really like my foot in something nice and soft and fuzzy. So I tortured my feet for like 10 years in heels. And I think now that I don't wear heels anymore, I really do have a deep appreciation for a comfortable shoe. So, yeah, Ugg slippers. I don't have a pair. I should probably get a pair. But see, I just wear Uggs as slippers in the winter. Like I have a pair that I wear at home, and then I have the pairs that I wear out of the house. Like my home pair is like destroyed, you know? They look like disgusting, but the pairs that I wear out are like the nicer ones, but the ones that I wear at home, I wear them. I sleep in them sometimes. Like I will literally fall asleep on my Uggs on because they're so comfortable. And I like my feet being warm. I'm driving 2 hours in each way in heels. Ooh, ew. Well, at least you're not walking 2 hours in heels because that would suck. I just can't do it anymore with heels, dude. I can't. I cannot do it. My feet. First of all, I fucked my feet up big time. I have all sorts of problems with my toenails and everything, my toes and shit. And you know what was a big thing? I didn't want to get a bunion. I was like, my nana had them on her feet, and I was like, girl, I am not about to get a bunion. And like, if I would have continued wearing heels the way I did, I definitely would have had one by now, you know? So that was a big thing for me, not wanting a bunion. But I mean, I have all sorts of toe problems because of wearing heels for so many years that like haven't gone away, even though I wear flat shoes all the time now. I rarely wear a heel. I don't even know how I used to do it. I can't even, like, you have to actually train your feet to even be able to wear heels. You really do. You have to like train your feet to like wear them without pain. And then even with pain, you have to just like train yourself to like get through that pain and be able to take it and not let it bother you. Like it is work to do that. And now I just like, I'm like, why am I doing this to my feet? Like this is not worth it. You know, I'm gonna fuck my feet up and I'm gonna have like really bad foot problems if I don't stop. I am not getting Crocs, girl. It ain't happening. You know what? I put my foot in a pair of them the other day at the store because I was, we went to the Crocs outlet. I was talking about this the other day. My son, wanted them really bad. He loves them. I mean, he absolutely loves his Crocs. But I can't do it, dude. I just can't do it. I don't know. I didn't find that they felt that comfortable when I put my foot in them. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I would need the furry pair like my son has. He has the ones with the fuzz in them. And maybe then I would think they were comfortable. But like the plastic, I'm like, eh. Honestly, my most comfortable pair of shoes besides my Uggs is my Nike Airs, my Nike Air Max. The old school ones. Those are so comfortable. I just love those sneakers. And they're definitely my most worn pair of sneakers. Besides, what are these? I don't know. These are the Court Burrows, I think. The Nike high tops I wear a lot in the winter. but my Nike Air Max is pretty much my favorite sneaker that I wear. Oh, I don't know. It's kind of a toss up too, though. I like my Adidas, whatever the fuck they are. I don't know the name of them, but those are no joke. I did buy a pair of Christian Air sandals this year that are pretty much like the same material that Uggs are made out of, and those are really comfortable too. Just after a while, I don't know. After a while, like I feel like my foot there's like a friction though a little bit that gets annoying, but like my feet never hurt when I'm wearing those. Like they always feel good at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have like an ache in my foot because a lot of the times, like if I wear flat shoes, I have no arch in my foot. My foot is like completely flat, right? So if I wear flat shoes, my feet will be like I'm talking like flat, like with no support in them, no heel support or no padding really. My feet will be fucking killing me by the end of the day. I mean, just killing me. I'll have like an ache in my heel, and it's bad. And I just totally forgot what I was saying. Oh, those I feel like my foot doesn't hurt at the end of the day. It's got good comfort, support. So I'm a huge Sonic and Hey Dude wearer, but it's been flip flop. I tried on the Hey Dudes because B Friggs told me about them, and I'm like, girl, I can't be wearing those in my size 9.5 feet. That ain't gonna look good. But I actually tried them on, and they actually didn't look bad. But I never ended up buying them because I still like I look at them every time I go to the store, and I'm like, these are cute. I just don't know what I would wear them with. Cause like I feel like that's for like a more preppy style, and that I don't have. Like I don't dress like preppy, so I can't like. I'm like, all right, Leanna, these are cute and they are comfortable, but I just don't know what I would wear them with, like, because I wear a lot of like athletic wear, and I wear a lot of what do you call it, like sweatpants or like leggings and uh tracksuits and shit, because I'm a fucking Guidette, and why wouldn't I wear a tracksuit? I mean, I haven't really been wearing my tracksuits that much lately, but I feel like, I'm always like dressed more like sporty looking nowadays. So like those don't go with me for sporty looks. And then like people are wearing them with shorts, but I don't really wear shorts that much. And then when I do wear shorts, I still feel like I'm wearing sporty looking shorts. So I think they're cute, and they actually didn't look as bad as I thought they would on me, because like, girl, a ballet slipper don't look good on a big foot like mine. But those actually looked cute. They looked cute. It's killing me, dude. We were in the ice rink that we were in this weekend. It was fucking freezing in this place. I mean, you're probably saying to yourself, well, duh, Leanna, it's an ice rink. But, there's some ice rinks that are just, I mean, freezing, like unbearably cold. And especially at this time of year where it's still kind of warmish out, it's, there's some ice rinks that aren't that bad, that you could go in and, have like a sweatshirt and be okay. So this place was freezing. I bring sandals with me, but I wouldn't even dare think to walk into any ice rink. I don't give a fuck how it is, with a pair of sandals on. Like there's something wrong with you, if you do that. And I was looking at this girl the other day. She comes in the bathroom and she's like, oh my God, it's freezing in there. And I look under the stall and I'm like, you're wearing flip-flops in an ice rink. Like, honestly, I don't feel bad for you. I'm like, you're wearing flip-flops in an ice rink. Like, what do you think was going to happen? I had sneakers on and I was freezing. So I'm like, I mean, like, why would you even think to walk into an ice rink with a pair of flip-flops on? Like, I'm like, every time I see like women walking into ice rinks with like sandals, I'm like, you're a psychopath, because like, I mean, like, it's fucking cold in there, man. There's no way. There's just no fucking way I would walk into an ice rink with sandals. There's no way. It would never happen. Actually, well, I shouldn't lie. One of the ice rinks around here, they recently renovated it, and that one, you could kind of get away with wearing sandals in that one, as long as you weren't standing down near the ice. If you stand up in the stands, it was tolerable with sandals on. It used in the summer, but girl, Dude, I want the Converse high tops with the chunky bottoms. Mm-mm. What were the other things you said? Sanooks? That sounds familiar. Hold on, I'm going to look that up. Sanooks. What are those? Oh. Wait, those look like the Hey Dudes. Sanooks. Is that how you say them? Sanooks. See, I never actually wore actual real Converses, but like those, when I had Converse like sneakers back in the day, I can't, like, those are just so flat for me. And like I said, I have no arch in my foot, and like my foot would be killing me. I like any flat shoe that I have like that, like I have a pair of Vans. Oh my God, they kill my feet. Just kill my feet. Like I need padding in my shoe and support. Sanooks, I probably say that wrong. That Hey Dudes. See, like I would rock those, but again, I just don't know what I would pair them with. Like I don't see them fitting into my wardrobe in any way. I love after being on MMO, I always get the best ads. Oh, get out of here. That's so weird. Fry's does sell clothing. Dude, I'm still waiting for them to open up this stupid what is it called? I told you guys about it. Not, oh my God, why can't I remember the name of it? They've been like, this store has been opening for the last year and they still haven't opened it. It's a big clothing store that they're opening in the mall over here. And shit, the name is escaping me right now. It's like a UK store that they're opening here, and holy shit, why is my brain not working? I told you guys about it like a whole bunch of times, and now I can't remember the name of it. I'm having a brain fart. Well, they still haven't opened it. I was like, it said coming this fall, and I'm like, well, that would make sense, right? Because Primark, that's it. Primark? I don't know. I don't know how you say it. I wish they opened Topshop here, Beefrigs. I wish they had, what's the other one that, oh my God, I can't remember the name of it now. Why am I having such a brain fart? Not Topshop. What's the other one? There's another like really popular one. You were saying it right, but not showing us. Oh, what? The Sanooks? Do you want to see them? I was just kind of looking it up for myself, but I'll show you guys if you want to see. Here you go. They look like the Hey Dudes, basically. It's like a loafer, right? But a comfortable loafer. It's a snowfer. It's a sneaker and a loafer, like together as one, right? Because like it's not like loafer. It's not like a loafer like a. Ooh, those are comfortable actually. Wait a second. Wait a second here. Yes. Okay. The answer to this question is absolutely. Ever wanted to wear teddy bears on your feet? Yeah, absolutely I do. I'm sold. Fucking sold. Just with that question there alone. Oh wait, how come you guys can't see it? Hold on. Look, it says that these have the fur in them, and it says, you ever wanted to wear teddy bears on your feet? I'm like, yes, absolutely I do. ASOS, yes. Thank you, Bobara. Thank you. Yes, ASOS. But I don't know if they have actual stores. You need a Shields over there. Shields. Let me look that up. Dude, like, you would think in New York, yeah, we have everything. I can't even get a fucking Hobby Lobby over here, okay? They were supposed to open one. Ugh, I'm still upset about this. They were going to open a Hobby Lobby right, or like literally 2 minutes away from my house. And I was so excited about it. And then I don't know what happened. I guess it fell through. And now we're getting a Five and Below. Yay. I mean, yay. And what else? And a Burlington, which I'm like, I don't need another Burlington. I have one right here. Here. Shields. I feel like I've heard of that before. Let me see. Oh, see, we have that. Is that like a LL Bean type of place? Oh, dude, yeah, they would never have this store on Long Island. They would never. We like, what would we do? Nobody hunts here. Actually, I just found out there's like one little spot that you could like go duck hunting. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. And the only reason I knew was because, you know, dude, like when I go to Dick's Sporting Goods, right? They have like the whole hunting area upstairs. And that is like the most dead part of the store in New York. Like nobody's fucking shopping in the hunting section in New York. It's a little like the hockey, the fucking baseball section's like always fucking crowded. The sneaker section's always the worst. I mean, people are just like, here, yeah, this totally looks like my type of place. Right along with the Bass Pro shopping, the outlet, whatever it's called. Someone just backed their trailer into a tree. Oh shit. Yo, you guys want to hear something fucking crazy? Tell me what you guys think about this. I know one of you guys in the crowd here has to be like a nurse or a doctor or maybe has worked in the medical field at some point. I want to hear you guys' opinion about this. So, there's this Japanese steakhouse that we love to eat at, okay? It's a hibachi place. It's like our favorite place to go out. Like when it's somebody's birthday, we go there. When it's somebody's whatever, when it's my husband and I's anniversary, we go to this hibachi place, okay? Well, the other day on the news, there was this party of young girls. They were about, I don't know, 15. I think the girl was turning 15. So she had her, her mom said, okay, bring a couple of friends to this hibachi place, right? They're there for a while. They eat their food. And 15 minutes after they eat their food, they all start supposedly getting violently ill and throwing up. Okay. 20 something minutes later, they all end up at the hospital. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm like, how do you get that sick after 15 minutes? Like you didn't even digest your food yet. Like, I don't know. Anytime I've ever had like a foodborne illness, it's been like hours later, and then you don't know where you got the sickness from, right? Because you're like thinking like, okay, what did I eat for lunch? What did I eat for dinner? Like, and like really you're just guessing that maybe it was this or that. Like I ate a pizza from 7-Eleven one time. Don't ask me why. Okay. Just don't judge me. Okay. Years ago, I was just starving. I didn't eat. And it was like pretty late at night. And about, I want to say like 2 hours, 3 hours later, I was throwing up like you wouldn't believe. So of course my brain goes to the last thing I ate. But 15 minutes after you ate, you're already throwing up. Like, I don't know. That just doesn't sound right to me. So, so they said that in total, 28 people ended up in the hospital from this place. And of all the things they serve there, and it's kind of funny because I always say to my husband that I get nervous when we go there because, they like a lot of the times, like it's just me, my husband, and my son. They seat you down at the table with other people. So like some people are ordering chicken, some people are ordering shrimp, and then I always get steak. And like they always bring it out on the same plate. And that makes me nervous because I'm like, you're really not supposed to do that. Like you're not supposed to put fish, chicken, and like beef on like the same plate, because like, I don't know, there's cross contamination. So I'm like, it has always made me nervous when I go there. But they do that, I don't know, pretty much at every steakhouse, like hibachi place I've ever been to, right? So I'm like, what the fuck? So of all the things, though, this is so weird. They said that it was something about the way they were storing the cooked rice. And I'm like, the rice made them sick? Like, I don't know. I just wouldn't picture the rice being the thing to make them sick, but I guess it's possible, right? But I'm like, 15 minutes later, dude, like, I don't know. I feel like maybe, but with that many people, I guess, I don't know. I just thought it sounded so weird because I was like, dude, that is like really soon after eating to like, I don't even know if your food reaches your stomach in 15 minutes, let alone is it enough for the bacteria to spread? You know what I'm saying? And actually make you ill. And it just sounds like a little suspect to me because my friend texted me, one of my good friends, she loves the place too. And she texted me and she's like, oh my God, I drove by and it was fucking mayhem there. There was 10 ambulances there, fire trucks. And she heard that people got sick, but she didn't know exactly what from. We didn't find out until like 2 days later. And I was like, that sounds so fucking weird to me, dude. And I'm so sad because like we fucking love that place. So like, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I was so upset to hear that because I really love that place. But does that not sound weird? Like 15 minutes after eating, you would get that violently ill? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Mm. And I've eaten there so many fucking times. And I've, I've, I mean, I can't even count how many times. I've never gotten sick. Rice goes bad quickly if stored improperly. You could definitely throw up within 15 minutes from what is that? Bacillus cereus? Let's look that up. I never heard of it. I was like, what? I'm like, this sounds so weird, dude. But again, that's why I'm asking because I'm like, I never heard of that. And like, I never heard of you getting that sick. Anytime I've ever gotten like food poisoning, it's been either like hours later after I ate or like the next day, you know? Cereus. Oh shit, rice. Look at that. Uncooked rice can contain spores of whatever bacteria that cause food poisoning. The spores can survive when the rice is cooked. If rice is left standing at room temperature, ew, the spores could grow into bacteria. These bacteria will multiply and may produce toxins, poisons that cause vomiting or diarrhea. And they spelled diarrhea wrong. That's fucking weird. Can you really get food poisoning from leftover rice? Oh shit, dude. I never fucking heard of this. Wow. Thanks, Beefergs. Uncooked rice I just read that. Hold on. If you eat, see, look, it says it even here. If you eat rice that contains bacillus, whatever fuck it's called, bacteria, you may be sick and experience vomiting or diarrhea about 1 to 5 hours afterwards. Symptoms are relatively mild and usually last about 24 hours. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like 15 minutes later, dude, I just didn't even think that was possible. I've never heard of that. But I guess, I don't know. This says an hour. And this is from the UK, but I'm sure it's still good, information. I was just like, what, dude? The bacterium that causes fried rice syndrome. I never even fucking heard of that shit. Is a toxin produced in bacteria that is one of the most common causes of food poisoning, also called fried rice syndrome. Oh, shit. An estimated 63,000 cases of food poisoning caused by B. cereus, I don't know, occur each year in the U.S., according to the 2019 article published in the Journal of Frontiers in Microbiology. However, the vast majority of cases go unreported because the symptoms are generally mild and subside on their own with rest and hydration. See, and that's really crazy too, because the people said that they were like so violently ill that they had to go to the hospital. They were hospitalized. And this is saying that this is like not that bad and mild symptoms. All right. So the bacteria release 2 types of toxins that each cause different illnesses. One causes diarrhea while the other elicits vomiting. Ew. See, look, this article says symptoms typically begin 6 to 5 hours after eating contaminated foods. The first type of toxin is released in the small intestine after the bacteria are ingested and causes diarrhea, cramps, and occasionally nausea, but rarely vomiting. Symptoms typically begin 6 to 15 hours after eating contaminated foods, which can include various meats, milk, vegetables, or fish. So that's what I'm saying. Like most of the time when you get sick, it's like once your body started to break down, right? And then that's when the bacteria is released into your system. Like 15 minutes after eating, that's not happening, dude. So like that's why the whole story just sounded sus to me because I was like, I don't know about that, dude. Some other websites say 15 to 30 minutes. All right. Well, I don't know, man. That's fucking weird. I mean, I've never heard of that, but sure, if your rice is served to you cold or room temperature, do not eat it. Well, that's the other thing too. They I mean, you watch them cook the rice on the table. So like, I don't know. I guess like the bacteria once it's on there just stays on there and it can't be like cooked off. I had no fucking idea that rice does that. I had never heard of such a thing. If your rice is served to you cold or room temperature, do not eat it. I mean, like, when you go there, they take rice that's obviously been cooked already, right? Because like they have to. The rice has had to be boiled and cooked at some point, and then they fry it, right? So they bring it out already cooked when you go there. It's white rice that's already cooked. It's already soft, you know? And then they put it on the table and they add egg and they add vegetables and onions and shit. And then they, soy sauce and seasoning and shit. And then they, and then you eat that. So the rice is already cooked. So, I mean, you have to know that it's been cooked. And I guess maybe from what they were saying, it wasn't being stored properly. So I'm assuming that, maybe the cooked rice has to be stored in a refrigerator of some sort. And maybe that they weren't doing that. Maybe they were leaving it out. But they said that it was the rice. So that's why I was like weirded out by the whole story. But I mean, even if you get this, it says that the symptoms are mild. I mean, these people were reporting that they were hospitalized from this. So maybe it wasn't the rice. Maybe they just happened to be there and noticed that the rice was not being stored properly, but it was something else that got them that sick, because I was like, something just don't sound right about this whole story. Like, it was just strange to me. It was odd. But I mean, I'm not saying that the people are lying or anything, because obviously like 28 people didn't just fucking make this shit up. It's just like, I'm like, that's so weird. 15 minutes after eating, like, I didn't even think it was enough time for your body to start breaking down the food, which is typically when you get sick, like, is a couple of hours later when your body starts to digest. That's when you get sick. So I don't know. And that rice probably held at room temperature before cooking it at the grill. Yeah, so I guess that was a problem. Ugh. That's kind of it's so sad. I hope they don't close down. Like, I hope they don't close down. It's like my favorite restaurant too. Like, that sucks, If it was somewhere I didn't eat, I wouldn't give a fuck. But this is like literally our favorite restaurant. And it's like, oh, that sucks, dude. Sucks. Rancid oil, maybe. Wonder how potent that rice could be if it was days old and not probably stored. I worked at places that were always in code, and a couple of places that weren't so much. See, that's, I hate thinking of like what happens to my food before I get it. I think that with restaurants, but I'm like, you know what? Even from the supermarket, like the factories, we don't know what the fuck is going on when our food's being processed. Like, and I see. That's why I can't even think about it, because I'll get sick just thinking about food. Favorite restaurant or not, that would be it for me. Yeah. I'm like, dude, like, they're probably going to go out of business because of this. Like, something like that hits the news, and that's it, bro. Like, that could put a restaurant out of business forever, which sucks. Catching up on 90 Day. Like, what? I'm like, why? Why did they have to fuck up like that? You know what it is? It's not even that they cook the food better or anything. Really, the reason we love this place so much is that they have their own special white sauce that they give. Like the hibachi place gives you like ginger sauce and then like something else. And it's made from, oh God, it's so fucking good. Like, I honestly would probably put this on everything I eat. It's like this, and it sounds weird. It does. It sounds weird. And trust me, I'm not normally into like weird things like this, like mixing like when people put apples in salads, I'm like, you're a psychopath. Like, or strawberries in salads. No offense if anybody does that here, but I'm just like what? Like, fruit and salad doesn't go together. Like, fruit salad's different, but I'm saying like fruit and lettuce like is fucking weird to me. That's a weird mixture of things, But I mean, to each their own. My husband likes that Fuji apple chicken salad from Panera, and I'm just like, fucking apples don't belong on a salad. I'm weird like that. Like, I've told you guys, I'm a very picky eater. So like, just like pineapples don't go on pizza. Like, that's fucking gross, dude. But anyway, So this sauce is made from honeydew melons, which sounds really weird. And then something else. I don't know, but it's so, oh my God, it's so good, this sauce. It's like we love the sauce. I put it on the rice, I put it on the freaking steak, the filet mignon. My husband likes it with the shrimp. It's a seafood sauce, but they give it to everybody at the table, and it's so good. Oh my God, I just never tasted anything like it. And that's why like we go there, because we just love the sauce. It's all about the sauce. And so like that's gonna kill me. You love pineapples on pizza? No. 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 You psychopaths. Strawberries do not belong in salads. They just don't. No. 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 Oh my God. Maybe Fresh Start was right. I do attract psychopaths. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I just don't. I don't know. It's a weird mix for me. I'm not into it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like it's like putting like fucking peas and fucking I don't know what together. It's like peanut butter and mustard. Like it just doesn't fucking go to me. Ugh. I don't like fruit and lettuce salad, but pineapple on pizza. Oh God, dude. I know burnt toast. If she was in here, she'd be high fiving me right now because she feels the same way about the pineapples on pizza. Like it just doesn't go. And like you typically don't even. I really only have seen that out of state. Like I don't really see that here in New York. Pineapples on pizza. That's fucking weird. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I remember my mom, I used to bring my mom dinner because she worked when she started a new job and she worked at Kmart late night, like for a couple of hours, just part-time, just to help them out. And I was like, I would go bring her dinner, so I would go, just to hang out with her. I'd go over there and I'd eat dinner with her and we'd get Panera. And I remember the first time she ordered that Fuji apple salad, I was like, what the fuck is an apple doing in a salad? Ugh, Hawaiian pizza, gross. Holy shit, dude. That is fucking gross. I'm sorry, but no thank you. Strawberries belong on cheesecake or dipped in chocolate. I don't even, I love strawberries. That has to be my favorite fruit of all time. I do not like them on, I think the reason why I don't like them on cheesecake is because I don't like the jelly sauce that they put on it. Like I fucking hate any type of jelly because jelly was made by the devil, I swear. Um, I hate jelly. I just fucking hate jelly, dude. I always did. So yeah, so I mean, but I love strawberries pretty much anywhere else, just not on a salad. Like to me, that's just such an odd combination. I just think it's strange. Like, but then again, like people put eggs in salads, and I'm like, what the fuck are you putting in egg? But that actually makes a little more sense to me because I'm like, it's salty, like an egg is like not salty, but like I can't explain it. It's like the mix of like sweet and then like vegetable taste is odd to me. It's just odd. No, I don't have a sophisticated palate at all. I have like the least sophisticated palate out there. I just I have a plain palate. That's my problem. I'm very plain. I have a very basic palate. Like I don't like weird things. Like I don't my friend was telling me last night, it's funny, when we were at hockey practice last night, my friend was telling me, she's like, she went to this restaurant called the Dirty Taco or something, and they just opened one, not too far away from me. And I was like, ooh, I love Mexican food, but I like real Mexican food. Like she was telling me, she's like, oh, it's like it's an Asian Mexican fusion. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'll never eat there. And she's telling me some of the weird things that they put on the menu for like the tacos. And I'm like, yeah, like if I'm going to eat Mexican or something named a taco, then it's going to have beef, it's going to have cheese, right? It's going to have sour cream, lettuce, possibly an olive. I'm not really big into tomatoes, but I'll eat them on a taco or like in a burrito. You know what I'm saying? So like that's the only way a taco could come. The shit that she was telling me they were putting in these tacos, like a calamari taco, I'm like, no, I mean, I don't eat seafood, but so I would never get that. But then what was the other thing she said? I don't know. There's something else that was like really bizarre that I was like, well, I would never think that that would go in a taco, but okay. Um, so I have no palate. I just don't like certain things, you know, like things that are not supposed to be together, you know. Even like with drinks nowadays, like I'm like, what happened to fucking just cherry flavored drinks? Like everything's like a fucking mango papaya, you know, like what? Or kiwi melon strawberry. Like I'm like, I just want like a fucking old school cherry flavored drink. Can I get that? No, I can't, apparently. Even like with iced tea, like they're putting like mango something in iced tea, and I'm like, ew. Like, ew, like peach Snapple was an adventure for me. I was like, a peach in a nice tea, that's fucking weird, but it was a good mix. I do give that 2 thumbs up. But it was adventurous for me when they started making flavored iced teas, you know? I was like, that's weird, you know, like iced tea, but it is actually good. But like, I'm so basic. Even with ice cream, like my son puts gummy bears on ice cream, and I'm like, what? Like, who the fuck thought of that even? They don't go together. First of all, the gummy bears get all hard, and it's like eating stale gummy bears. Like, why would you do such a thing? It just doesn't even make sense. You know, like sprinkles make sense. M&Ms kind of, I don't really care for them on ice cream, but fine, you know. I understand it, you know, chocolate, it's chocolate and it's good with ice cream. Gummy bears, not so much. Not so much. Like, I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Gummy bears on ice cream. I'm like, okay, dude. Like the crushed Oreos, genius. Fucking genius, you know? But gummy bears, not so much. I'm trying to think. There was something else. Pretzels on ice cream. I'm like, that's kind of fucking weird, but all right, you know, I can kind of see that. Kind of, you know. Gummy bears just do not fucking make sense on ice cream. They have no business actually being on ice cream. None, zero. But like, I don't even like anything in my ice cream. Like, I just want plain fucking vanilla ice cream. I hate when there's like hard, crunchy things in ice cream because I'm like, ice cream is supposed to like be soft. You're eating it because it's soft and creamy. Why are you putting hard shit that you have to chew in there now? Like, I want to just be able to put my ice cream in my mouth and just swallow it. Like, I don't want to have to work. You know what I'm saying? like, like that, like, and everything that you put in ice cream gets hard. And it's like, and it just makes it harder to chew. And I'm like, why am I doing all this work? Just like I don't like spicy food. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, why would we make hot things? Like, oh, let me torture myself while I eat. You know, I really want my mouth to be on fire and feel like I'm gonna die and sweat bullets while I'm eating. That's sounds fun. Sounds like a good time. Why? I'll never understand that. I'm like, why would you fucking put? I just don't fucking get it. I'm like, why would you put fucking like something that burns your fucking mouth on your food? Like, why? I mean, ugh. I definitely. Oh, Shannon, I have a huge texture issue. But I have a taste issue too. But I have a fucking texture issue like you wouldn't believe. Eggs, the texture of eggs, I cannot even like think of it without wanting to throw up. And it's also smells too. My husband made hard boiled eggs the other day, and like I'm like, you need to bag those motherfuckers up, double bag them, and put them in the fucking fridge where I can't smell them because I will throw up. I will throw up. Oh no, girl, I'd die in the South. Mm-mm. I don't like. I remember I ordered a burger. I forget where we were a while back. Me and my husband were out to dinner, and I asked the girl. I said, "Is the burger spicy or hot?" Because there's a difference, you know. Like a little spice is okay, but like hot is different, you know. And she's like, "No, no, no, it's not hot. It's not gonna burn your mouth." I take a bite out of this thing. I felt like I was gonna fucking die. I was like, "Oh my god, why would somebody eat this fucking thing?" You know, like I'm like, why do you do like I don't understand why do you want to feel that? That's a horrible feeling. I'm like, yeah, I want my food to beat me up before I swallow it. Like, and then the best part is I want really bad heartburn. Hopefully it just burns a hole in my esophagus on the way down, you know? Like I just don't get it. But this shit was like burning hot. And I'm like, wow, dude, like this is more than spicy. Like, you know? Oh, I hate eggs, Cheyenne. See, people think I'm like a freak because I don't like eggs. Like they really do, especially here, because like I don't know, people love egg sandwiches here. Like I think that's like the breakfast food of New York is egg sandwiches, and I fucking just don't like eggs. So people think I'm like crazy because I don't like eggs, and I'm like, well, I just don't. The texture, the smell, like even the way they look, kind of makes me sick. I'll eat them if they're like in fried rice, right? If there's like an egg and it's mixed in and it's really tiny, I'll pick out the big chunks of it. But if it's mixed in, I could bear it, you know? But like I would never just eat an egg by itself. Like that would just not, especially a hard boiled egg. Ugh. Ugh. So like it's kind of funny because when me and my husband moved in, I didn't even know how to make eggs because I never ate eggs. So I like, why would I make eggs? I do now because I make fucking my son is like an egg. He's an egg. Actually, he said I make really good egg sandwiches. And I don't it's funny because I don't know if they're good. I can only tell by my son's reaction, you know, because I never ate an egg sandwich that I made. So, you know, I'm like, I think it looks good. I know how he likes them cooked. He likes he likes them cooked, right? Where they're just past the point where it's like not runny anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I have to get the timing perfect with my son's egg sandwiches. And so he loves them. Oh no, I do not like grapefruit. Honestly, and there's not many fruits that I don't like, but that's actually one of them. Grapefruit and pineapple I don't like. I hate pineapple anything. And I hate coconut flavored things too. Not coconut flavored things. I don't like coconut. You know, like the little shreds of coconuts that they put on like cupcakes and shit, or like on pastries. Ugh, I hate those things. I'm like, why do these even exist? Like, really? Yeah, I'm just a boring bitch when it comes to food. But it's good because I'm a freak. Like, I'm a cheap date. Like, you don't have to worry about me going out and being like, yeah, I'll take the lobster, you know, and Alaskan king crabs. Like, that'll never happen. You know, so I'm a very, very cheap date. My meal is always the cheapest one at the table. Cause like I don't eat a lot, like I'm not like I go out with my friends and they'll order like 10 appetizers, right? And I'm like, how the fuck do you eat all that? Because if I eat appetizer, I'm done, dude. I'm done. Dinner is over for me if I eat an appetizer. Or like they'll order dinner and a salad and this and that. And I'm like, I can't do it. That's too much food. So I just order my meal and that's it. That's all I eat when we go out. I can't do appetizers and a meal. I'll die. You know? I mean, I have maybe at certain times during the month when I'm like extra hungry, I can do it. But I'm a light eater and I'm a picky eater, so I don't eat a lot of different things, you know? So I mean, my husband's always like, I'm always the cheapest meal on the table. Cause like pretty much I'll like order, like we'll go to a restaurant and there'll be a whole goddamn menu. And I'm like, I'll take a burger because I'm boring. You know, like if we go to like Fridays or like Applebee's, I'm eating a burger. I don't want anything else. I don't eat steak at restaurants unless it's like a high-end steak place. But like I wouldn't order steak at Fridays. That wouldn't happen. So everything I eat is cheap usually and basic. Very basic. Although I do love me a good pulled pork sandwich. So if that's on the menu, I will be getting that. Mm. But pretty much like I'll eat beef and pork. And I'm not like a big pork eater. I just pulled pork I love. But I won't order like a roast beef sandwich. That'll never happen. A pastrami or some shit like that. Maybe a steak sandwich, like a steakums type shit, like a Philly cheesesteak. I like. But no chicken. I don't eat chicken, so that's like off the menu for me. Which like most restaurants, it's like fucking their whole menu is chicken. I'm like, really, dude? So like then in that case, like I'll get a cheese quesadilla. I ate cheese quesadillas pretty much for 3 days in a row this past weekend. Because there was a restaurant right across the street from our hotel. And, we pretty much went there every night to eat. And there was a lot of shit on the menu, but I was like, I'm keeping it safe with cheese quesadillas. So that's pretty much what I ate for 3 days in a row. Cheese quesadilla. And I'm totally fine with that. Like, I'm just like, I don't need anything else. Like, that cheese quesadilla made me so fucking happy. Just cheese on a quesadilla. That made me so, so happy. But I have to say, one of the dads at the table, he orders this thing called a garbage plate. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, what is this? So it was actually really fucking good. And it was a bunch of shit that I never would have put together. Okay. But it was good. It was macaroni salad. Okay. And then there was like chili on it. And then there was like a hamburger, like patty in it. And then what else was on there? French fries. Like, it was basically a bunch of shit just dumped on a plate, but it was actually really good. He's like, you're trying this. I'm like, all right, dude, I'll try it. Just to make you happy, I'll try it. And it was actually really fucking good. Is anyone here on Rogaine? Any side effects? I have to be on it. No choice. Ooh, girl. No, I never taken it, but not taken it. Isn't it a topical? I thought Rogaine was topical. It's not a pill, is it? I'm excited to grow things here. It should be good for peppers and tomatoes too. I've been listening and laughing because we're pretty much the same as far as what we don't eat and like. Yes. And also, what's her name? If Novemberine was in here, she would understand me. I know she understands me. She eats even less than I do, Novemberine. So if you think I'm picky, Novemberine's even worse than I am. Just saying. She is. She eats even less than I do. Like, she's really bad. I'm picky, but I'll always like find something. Like, she's like, she don't eat nothing. I don't even know how she's surviving. How's that? It's a pill. Oh, okay. I don't know. Purple Rain. I don't eat a lot. I eat, but I don't eat a lot. I really just don't. I just don't need that much food to survive. She eats only chicken nuggets. Get out of here. I don't like chicken nuggets, but I used to like them when I was a kid. I don't know where I don't really know where. My dad didn't like chicken either, but for totally different reason than I didn't like it. My dad actually saw like somebody killing a chicken once and he just couldn't eat it after that. I just don't like the texture of it. And I especially don't like the way it looks when it's raw. Like, raw chicken, just looking at it makes me like ill. With the little goosebumps on it. Oh, it just freaks me the fuck out. Oh my God, it makes me sick. So yeah, I don't like the texture, and I don't like it's a texture thing for me, And I'm talking like when you're eating like real chicken, because like a chicken nugget is not really, I don't know, it's like processed, so it's not in its original form. And I could eat a chicken nugget, and I gotta be honest, my neighbor, my mom would probably be really upset, but my mom's neighbor, right, when I was growing up, my neighbor Jeannie, I talk about her in my Greece series. She used to make chicken parm, and it was so good, hers, but only hers would I eat. But I don't know, like somewhere in my life, I just decided I didn't like chicken, and like, I just don't eat it. I won't eat it. Like chicken wings, I'm like, nah. I don't like really eating anything that has bones inside of it. Like, I'll eat ribs, but I'm like still like not a big fan of ribs. So, boneless ribs maybe. But like a chicken wing just freaks me out. Totally freaks me out. I was just telling somebody over the weekend, they're like, so let me get this straight. They're like, you don't eat a chicken. I'm like, no, I don't eat any chicken. They're like, So what do you do on Thanksgiving? I don't know why that's always everybody's like question. Like I immediately when you tell them that you don't eat chicken, they're like, well, then what do you do on Thanksgiving? And I'm like, well, first of all, that's not chicken. But second of all, I don't like turkey either, really. So like I'll eat a little bit of it, but I really like don't enjoy it, you know? But we don't like that's only if I'm somewhere where there's actually a turkey being made because like there would never my husband doesn't like turkey, my son doesn't like turkey. So lucky me, I lucked out on that one because we're like I don't have to make turkey for Thanksgiving, so we don't eat turkey at my house. Hold on a second. It's a cheap ass thing for me. Look, as long as you're not eating gray meat like Betty Bullhorn, well, good. What's going on? Hold on. Ow, I feel like I just bit my tongue. It hurts. All right, I'm trying to scroll up here. Sorry. I don't like eat meat on the bone either. Um, hold on. I'm trying to read what Judith was writing. Oh no, she has alopecia. Oh my god, girl. That's do they know what it's being caused by, Judith? That's odd. Oh my god. I'm so sorry to hear that, girl. That is not something that's fun to deal with, that's for sure. Blood work and her B12 levels are bad. She started the injections and her hair came back and stayed. That's interesting, Mercedes girl. I know a mom that the girl's been in my son's class like almost every year actually, except for last year. And the mom has like bad, I don't know if it's alopecia. I'm assuming it is. She's like missing like her hair in the front, on the top is so thin. And I feel so bad for her because I'm like, that sucks, like I mean, as a woman, it's like so much harder when we lose our hair than it is, um, for men. Well, Judith, I when my mom passed away, my hair was coming out in fucking clumps, like just clumps. I would be in the shower and it was scary. I would wash my hair and like when I would, I like when I wash my hair, I wash it like they do it like the hair salon where they like really get their fingers up in the scalp area. I mean, I had to too because I had a what do you call it? I had a psoriasis or something, on the back of my head that broke out all over my head. So I really had to scrub my scalp. And like when I would take my hands out, or even when I was like rinsing the conditioner and shit out of my hair, I mean, like I would just look down and there would be clumps of hair just floating down the shower. And it's such a like an unnerving feeling. I mean, it was like that too when I had my son, but that's normal at that point, your hair gets thicker when you're pregnant. And then because like it stops going into that resting phase where it like you don't release that hormone. I forget what it's called. So then after you have the baby and you start producing that hormone again, your hair starts falling out, but it's extra hair that you wouldn't have had anyway. But this was long after that and it was fucking scary and it was completely 100% stress related. I knew that and nevertheless it was scary. It's just like my hair is coming out. Like thank God it fell out evenly around my head so it wasn't like I didn't have like a bald spot anywhere, but it was just an alarming amount that was coming out of my head when I was taking showers. And I was like, oh my God, like, am I going to go bald? And like, I didn't realize like stress could really do that to you. Make your hair fall out like that. So I get it, girl. I have very thick, beautiful hair. I am so scared. Well, look, I hate when people are like, well, reduce your stress because that's just not easy to do in some cases, So, I mean, but definitely talk to your doctor about, if there's any supplements or treatments, obviously Rogaine, being one, but that restores growth. But what you want to do is stop it from falling out. So, I mean, talk to your doctor about, something to actually help your body because what causes it is when you're releasing cortisol, right, in your system. So, what could you do to stop the release of cortisol in your system? Is there any supplements or anything you could take that'll reduce that? Anything topical is probably not going to work that much. I think you need to I think you need to the stress relief it's like diet, you know, exercise could definitely help with that, with the release of stress and the way your body handles it. I mean, I've heard exercise is like probably one of the best things you could do. Whether it's just walking or something, it helps you with stress and cortisol levels. So, I'm sorry to hear that, girl, though. I don't like to hear that anybody's that stressed out because I've been I've been through a lot of shit where I've dealt with stress like I didn't even know what stress was. you know? Like it's like when I was younger and I thought, "Oh, I'm stressed out." No, I didn't know what stress was until my mom passed away. Then I learned what real fucking stress was. Well, no, I'm sorry. Before she passed away when she was sick. That's when I fucking learned, oh shit, everything else I thought was stress in life was not stress. This is fucking stress. And then to the point where my body started having physical reactions to it. And like, I literally thought I was like, I had something at some point in time. Like, my body, I thought I was like, sick. Like, I had something wrong with me for a really long time. I thought, like, holy shit, because I was having all these physical symptoms that I never had that before in my life. So that's when you start having physical symptoms, that's when you're fucking really stressed out. I mean, there's different levels of stress, but I'm just saying, that was like the worst stress I had ever personally felt in my life, to the point where like my body was like, fuck this shit, you know? Like, and it was doing things because of the stress. And then so many things are caused by stress, like you don't even realize. Whether it was like headaches, my hair falling out, a rash that I had on my head, I don't know. My doctor said it was uh, psoriasis. Mm. But it's never been biopsied, but that's what my doctor said it was. So I haven't honestly gotten it back in years. In fact, well, this summer I had a little tiny bout of it and I used the medicine and it went away. Thank God. But when my mom was sick, it was my like whole head had it. It was on my face, like it was bad. So, not on my face, like on my actual face. It was like near my face, like so. Um, I lost a ton of hair after the C virus. I know a lot of people did. Yeah, I was just talking to somebody who works in the medical field. This guy's in like great shape. Okay, he swears that the COVID vaccine caused him to have a heart attack. Um, or was it that? I don't know. No, because I had two different conversations with two different people about this. So he went for I think it was because he went for all tests, right? The doctors tell him he's totally healthy, clear, fine, gets the vaccine, has a heart attack after it. Then another guy I was talking to, a woman he knows, his friend's wife, had gotten it, got a blood clot, died at like age 42. And I'm like, dude, that's scary shit right there. Scary, scary shit. My friend hairline, still a lot of baby hairs. The best way to hide if your hair's thinning on the top, go get one of those I'm sorry, one of the the sprays you would use for like gray hair. 'Cause I have like when I pull my hair back in a ponytail, I have like baby hairs on the top in the corners and they're gray. And then when I like I have thin hair, dude. So like you know, sometimes when I pull my hair back in like a ponytail, I have like lines of like, where you can see like my scalp in my hair. So I actually learned this from you use either like or fills your hair, get it either from the vaccine. I mean, the vaccine is not studied, so it's possible. Nobody knows what the long-term effects are going to be. I know people don't want to believe that, but went down so much. A lot of people in my kidney disease group have had the same thing happen. My dad almost died after getting the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine. See? And some people don't believe it, and some people do. I think that, yes, it probably did cause problems and issues for people because, everybody's body and chemistry is different. So, of course, it might affect some people. I mean, just same thing with an illness. I might get a cold today and then pass it to my husband tomorrow, and that cold might be 10 times worse for my husband than it was for me. So I got POTS from having COVID. It sucks. I thought you had that a long time ago, Sarah, but maybe a long time ago was during COVID. I don't know. I didn't get it. The vaccine, and I won't. And I won't give it to my son either. I never had a cardiac issue in my life until I got COVID. Did you get vaccinated though? I'm sorry, I don't want to get into a whole debate about the vaccine, but I do have to say this, okay? Because this is just my observations. Jesse was in hockey during COVID, and a lot of the parents, we talked about it a lot. There's a lot of time to socialize and talk about different things when you're sitting there watching practices for hours a week, right? Every fucking person I know that got that goddamn vaccine got COVID 10 times more than the people that weren't vaccinated, like myself. I never got it, right? So there was this one guy, I don't know. I also didn't test for it. But I really didn't get sick. So I don't think I had it. You know what I'm saying? Like if I would have gotten sick and I would have had the symptoms, then I probably would have tested, but I didn't get really sick during that time. I had like maybe a mild cold. And I was like, but never did I get a fever or anything. So I never tested for it, and if I had a fever and I got really sick, I probably would have tested, right? Jesse never got it and Chris never got it. They might have had it. I tested Jesse a couple of times. He never tested positive for it, but I never trusted the home test. And my husband never got it either, right? But this guy a couple of people, but particularly this one guy who had everybody in his family got vaccinated. Dude, they had it more than anybody I knew. And they were all vaccinated. And I'm like, that is so fucking weird that you got the vaccine and now it almost seems like you're more prone to catching it. I mean, because they had it constantly. And they tested every time they got like a sniffle, these people. And I was like, and there was a lot of people like that. Almost everybody I knew that got vaccinated got it after they got vaccinated. And that's why, like, that was another reason why I didn't get it. Cause I'm like, well, the vaccination's like not even helping you not get it. So why get it? Why am I going to go get this vaccination if it's not even stopping you from getting it? Just like I don't get flu shots because the flu shot doesn't stop you from getting the flu. So why am I going to go get that? Like I would probably feel different if I had a medical issue. Like if my mom was alive, I probably would have gotten a vaccine because I would have been so paranoid about her getting COVID because she was immune suppressed. And so I would have definitely been like, dude, if you even fucking coughed, I probably wouldn't have even let you go into my mom's house, at that point in time. I would have been so fucking paranoid with her. Like it wouldn't have been funny, because I used to get fucking pissed when people would fucking come to the hospital or even just come over her house. And when they had like a cold, I'm like, what are you doing here, dude? Because like for her, a cold, right? A simple cold could have turned into pneumonia, like nothing. What are you doing at my mom's house with a cold, dude? Get the fuck out of here. Like when I was sick, I wouldn't go over there. So like, what are you doing here with a cold? I would get so mad, But I mean, so I don't know, I can't say how I probably feel different if she was still around just to protect her and not myself. But I don't know. I just was like, you know what? People are still getting it. I'm not getting this stupid vaccine. Like, it just doesn't even make sense. And it seemed like the people that were getting it more than the people that weren't, unless they were just lying about getting it. I don't know. That's why I stay home and I have a kid that carries it. Well, yeah, that's going to be the worst. I mean, just definitely. I'm also not going to live in fear for the rest of my life, I am vaccinated, haven't gotten COVID. See, like some people haven't and some people have. Like I didn't get it. I'm not vaccinated. I don't know why. I wasn't like all that strict and rigid about mask wearing. I wore it, but I always pulled my nose out of it, because I couldn't breathe. I just like I cannot breathe. It's so uncomfortable to me to have my nose covered and breathe in my own hot air. Like, so I mean, more often than not, I wore it under my nose. So I don't know. And the masks, I mean, they didn't even do anything anyway. It was all a fucking joke because it was pretty much proven that the masks don't do shit. Especially if you had a cloth one on, like the particles could get through the cloth. And like unless you were wearing the N95, which still, according to some studies, isn't even all that effective. Like the really only effective thing is a full ass respirator, that could completely block it out. But like a regular mask ain't gonna do shit. Like those little paper ones that everybody was wearing, they weren't doing anything to really protect you. I mean, I guess it was like a slight protection. It's better than having nothing, but it wasn't fully protecting you from it. And I somehow managed to never catch it. Mm. And I was around kids all the time that were sick and had it. Like, I don't know how I didn't catch it. I still see people wearing masks, and I'm like, I almost feel bad for them in a sense. I mean, I don't know what kind of conditions they have, because again, if my mom was sick, I'd probably be like, get that mask on right now. I don't know. But I just like, I'm like, oh my God, like I can't live the rest of my life being afraid of this shit. Like, I can't do it. I cannot fucking do it. You still wear one at the grocery store? See, no, not me. As soon as they were like, no mask, I was like, bye bye. Bye bye, mask. Mm-mm. Yes, vitamin D. I take vitamin D supplements because I have to because I'm low on vitamin D. So the mask helps if you use it correctly. Yeah, well, I don't. So I just don't. The what mask? Hold on, I'm trying to read. Um, hold on a second. My son brought COVID home twice. The second time was awful. I had respiratory. I remember when you had that beef, because you were sick. 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 The price people were charging for masks was outrageous. Oh yeah. Yeah. I just never used it. Like I just couldn't keep it on my nose at all times. It was hard for me. They are gearing it up again. I hear. Yeah. Well, I refuse to fucking go down that road, so they can gear it up all they want. And I'll tell you right now, if they ever try to make my kid wear a mask at school again, he's getting homeschooled. I don't give a fuck. I'm not sending my son to school with a mask on again. So, ever. It's never happening again. I wasn't like an anti-masker by any stretch of the imagination. Like, if it makes you feel better, then wear it. Like, I'm not against it. I'm just saying, for me, I ain't fucking doing it again. It's here to stay, just like the common cold. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like I'm not gonna live the rest of my life like that. I can't. Hey, Adam. I still have bradycardia from it, but almost everything else is fine now. My nurse was hospitalized and taken to trauma bay when she had it due to being on biologics. It brought out her JIA. She was released after 5 days, and she hasn't had long-term issues. Thank God. Thank God. I really don't know how I didn't catch it. Like, I don't, because like I said, I wasn't that good at protecting myself from it. I was in the very beginning when it was like bad. I did the whole fucking rubber gloves to the fucking not rubber, whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, isn't it? It's rubber, right? Holy shit! I just had like a total brain fart. Gloves to the grocery store bullshit. I did it. I did it all. But then, like after a while, I was like, all right, enough. Like enough. I think it was like after that first summer, where like people got a little more lax. And then after that, I was like, all right, I don't need to wear gloves anymore. I'm not wearing gloves, you know, going nuts with the freaking hand sanitizer every 2 seconds. Like, I was like, I can't live my life like this, you know? Like, I kind of just looked at it like, if I catch it, I catch it. And if I die, I die. Like, I'm not going to live like this. I'm uncomfortable. Like, I still wore the mask just because it was mandated, but as soon as they lifted the restrictions, I was like, bye-bye, not wearing one. You know, like, it was like not happening. I mean, because I wasn't going to be that asshole that walked into a store without one. But like, I wore it, but I would be constantly pulling it down all the time to breathe. And I was just uncomfortable. I tried to limit my time out, you know. I honestly believe I had it in November of 2018. I've been so sick of my life. Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that. Like, I could have had it because I do know a lot of people that had it, and it was like their symptoms were like basically like a sinus infection, right? They didn't have like a, you know, they didn't get like severely sick or get even a fever. And so like I could have had it in that sense, but I remember right before I mean, it had to be, right? It had to be here before we knew about it. It had to be. It didn't just come here all of a sudden, right? I feel like it was probably here. And there was, dude, right before COVID, right? Like in that November, I want to say, because like it really came out in March, right? That year in March of 2020. So that November, which is only a couple of months before, dude, I had gotten one of the worst fucking chest colds of my life. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I didn't have a fever, but like, I typically don't get chest colds. I usually get like a head cold. I mean, I was coughing and like had phlegm for like it was like almost like a month or two that it lasted. And like, normally I get over things pretty quick. Like, I don't usually get sick, you know, colds. Like my husband, he catches everything. He literally fucking catches everything. I don't. So it's like, it was really weird. I was like, why is this fucking cold? Like, dude, it would not go away. And I felt horrible. And like, normally when I get a cold, I'm like tired and shit, but like, I could still function. But this time around, I was like sick, dude. No fever, but sick. You know, like I just felt so unbelievably run down. And like the cough was like, and the amount of phlegm that I had was just like, holy shit, like what is going, and it lasted forever. And I'm like, this is weird. I remember thinking it when I had it. I was like, dude, this is so weird. Like I've never had a fucking cold this long in my life. And I wonder if I had it back then. And that's why when it came around, like I didn't get it because I had built up an immunity to it. Because that was like the worst fucking chest cold I ever had in my entire life that time. And it was right before COVID. I felt like I had concrete in my nose. Oh, I hate that. Dude, that, like when I can't breathe through my nose, it is so distressed. I get like really distressed. Like I can't have any congestion in my nose. I hate the way it feels. Like, you know, like when I remember when I was young and like, you know, they couldn't give you really anything. Like I always feel so bad for my son. You know, like when he has like a cold, because like you can't take a decongestant at that age, you know, and it's like, oh my god, so distressing. Like I remember like one nostril would just be completely blocked up, and I could kind of breathe out of the other one. You know, like, oh, that is like the worst feeling in the world. My first 2 days, I was bursting with energy. I think it was mental. But if I stopped moving, I would drop. Aw. I mean, yeah, that's horrible. Absolutely horrible when you can't breathe through your nose. But this cold that I had that time, dude, like that was something else. It was something that I never experienced before. And I've gotten like sick, you know, before. And I was just like, this is like, it was mostly the lingering, that how long it stayed. I was like, what the fuck? I've never been sick this long ever in my life, you know? I was so weird to me. It took like a good month and a half to finally clear up. And I was like, this is bizarre, you know? I've never been sick. And I was getting scared because my mom, right before she got her kidneys failed. It was like she had like bronchitis for like a fucking year, dude. She got this like really weird case. Now I think when I think back and now that I know, more about kidney disease, I think it was when your kidneys start failing, you build up fluid in your lungs. Congestion. She was hold on, stupid thing muted me again for some reason. Hasn't done that in so long. Um, I don't know. It's just really weird. We had influenza A in a 6-month period in our house. The true flu was complete. Dude, I escaped the flu. Jesse had it, right? And this was before COVID. He had it and he had it bad. I was like so worried about him because he was like hallucinating. His fever was so high and it was scary. He got the flu and I had him, I brought him to the doctor. He got tested and he had the flu. I forget which type it was. I don't know. I don't even know if they told me a type, but he had the flu. And then I was like so fucking paranoid when he got the flu. And this was even before COVID. And I remember I was like walking around my house with like Lysol, spraying like everything. Cause I was, and the hand sanitizer, like after I touched anything, I would put hand sanitizer on because I was like, I do not want to get the flu. And somehow I escaped it. Then my husband got it the next year and he got it pretty bad. He was like shaking in bed with a fever and I somehow escaped it again. I don't know how. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't normally catch things. So I don't know. Fell from bed at one point. I was yelling at my son, stay away, managed to get myself up. I didn't want him near me to help. You were one of those, I got this, I can handle it on my own types. Yeah, that's pretty much Beefergs. If I had to say. Sending a big, gentle hug. Yeah, Purple Rain. Cause super bad in the mornings, all phlegm because the fluid built up and settles around my lungs. So mornings are bad. Yeah, that's not good. It was a year beforehand when my son, yeah, they got the flu. Well, he definitely had the flu because they tested him and it was definitely, and my husband also got tested. And it was whatever, influenza A, I guess. One of those. I don't know how they test, but they somehow know which flu it is. But I never caught either one of their flus, which is shocking because like my house ain't all that big, so it's kind of hard to stay away from people when they're sick. But yay, we're heading back into that time of year with the flu and the colds, and I already feel like I'm congested, but I think for me right now it's allergies. I can feel like my voice is starting to go. But I told my husband when COVID first came around, I remember telling him, I think that's what I had back in November because, dude, like I said, I just never had a cold that lasted that long and was like that intense. And it was all in my chest. It was like a lung infection or something. I don't know. And I never typically get that. And it was just like, why do I have this for so fucking long, man? It was weird. And then like during COVID, I had gotten like I guess minor colds, but nothing crazy. Yeah, the influenza is no good. No good, but I still won't get no flu shot. I'm like, I'll deal with the 3 days of, flu symptoms or 5 days, then get a shot. I hate needles. So like anything I could do to avoid a needle, I'm gonna do it. I couldn't get the stuff in my lungs to break up. It was like oatmeal. Yeah, that's what I had, Sarah. It was like it was so weird, man. I never had that. RSV the first time in January. I think Jesse had that once. RSV. Dude, he got the weirdest thing during COVID. What the hell is it called? Oh my god, I can't. Oh, impetigo. I'm like, what? Dude, it was the weirdest thing. So he was at hockey one day. I never heard hockey finger or something because like he'd been playing hockey for years at this point. So, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why would his glove all of a sudden give him a blister, right? When he wears the gloves all the time, they never gave him a blister before. But I don't know. That's what I figured it was from, right? Then he got like another one somewhere. And I'm like, all right, this is weird. Like, what is he doing? So I'm like looking, maybe there's something in his gloves. I don't know. Then all of a sudden he wakes up one morning. Okay. And it was so weird. This thing popped up overnight. He had like this dude on, like, it was on his leg, and it was like this fucking, it was like the size of like a quarter. This just red open sore, like bloody looking thing. And I'm like, what in the actual fuck is going on right now? I was like, where did this come from, dude? Like, I'm like, how did you get that? Like, he didn't fall, nothing happened. And I'm like, all right, I'm bringing you to the doctor because this is weird. Like something is going on, So as soon as we got there, she's like, oh, impetigo. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I never heard of it. And she said it could be from like, it was going around at his school. She's like, what school does he go to? I tell him. And she's like, oh, yeah. She's like, we've been having kids like crazy from there. It was like you could get it from like, I don't know, anything, basically. The grass, rolling around on one of the mats at the gym, in gym, anything. And I was like, what in the, like, dude, that was so weird because I'd never seen that before. I was just like I'm like overnight, these like lesions, like that looked like, it looked like a almost like a rug burn, or like it was weird. I'm like, oh, like it's like a flesh-eating virus. Like, ugh. I had never seen that before. And he also had that, what was that other thing that was weird that I never had it? Hand, foot, and mouth or some shit. Or you get those white spots on your tongue. I'm like, dude, you just catch everything, huh? That's the worst, because the first couple of years when your kid is in school, like just when you have like a top, like a kindergarten, pre-K, first grade, those are the roughest years because those kids are bringing home every fucking virus. I felt like Jesse was sick for like 2 years straight. It was like as soon as we would bring him to the doctor for something, right? He'd be okay for a week and then he'd have a fever again. And I'd be like, holy shit. It's like, it's crazy when you start like mixing kids together because they're just little germ factories. Like they wipe their noses on their hands, they don't cover their mouths. I mean, dude, it was bad. And then it was like okay for a little while. And then after, it was weird though, because he got sick a lot during COVID, which I thought was odd because I'm like, well, they're wearing masks. Why is he getting sick so much? Because I think the first year when he was, when they had the masks on in school, he got sick so much that year. Dude, that kid had a fever almost every weekend. It was crazy. But like but then he would have a fever for like a day and then it would go away. It was like the weirdest thing. Anyway, now it's not as bad. Like last year wasn't bad at all. With the sickness, but like those first couple of years you have your kid in school, holy shit. I don't think you're ever going to be at the doctor that much in your life. I mean, they just got everything. My son at Infantino, they call it school sores in some places. Yeah, it's so weird. I never heard of that before. Like I heard the name of it, but I didn't know what it was. I knew it was something like skin, but I didn't know exactly what. But I was like, that was so weird. Thrush is a yeast infection in the mouth. Yep. Type of viral thing. Yep. It's like crazy that when you first send your kids to school because they get sick so much. Like even my neighbor's kid, I remember when he first started going to school because he's like a couple of years older than Jesse. I was like, dude, he's home again from school, because I'm like, holy shit, because like he was just sick all the time, like he was just getting sick constantly, this kid. And it's the same thing with my son. Every kid goes to school and they're like sick for like 3 years, it feels like. It's like insanity. Oh, my mom got the shingles nonsense. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was so bad. I felt so fucking bad for her. And she's immune compromised. So I think it was like worse for her. She got it right after my brother had his baby because she was so fucking stressed out. And then it was like a couple of months before she actually got diagnosed with her cancer. Oh my God. I felt so bad for her when she had that. So bad for her. It was so painful and itchy. Oh my God. I never had chicken pox. So get out of here. Did you ever get the vaccine for chicken pox? Because I heard, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard that if you get chickenpox as an adult, it's like 10 times worse. I had it when I was a kid. My brother got it really bad, dude. My mom actually has pictures like downstairs somewhere. My brother, I mean, he was covered head to toe in chicken pox. And it was like, remember, like your parents are like, go hang out with this kid that has chicken pox. So, like, you get it and just get it over with. Like, think of how much times have changed, right? We're wearing masks and shit now. And it's like back in the day, it was like, here you go hang out with the kids that have the chicken pox so you could get it and get it over with. But like, my brother had it, and I mean, there was literally dots, like, every fucking couple of inches on his body was just covered with those things. Me, I got it, like, mild, like, I didn't get it that bad. Um, I don't even remember it feeling, like, that bad, you know, like, when I got it, I had, like, a couple on my arms and stuff, so I worry that I'm gonna get, like, the shingles one day because, like, I feel like the chicken pox was, like, not it was too mild for me, that it's gonna come back with a vengeance one day. All childhood illnesses are so much worse on adults. It's crazy. Yeah. So I had it my mom was like wanted me to get it because my brother had it. I think my cousins had it. So we all like hung out together. My brother caught it from my cousins, and then my mom made me hang out with my brother so that I would catch it. And it was like the weirdest thing. It was like, here, go hang out with the chicken pox clan over there. So you get it. Oh, you got it twice? Really? That's interesting. Hey, maybe you're just immune to it. Maybe you just never like got it. You know, maybe you have an immunity. But my mom, when she got the shingles, it was like the weirdest thing. It just broke out. It was all over her arms, and then she got it on her head. Oh my god, I felt so bad for her because she was like suffering. It was. She said it felt like hot, like an electrocution. Like it was so painful. Uh, she went through so much, dude. I just like when I think about all the shit she's ever had to go through, I'm just like, why did she have to suffer so much? Like, you know what I'm saying? From like her kidneys failing and then having to go through fucking just everything she had to go through. It's like, why? No, I never had strep throat. At least I don't think I did. But I do tell everybody, if you have strep throat, if you even think you have strep throat, go get tested and get antibiotics for it because it could cause kidney failure if it's left untreated. The strep like bacteria could go into your bloodstream and get into your kidneys and cause kidney failure. So you had your tonsils out in your 30s, I swear. By far is the worst thing ever. Kids do fine. I thought I was dying. Oh, get out of here. My mom had her tonsils removed when she was a kid. I never had that. Oh my God, really, Judith? That's scary. I didn't even know they still did that. Did they still do that? Tonsils? I guess so, right? By about two, she went more than she ever do more than she ever deserved. Like just in the last 3 years, my mom, like it was just like one thing after another that she was dealing with when she got the freaking shingles, because she was so stressed out about my brother and having the baby and us not talking to each other, and I mean she was so stressed out. She thought she was never going to see the baby, and it was just like it was so like stressful for her that she broke out in the shingles, and then it was just, oh my God, it was just terrible watching her go through all that shit and not being able to do anything to help her. Yeah, I believe it is the worst. My husband had his tonsils, is whatever that word is, out, and it was rough. I'm sure they do remove them, but not as often as they did when I was yeah, right. When we were younger, I feel like so many people I knew had their tonsils removed. I don't even know what tonsils are, honestly. But I had a major infection and ended up with emergency surgery, but it was absolutely hell. They say it's much worse on adults. You think it was worse than childbirth? Worse than childbirth. Oh, I can't talk. My daughter had her tonsils and adenoids, is that how you say it, out and in 7. Why do they take them out though? I think my mom, she told me it was because she kept getting like, I don't know, some type of infection or sore throat or something. My mom was falling from sleepwalking, breaking her back, busting her head open. Yeah. Sleepwalking is crazy. Oh girl, I always get constant sinus infections. It's horrible. I had one just a couple weeks ago. You guys remember? And I took the antibiotics, and thank God it went away. But I felt that shit, like that pain in my sinuses every time I like tilted my head down. I just felt like this pain. The surgery I had last week was worse than childbirth. No joke. Get out of here. Well, anytime you got any kind of surgery where they're cutting your stomach or your core open, like, dude, it's horrible. I mean, when I had my C-section, dude, the pain is like, I just can't even explain it. Growth meter turn yellow. Oh, I remember that, Purple Rain. Um, the pain, yeah, mine's like on my cheeks, right under my cheekbones. That pain, and then I get headaches like around my eyes. Went out before 9 years old from reoccurrent. That's what I think it was for my mom. It was like a strep throat. She kept getting strep throat, and then I guess eventually they just removed her tonsils because of it. No, I don't get that, Bobred. You know what's so funny? I've heard of that. Like I've heard people saying that, but I don't know. I never got like it doesn't make them hurt. I think it just makes like my whole face feel sore, like my gums and everything. But I've never gotten like pain in my actual teeth from a sinus infection. But I know that that's like a thing. I've never gotten it, thank God. But I've heard of people getting it. My husband got that once where he had a sinus infection and it was hurting his teeth. He thought he had like a cavity or something. I had my gallbladder removed a year or two ago. I swear it was the easiest surgery and I felt better almost instantly, but I hear some say they felt horrible. My aunt had that. I remember I went to her house and she was in like the most pain I've ever seen. Like she was screaming. And I thought she had this thing that I had one time called the weirdest thing. And I don't even know how I got this. It was called costochondritis, and it's like an inflammation in the cartilage between your ribs, and it was like scary. I woke up in the middle of the night one night and it literally felt like somebody was stabbing me in the chest. Every time I would take a breath in, it felt like somebody was stabbing me, and I honestly thought like my lung collapsed or something because my cousin, he got stabbed in the back twice and it collapsed his lung. And I was like, that's all I could think of was like, maybe my lung collapsed. Like, what the fuck is going on? I felt like I couldn't breathe. And I went to the doctor the next morning and he's like, I explained it. You got costochondritis. Here you go. He gives me a round of steroids and I was fine. It was like the weirdest thing. So I thought that's what she was having because where she was like pointing to the pain, it was in the same area. And she said that every time she breathed in, it hurt. So I'm like, I'm bringing you to the emergency room. She ended up in the hospital for an entire month after that because she ended up having like a blockage in her bile duct, I think, and then she had gallstones. I mean, she had like all these problems, and they ended up having to remove her gallbladder. And I mean, I thought she was gonna die. Like she was in the hospital for an entire month after that, and once she got that removed, she was fine, totally fine. So 3 days sick in bed, wrapping hot towels around my neck. Ooh, what's going on there? Oh, I have that too, Shannon. I still have the my ab split, and I have a hernia right about like 3 inches right above my belly button that sticks out. I hate it, but they told me if it's not bothering me to leave it, so I just left it. I was born with an umbilical hernia, like when I had it, so I had to get surgery on that when I was like a baby, and then and my brother, it was funny, my brother needed surgery on his, like, I don't know, something, he had like a cyst in his throat. So they had to remove the cyst. So my mom scheduled it that we had the surgery at the same time. So I was like 3 and he had to be like 5 or 6 at the time. And my mom had us both in the hospital, both getting surgery at the same time. And I got my hernia repaired and my brother got, and it's so crazy because I still remember that. Like I could vividly remember them rolling me at 3 years old, rolling me into the operating room, the lights, the doctors looking at me and telling me to count. I remember everything. It's the weirdest thing. I guess like it's not traumatic, but you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things that like stands out. And then I remember being in the hospital room with my brother. My mom bought me this Barbie that when you like squeeze the legs, the eye winked. And yeah, so I got surgery on that one. And then when I was pregnant, I got another one. So, but I'll tell you right now, if that shit starts growing like somebody else here that has a hernia, I will get that shit surgically repaired. Not gonna let it, not gonna let it, you know. Ooh, it cut off the blood flow to your intestines. It happened to somebody else I knew. Do you know your uterus could fall out? Oh my God, no. Did you know your uterus could be tilted? Mine is. Most of them are flipped forward. Mine is flipped backwards. So, like, it's facing my back. And it's so weird because my doctor told me that, and I never knew that. And she said that, it's just people's anatomy. Some people's flip forward, mine's flip backwards. And she's like, "Do you get back pains worse than, like, cramps that time of month?" And I'm like, "Actually, yeah, I do." And she's like, "Well, that's why." And I'm like, "Oh, I never knew that." Like, I wondered why, because everybody always used to have cramps all the time, and I was like, "That's weird," because I get back pain and, like, in my lower back, and she's like, "Well, I still get, like, a little cramps, but not, like, bad like some people do." I get, like, this weird stiff, pain in my back, my lower back, and that's why. I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting." I woke up during my pacemaker surgery. Oh my god, dude, that's, like, the most terrifying thing in the world. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Hold on a sec. Oh, fuck, my phone's downstairs. Interesting. The smaller ones are more dangerous than the bigger ones. The bigger ones are less likely to cut off the blood supply. Really? Well, mine's not that big. It's like a little it looks like a little, like, golf ball. I mean, I guess that's kinda big, but I don't know. They told me to leave it, and I'm, like, thinking in my head, it cannot be good that there's a piece of your intestines, like, sticking out of your muscles, like, where it's not supposed to be, but okay. I'm probably the oldest here. I am 56. Girl, you ain't old. What you talking about, Willis? That's not old. My friend's grandmother fell out later in life from having lots of children. Oh my god, dude, that is a terrifying thought. Ugh. I mean, sometimes I wish mine would fall out, but it won't. Oh my god, are you serious, Boober? Ah, I'd be like freaking out. I'm like terrified to get one of those. Terrified. Can't they cause major issues if not fixed? Like, that's what I thought. My uncle just had one repaired, and he was like writing to me. He's like, "You better get yours, repaired because it could cause like issues." He had an issue with his. Same thing. It was cutting off like the blood supply or something. And he said that he's like, "You shouldn't leave it." He was like, I mean, my uncle's a nutcase. He like researched the best hernia doctor in New York and went to that doctor and whatever. So he's like telling me I should, get it fixed. Don't listen to the doctors. But I'm like, if it's not medically necessary, right? My insurance isn't going to cover it. So, I don't know. The doctors keep telling me that there's no need to fix it. As long as it's not painful, which it's not, I wouldn't even know it was there unless I looked at it. Yeah, I haven't had one of those in years either, Judith, because I hate going for those. I hate it. You won't miss it if it cuts off your blood supply. Every once in a blue moon, I'll feel like a pain in that area. Like actually right now I feel it a little bit, but I don't know if that's just like my muscles. Like I can't tell if it's just muscle pain or maybe even gas pain. I don't know. In that area, you can't leave it if it cuts off. No, no, you can't. You'll die from it if it cuts off your blood supply. And you could lose a piece of your intestines and shit. Hell no. But I'm like, I don't know, dude. Honestly, it was just a fluke because I had some issues. So I thought, where they had time with freak crying. Oh my god, girl, that's scary. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that either, Barbara. I never got one. And I just honestly wonder how the hell they would even do one on me because, like, what are you putting in there exactly? There's nothing there. How are you going to do this? You know? How? That's what I wonder to myself, right? I had a hernia when I was a kid. Why did they fix that one? And why would I not have to fix this one? That's what worries me. My sister was born with a diet. Oh, that's what it goes through your diaphragm, right? In your lungs. Oh my god. I can't get hernia surgery. I'm paranoid of not waking up. Well, I know somebody right now that needs to get their gallbladder removed, right? And when they were going in for like, I don't know if it was testing, she had to be put under. And then while she was put under, she like almost died. And so now she's scared to get the gallbladder surgery, which I don't blame her. I would be too. But she really needs it out, you know? She's been like trying to make like diet changes and stuff to try to, help herself with it. Uh but I don't know. I feel like that's one of those things that like you can't really avoid if you have to get it out. I broke my right foot, excuse me. Falling down the very next day, I broke the other foot. No way. Doctor walking in a boot and in a cast with a hoot. The ER doc looked at me. My mom, when I was in ninth grade, right? We had a porch built on my front, my house. My mom always wanted like a porch, with the poles and the railings and shit on the front of my house. So that was like one of her dreams. My mom was like, I swear to God, my mom was born inside like the wrong person, I swear, because she was a country girl who grew up in the city. Like she wanted to live that country life. So she wanted like a porch that she could put like a rocking chair on and shit. So she had the porch built, right? And oh my God, this poor thing. I swear she had the worst luck, my mom. So she's walking out had just put the deck down, right? And they were doing the roof part. And they were using that Tyvek paper that they wrap, to insulate or whatever the hell it is. And so it was like a contact paper that they were using that they had to peel off like the wax paper in the back because it was sticky. And they were just dropping it on the deck while they were working. So my mom walks out of the house. I think I told you guys the story before. It's just so sad. My mom walks out of the house to go look at what they're doing to see the progress. And she slips on the piece of contact paper and there was no step. Like we didn't have steps yet. They had just finished the deck. So she falls down and it was only one step anyway, in reality, but she, needless to say, she fell down and the way that she landed on her ankle, she broke her ankle. Right. Well, my mom at times was dramatic when she was like in pain, like she would be a little extra. So my dad, and I never forgave my dad for this. I'm still like when I think about it, pissed at him for fucking putting her through this. My dad was like, "Oh, she's just being dramatic and blah 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 blah." And like, dude, her ankle swelled up huge. Like he's like, "You just sprained it." Da, 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 da. And I felt so bad because I couldn't do anything. I was 14 years old and my brother wasn't home that day. I don't know where he was. And so there was nothing I could do. And he's like, "Oh, you're just being dramatic, blah 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 blah." So she iced her, thing, and overnight, the next morning we wake up and she literally could not get out of bed. Like she gets up and gets out of bed and she's crawling. She crawls from her room to my room, like knocks on the door, and she's like, "Man, I can't like." I can't move. I can't. And I'm like, all right. I knew she was serious. Like I knew it the night before that something was serious because I was like, all right, maybe she was dramatic when it happened, but then like afterwards, all night she was in horrible pain. And she was like, something's wrong. She kept saying it. And here I am sitting there, like I was like 14. I couldn't do anything about it. So my brother finally gets home the next day and drives her to the emergency room. Sure enough, her fucking ankle's fractured and they have to do a cast on her. I put her in the cast. She ended up in that cast for like fucking almost a year. It was like the way it broke was so weird that it took like a really long time to heal. Also, considering the fact that she was on steroids and immune suppressive, drugs that fuck with your bones as it is. So it takes like longer for them to heal from breaks. And then from being in the cast for so long, she ended up developing blood clots in her legs. So then she was in a wheelchair. I mean, it was a fucking nightmare for her. She ended up being in a cast, like, I think it was like yeah, it was like 8 to 9 or maybe even more months. I mean, it was so bad. I felt so bad for her. That's what I'm saying. She suffered so much, like with shit like that, just from walking outside because, the kind of medication that she had to take, it weakens your bones. So, like, it was easy for her to break a bone, I guess, like maybe if that happened to me, I might not have broken my ankle, but in her case, it broke her ankle. And I was like, oh my God, this poor lady, like, seriously. So yeah, so she was in a cast for like, I mean, like 3 times the amount of time that you should have normally been in a cast, and then it got to the point where she had to keep her leg elevated and she couldn't walk on it even with crutches. So then we had to like push her around in a wheelchair. Oh my God. Like, it was terrible. The older we get, yeah, it is. It's more dangerous to break bones. And the more easier it is, especially for women, which is another reason you should take your vitamin D because it helps build strong, healthy bones. So yeah, I mean, she just went through it. She went through it, my mom. Like she fucking went through everything. It was like terrible what she had to go through. My dad was like, so I'm like, wow, I hope you feel like a dick. Cause he was like, oh, it's not broken, and we were like, my mom's like, I'm telling you it's broken. And he refused. She wanted to go to the hospital and he was refusing to bring her, and it's like, if I had a car, I would have drove her right to the hospital, you know. I probably should have called like 911. I don't know. See, like if that was me, there was one night where I got really sick and my husband, like, I don't know, well, this is like when we were dating. I mean, I was throwing up so violently that I was like, I need to go to the hospital. Like something was wrong, dude. I had never thrown up this much in my life. So he was like, oh, so I was like, fuck you. I'm calling my mom. My mom got up at 3 o'clock in the morning and drove to my apartment and brought me to the emergency room. Like, I don't think he was sleeping. So I don't think he realized how sick I actually was. And I started like hallucinating and I knew something was wrong. I had, like, a really bad, I don't know if it was food poisoning or what. It was, like, the worst I've ever been sick in my life, you know? And, my mom got up at 3 o'clock in the morning, came and got me, and brought me to the emergency room. And, I don't know why my mom, like, if my dad was refusing to bring her to the hospital, I honestly don't know why she wouldn't have just called an ambulance. No, I didn't have the fried rice. That was the time I had the pizza from 7-Eleven. Dude, I'm telling you, I never threw up that much in my life. I didn't even like when people used to say projectile vomiting, I was like, what is that? I mean, like when I was throwing up, it was coming out with such force. And then I got dehydrated, and that's why I ended up hallucinating and having to go to the hospital. Like I knew something was wrong. I just felt dehydrated, I guess. Like my arms were like felt weird. Everything just felt weird. And I couldn't like gather my thoughts. And that's when I got scared and I called my mom and I was like, Mom, I like something's wrong, and she's like, I'm coming to pick you up. And she came and got me at 3 o'clock in the morning and brought me to the emergency room. Like she was good like that, my mom. Yeah, I think I had food poisoning. Dude, I never threw up that much in my life. Like I actually got sick like that a couple of years ago. It was crazy. My son came home from school one day and I'm telling you, he got so sick. He was throwing up, right? Not even like 2 hours later, I start throwing up. And I'm throwing up like crazy. And I'm in and out of the bathroom. I mean, it was coming out at both ends. It was bad, right? Then all of a sudden, I'm sitting downstairs on the couch. I see my husband flying across to the bathroom. He starts throwing up. I was like the only time in my house that we were all sick at the same time. Dude, that was another one that was like, I don't think I've ever been sick like that in my life, besides the one time when I went to the hospital. But this was like bad, whatever it was. It was like a stomach virus. And theirs only lasted a couple of hours. Mine, for some reason, like lasted a long time. Like I couldn't even get out of bed. And it was crazy because we were leaving for a tournament like the next day. And I was like, I didn't go. I was so sick. I was like, I can't like even move. I was so sick from that. And they got up both the next day and went. And it was so weird because it was like a short-lived virus, like that only lasted a couple of hours. Projectile vomit, you guys ever seen an infant? Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. My friend had one of those babies that threw up. Like literally, if you looked at it the wrong way, the baby spit up, and that shit used to come shooting out like across the room. Reagan the Exorcist, yeah. They say we can live without food longer. Yeah, not without water. Not without water. Dude, that shit is bad. Food poisoning is bad. Like, I think that's what I had the first time. That's why I don't know how people always find out what they have. I was saying that to my husband yesterday because I'm like, dude, like when I went to the hospital that night, they couldn't tell me what I had. They're like, you either had a bad food poisoning or a stomach virus, whatever it was called. I forget. What the hell's the name of the stomach virus? Something with a C, I think. My worst fear is running out of water. Yeah, dude, water is like a necessity. Sarah, my son never threw up, actually never spit up. I swear to God, he only spit up twice as a baby. Twice. In his the whole time he was a baby, spit up. And it was like very little. And he has only really thrown up twice, like gotten sick where he threw up twice in his whole life. So he thought it was because he ate corn for lunch, right? And then he had to go to the bathroom and he ended up throwing up and he won't eat corn to this day because of that. I'm like, it wasn't the corn, dude. It was, I said it was probably something you ate earlier that day that got you sick. But actually, it wasn't even from food at all what he had because I caught it and my husband caught it. So I'm like, it wasn't from anything you ate. It was a stomach virus, like an airborne stomach virus that was, spread from person to person. Because, if it was just him who had it, then I would understand. We all got it, so I'm like, it wasn't it was a virus. It wasn't like food from food. So like honestly, dude, I'd rather get the flu 10 times than get a stomach virus. I hate stomach viruses. Yeah, to have surgery with stomach. Ooh, oh my God. Ooh, that's scary. Sam Marson, he hasn't been sick with vomiting more than 2 times. On the other hand, when I was a kid, I got migraine headaches, so I was puking. Like I felt like that's all I did was puke when I was a kid because I constantly got migraines, and when I get a migraine headache, I would just puke my brains out until I felt better. Like my mom used to give me like if I drank orange juice, it would make me throw up or whatever, and I think it was from I had sometimes when I used to eat hot dogs when I was a kid, my mom said I would get migraines because the hot dogs have like nitrates in them, and I think that might have triggered migraines sometimes, but it might have also been from just allergies that I had. But I mean, they were bad. Bunk bed, spaghetti, sister getting sick. I was on the bottom bunk. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Ugh. My first case of food poisoning was from sandwich with mayo on them. Won't eat mayo on bread to this day. Well, I won't eat anything from 7-Eleven to this day. My son will be like, "Oh, I want the pizza." I'm like, "Nope, sorry, I won't buy it for him." Because like I felt like that was the last thing I ate that night. And then it was like 2 or 3 hours later, I was like sicker than I've ever been in my entire life. And then, oh, no, that was a different time. I got really sick. I had went out for my birthday. Oh my God. That was bad. I went out for my birthday one year and I ate, I don't know what the fuck. I went out, girls at work took me out to lunch and we ate at this Italian restaurant and my stomach, girl, it was bad. It was bad. But no, I think I don't know, the pizza, I was like, it had to be from the 7-Eleven pizza. It had to be. That got me sick. Cause that shit was like sitting out on like a shelf. Like it was probably growing bacteria on it. I don't know what. I was just starving and I didn't eat dinner that night. And I went to 7-Eleven and I just seen the pizza and I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. But never again. Never again. And I like grew up eating 7-Eleven food, but because I had a 7-Eleven like 2 houses away from me, but now I won't eat anything that doesn't come out of a package from 7-Eleven. I won't eat their hot dogs. I won't eat anything from there. Bagels. The bagels always freaked me out 'cause they used to make bagels at 7-Eleven. The guy would butter them at night, okay, and then they would sit there the whole entire day, the cream cheese and the butter. They would just sit in, like, a basket, and I'm like, "How does the cream cheese not go bad?" I didn't know, but butter you could leave out at room temperature and, like, it doesn't matter. But cream cheese, I'm like, "I don't know about that. That can't be good." Yeah, sometimes when you're just starving, you just go and you eat things that you really shouldn't, you know? And that was one of those times. I remember getting some kind of 24-hour bug. My friends had to drive me home. I was vomiting out of her car window as she drove me. Oh my God, that's the worst. Sat down, a huge, oh my God, a roach. Oh, I saw a roach in my favorite Italian restaurant when I was young in Little Italy in the city, and I was, like, so upset. It was an Italian restaurant we went through all the time, and I was like, "Oh my God." I was like, "Why? Why did I have to see that?" Thing was huge, dude. Ugh. Let's get 7-Eleven pizza. My mom doesn't let me get it. I remember those days. Yeah, no, my son ever asked for that. I'm like, mm-mm, son, sorry. No 7-Eleven pizza for you. No 7-Eleven food, period. Unless it's like a, prepackaged thing. No, thank you. I love their nachos. I used to come home at night when I was drunk, probably stoned, and I would eat a cream cheese bagel and I'd get the nacho sauce and I'd dip it in there. And it was so good. Yeah, the roaches do know where the good food is. That's for sure. Look, we stopped. I'll never forget this. This was just like I don't know, a couple months ago in the spring. We were on the way home from a tournament. My husband had to go to the bathroom. He had to pee, and we were in Queens. And we stop at this gas station that's like right off the highway. So he goes inside to use the bathroom, and I'm just standing out there smoking my cigarette, and it's not the nicest area in Queens, right? And I'm like, oh, I can finally smoke a cigarette after being in the car for like how many hours. All of a sudden, like out of the corner of my eye, I see something moving, right? I turn around. Dude, there's 2 ginormous, like, bigger than I've ever seen in my life, rats, and they're just, like, walking around like nobody's business. My husband was laughing so hard, my husband and my son, because like, by that time he got back in the car. I literally threw my cigarette up in the air and, like, ran to the car so fast, I screamed, I was like, because he saw the rats behind me but didn't say anything apparently. And like I guess he was waiting for me to notice them. I mean, these things were like the size of like cats, like they were huge. And they're just like running around. And I'm like, as soon as I turn, I see him, I'm like, "Ah!" I threw my cigarette up in the air and just fucking take off. I ran to the car and they're laughing so hard at me because they didn't, they seen them, I guess, and they were probably just waiting for me to notice them. Like, thanks for letting me know that there's 2 giant rats. I mean, I've never seen a rat that big in my life. Yeah, these things are huge. And they're just like running around near the gas station. I'm like, okay, we're never stopping here again. Oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Master Splinter. That's exactly what it was. No, thank you. I fucking ran so fast. Like my cigarette just went flying back and I just fucking took off. The rats probably picked it up and started smoking the rest of it. Oh, oh my God. Ugh. Like I don't mind. I'm not like, I don't want rats in my house or anything by any means. But like that shit scared the shit out of me because, I'm not used to seeing rats like around here. So, whew, seeing that little shit. Mm-mm. Ah, thanks, Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz. After hours, 7-Eleven nachos, pepperoni sticks. Mm. Anyway, all right, guys. I'm gonna shut this down, but it was as usual. It was just lovely talking to you guys today. I'm sure I'll be back sometime this week. And I think that's it. But I gotta go because I gotta get moving on here with my day. Thank you, Andy Cruz. I will see you guys. Judith, get yourself to the doctor and make sure, see what you could do to lessen your stress levels. And if you need to talk, you know where my email is. All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good one. Peace.